Good morning and welcome for day number 2 of the March MARRS, presented by the Washington, D.C. region of the Sports Car Club of America and our great partners at OG Racing. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati and David Lance. And of course, we've got the magical fingers of Spencer Gaynor producing and directing our broadcast here today. And gentlemen, as we get ready for day number 2 of action here from the point, once again, awfully chilly, but we had a great day of racing in very difficult conditions yesterday. I expect the same here again today, Brian.
Yeah, I got to tell you, if we see anything like we saw yesterday, David, this racing is going to be fantastic. We are going 20 laps overall with all of our groups. Now, brackets, we're going to split them up into 2 10-lap races, but overall, the rest of the groups are going 20 laps, so we're definitely going to see some pretty good racing.
And good morning. And good morning, David. How are you today?
Morning, Greg. Doing really good. A little cold this morning. Glad to be up here in the booth where it's, I can warm up a little bit.
Exactly. We're in the warmest place in the facility right now.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought we would have said that?
Exactly. Well, 4 big men in a small room and a lot of hot air. You do the math. All right, real quick, Brian. Let's take a look at, for those that are new joining us here today, beautiful Summit Point Raceway, 10 turns, 2 miles, came online right about 1970, I believe, and a very challenging race course.
Yeah, I tell you what, this track has got a lot of flow to it, especially up and down out of turn 1 and turn 2, come up turn 3, make that left-hander. You're kind of coming uphill. You get down to the chute, what we call the fastest turn here on this racetrack. It is the fastest turn by far. You get down into that hard braking left-hander down in turn 5. You got to do a little throttle modulation, but you really want to be full throttle from really turn 6 all the way until you get into the little bit of a braking zone down into turn 10. But this track's got a lot of flow. It is a fast track, and it can be super fast if you do it correctly.
Absolutely. All right, so we've got our, on the front straight, we've got our splitter, Tom McLeod, ready. Oh, there's Tom kind of going in and out of the camera. And take our word for it, there is a pace car there as well. We're going to be sending our bracket racers out, as you said, Brian, for the first of 2 races today. We'll see them after lunch as well. This is going to be a 10-lap race, but let's take a look at what we've got on the schedule here, Spencer. Here on feature race day at Summit Point, we're going to lead things off with this 10-lap sprint bracket race, and then we go into MARRS racing. We're going to have our first 4 of 7 MARRS races. Those are 20 laps each, and then we'll do it all again in the afternoon. And, if what we saw yesterday morning is any indication, the cold weather, these drivers yesterday maybe didn't take into account how long it would take to get heat in the tires and, almost as importantly, in the brakes. In these, what are still 31, 32 degree temperatures.
Yeah, I tell you what, you really got to get heat in the tires quickly. We saw yesterday morning, especially when our Group 1 SSM, even when they went out in the afternoon, Greg, it took about 5 or 6 laps really for the tires to get enough grip to really start making some moves. Everything was pretty much single file. We saw that also in qualifying yesterday, David, where some of these drivers, they just stayed nose to tail. They didn't want to move out of line. They just wanted to get the fastest lap they can. We also saw that in this group here, where when this group went out kind of for their qualifying to set where they would start for their race, they didn't go out till later in the afternoon. They had the temperatures up a little bit in this racetrack.
All right. Just, we talked yesterday, we always do, Brian, about the difference in timing and scoring. Of course, we'll give you the overall positions of our racers on track after the first lap is complete, but we do have a special timing system for our bracket racing, and I've pinned the link to that in the chat. If you go to the bracket racing section at the MARRSpoints.com website, you'll be able to see that, hopefully.
Hopefully it works.
We're not 100% sure that it's actually up and running this morning, but you can always click on that link that we've got pinned in the chat. The brackets that we have here in Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series, we slice everything up into these 2-second intervals, going anywhere from drivers that turn lap times faster than 1:17 and then just keep going 2 seconds, 2 seconds, 2 seconds for each one of the different brackets, and we'll try and break it down for you. If the bracket timing system isn't functioning correctly, I'll try to do the math, which is probably going to be the biggest disaster that you can imagine. But let's run down. We'll take a look at the starters for today's race. Starting on the pole today, driving the white number 18 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car from Martinsburg, West Virginia, it's Corey Markovitz. Chris Schooler in his black number 139 BMW M3 will start on the outside of the front row. Chris Graham in the white BMW 328IS, the number 20 machine, will start on the inside of row number 2 with Adam Mungo in the SABG BMW M3, that's out of Chantilly, Virginia, starting 4th. Starting on the inside of row number 3, driving the number 98 Scion FRS from Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania, it's Brian McRae. Scott Cook in the number 64 BMW M3 hails from Reisterstown, Maryland. He's going to start 6th with Steve Martin in the In-N-Out Performance Ford Mustang out of Silver Spring, Maryland. The number 50 car starts 7th with Nick Shively in the number 83 Panos Esperante. The track-out accommodations car starts in 8th. And there was a great fight between those two racers yesterday, between Martin and Shively in the two small block Fords. Then we got Jeff Walters in the number 118 Dinoco Mazda RX-8. He starts 9th with Anthony Pacelli in his Subaru Impreza out of Mowertown, Virginia, starting in 10th. Starting 11th, driving the number 62 BMW M240i from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, Mike Herbert with Chuck Edmondson starting 12th. He's in the number 45 Nissan 350Z. Then we've got Iosu Arrieta. We'll see how much dirt he throws up today in his Subaru. He's in the Insane Ways Motorsports car, and he will start lucky 13th. Jennifer Romes in her Scion FRS out of Fredericksburg, Virginia, starts 14th. Then we got Jed Prentice and Armin Major. Prentice and Major both racing Mazda MX-5s, and then John Legg in the Motorsport Auto Miata, and Rick Millenbach in the Windsor Customs Mazda Miata. He's out of the San Francisco. I had no idea that Rick was a member of the San Francisco region of the SCCA, especially since he lives in Alexandria. But that is your starting order as our leaders. Corey Markovitz, and they had a great fight at the beginning of the race yesterday. Corey Markovitz and Chris Schooler, very close behind, will be the first drivers to cross the start-finish line and complete a lap. And yes, indeed, our bracket timing system is working. We'll have our drivers, after about a lap or so, actually after 2 laps, split into those different brackets on that website that we have pinned to the chat.
Well, you know what, Craig? You talked about the weather out here. Again, another cold morning. And during our warm-ups, Corey Markovitz, he went out for a lap or 2 in that car, in his Porsche 911. But Chris Schooler did not. So it's going to take a lap or 2 for his tires to come in. But I tell you what, that battle, it's still right off where it was yesterday.
Attention in the paddock, race group number 1, SSM. Please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. SSM racers, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next.
Now, these two drivers really, again, continuing to battle on as they come out of turn 6 up to turn 7 and through now turn 8 up the hill. Again, a little bit wider shot we got there this morning here, Greg. Right. So that's a really good shot. You're going to be able to see where they're going to be able to come through, hit that apex, and track all the way out. You're going to see that through every single group. But again, these two drivers, Markovitz and Schooler, they're kind of in the same thing there. That's right now currently that battle in that A4 bracket. Look for those guys to drop down even more.
Yeah, absolutely, Brian. Here as we saw yesterday where Markovitz and Schooler, again, were very close together and yesterday was a little bit longer race. It was 15 laps, but they were right with one another in the same bracket for the first 6 laps or so, and then finally Markovitz in the Porsche started to really separate himself out from Schooler. Unfortunately for Schooler, he had kept a quick enough pace early on in that race to end up in the same bracket as Markovitz. So he ended up finishing 2nd in the group there. And that left Chris Graham to lead the 2nd bracket. And that's kind of where we are right now with two laps in the books. We have the A3 bracket, which is for drivers a minute 19 to a minute 21, and both Markovitz and Schooler fall into that bracket. Then In the A5 bracket, that's for drivers a minute 23 to a minute 25, has Chris Graham in the white number 20 and Scott Cook. And those drivers now separated by about 1 second or so. Brian McRae, our only driver now in the B1 bracket. He's about 5 seconds back from the two BMWs ahead. And he has a fast lap of a 125.842. That puts him in that B1 bracket. And then the pairing in this, we'll want to watch and see how close things get. Yesterday, Shively and Martin. Shively in the Red Panos Esperante, and they're coming out of turn 10 right now onto the front straight. There they are. Shively led Steve Martin for the entirety of the race until the lap that mattered most, until the very last lap where Steve Martin managed to get around, did not break out of his existing bracket to take the win and put Shively in second. Again, that Panos Esperante, you don't see many of them that more. There actually weren't all that many made, but it has a Ford small block, I think a 302 under the hood. And, of course, Martin's Mustang, a little bit newer technology, both on the engine front as well as the suspension front than the Panos.
Well, I'll tell you what, that was a great pass going down into turn number 1 by Steve Martin. And Shively kind of let him go there a little bit and then fought back real hard, David, coming out of turn 2. But they were side by side for a minute, but then Shively decided to let him go, let Martin get ahead, and figure he'd race him on when we get, 6 laps still left to go. So plenty of time.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, again, it's early in the day. You don't really want to try to, kind of wreck anything. Temperatures are kind of warming up too, so everything's starting to come up temperature and get a little more confident with the cars now as, we get in about almost halfway to this race.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, checking in YouTube, the David Lance fan club up bright and early. And, of course, we got Guile the Car Guy. Not saying it might be the one and the same person, but checking in from the Oklahoma region of the SCCA. And I'm upset to say, Guile, that I'm not going to be at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit for the Super Tour this year. Our good friend Brian Bolansky will be there. But if the Greg Ginsburg fan club happened to check in during Hallett's Super Tour round, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
Well, I've got my fan club going to come out here today as well. They told me they were going to get on the chat. Just right now they're sleeping. So
that's right.
They may sleep all day, but who knows?
That's right. Everybody checking in. Even Jordy Foo's mom is in the chat. Hi, Mom. All right, real quick, let's make another call for Jordy and the rest of the SSM drivers. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 1, SSM. Your race is next. SSM racers, please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few moments.
No, we got to get Jordy Few's mom to come out here instead of being on the chat, right? I mean,
yeah.
I'm sure everybody that is normally participating in the chat when we do our races here, Greg, they'd much rather hang out with her than Jordan anyway, right? So, All
right, let's check in another one of our brackets in the B2 bracket. Anthony Pacelli and Jeff Walters. That's for drivers that are running a minute 27 to a minute 29. Now, the interesting thing here is that Pacelli currently running 8th overall on track, and Walters in his Mazda RX-8 is running 10th. And Walters in that Mazda RX-8 has Chuck Edmondson between he and Pacelli, and Edmondson is actually in the next bracket down. Edmondson in the B3 bracket for drivers a minute 29 to a minute 31. He's got Mike Herbert, who's actually behind Jeff Walters on track. There's Walters just passing by, and there is the Herbert BMW M240i. The red car just went through our screen.
Mm-hmm. So again, it goes to show you that you could be in a different bracket and not racing the guy that's right directly in front of you.
Yeah.
And then you're bouncing around as we're starting to get some lap traffic being done here, getting ready. Our overall leaders getting ready to pass the 22 of Armin Major there in that Miata. They kind of went by them, and I'm sure he kind of felt that breeze with both that that Porsche 911 and that BMW M3 going by with Markovitz and Schooler.
That's right. Right. So right now, Major running second in the B5 bracket. That's for drivers a minute 33 and up. But Jed Prentice, who's leading that bracket, Brian, almost 5.5 seconds up the road from Major. Rick Millenbach is running third in that bracket. Should also mention here, and actually now both Prentice and Major break out of the B5 bracket into the B4 bracket, where Ayuso Arrieta leads, and Prentice now almost 6.5 seconds back from Arrieta. So that entire bracket is separated out by multiple seconds between each driver.
Yeah.
I was going to mention Adam Mungo, Jennifer Romes, and for the second day in a row, John Legg did not go out for this race.
So I'm wondering if Mungo has a problem with that car, just didn't want to go out, because he went out for the warm-up.
Yeah.
I did see him go out
right.
This morning. So I'm wondering if there's an additional, problem, just wasn't up there, or will he come back out for the second 10-lap race, kind of after we get back from lunch through that. So again, not sure about that. But our overall leaders now headed down past the start-finish line down into turn one. And again, this battle continues to rage on. David, really from yesterday, I don't think these guys have been separated by more than 3 or 4 car lengths at any given time between yesterday and today with the number of laps they had. Again, 3 laps left here to go. But Corey Markovich and Chris Schooler, they're putting on a show here.
Oh, absolutely, without a doubt. I mean, we saw all day yesterday between the bracket race and then the big board race. Today, though, again, as you said, they're kind of the same pace. And at times, too, you could definitely tell that the temperatures are really, again, getting up in the cars. At times starting to come down. I think we started out with a 122. Now we're down to 119. So, and today, though, it looks like that Schooler is a little bit closer, though, keeping up with Markovich than yesterday.
Well, guess what, gentlemen? We now have another driver that's gone into that A3 bracket. Christopher Graham in that 20 has just went in underneath that, ran a 127.88. So now he is not in with the Brian McRae bracket A4. So here again, this is the product of bracket racing. And we have seen this, Greg, we talked about it yesterday. I have seen this for the last 5 or 6 years that we've been doing this, where you're leading a bracket, you get a great run, and then all of a sudden you get a little bit of a toe of a draft, and now you're out of that bracket.
Right. And at last check, as both Markovich and Schooler complete their 8th lap, and Chris Graham hasn't even made it onto the front straight. Chris Graham now running 3rd in the bracket with our 2 leaders, almost 20 seconds back, as opposed to leading his bracket.
Yes.
As he ended up breaking out, as he now just comes across the line, and almost 20 seconds exactly separating Markovich and Schooler from Chris Graham. Graham, who just ran his fastest lap of the race, so he continues to get faster. Unfortunately, with 1 lap remaining or 2 laps remaining, he's not going to make up 20 seconds here. Now, that also then puts Brian McRae, as you mentioned, the sole driver in the A4 bracket, whereas McRae had been running 2nd in that bracket. Also now, as McRae broke out of the A5 bracket into the A4 bracket, that leaves Scott Cook all by his lonesome, which is actually, I think, kind of advantageous for him. Over in the B1 bracket, we were watching the battle of the V8s with Steve Martin and Nick Shively, the Mustang and the Panos. Now, Anthony Pacelli, I guess he figures 4 cylinders and 4 drive wheels equals 8. So he now is in the same bracket as Martin and Shively, but he is now 25 seconds back from that pairing.
Well, look for Scott Cook to go a little bit faster, because he actually just passed Brian McRae on the racetrack as well. So obviously this lap, and again, David, cooler temperatures. This is the perfect temperature. Maybe probably get a little bit warmer, but perfect temperatures for the larger motors here. These big V8s, they're going to end up really basically screaming down the front stretch here. 36 degrees. I tell you what, it's going to get warmer. We're going to get in the 60s here by after lunchtime, but look for Scott Cook to go pretty quick here. It'd be interesting to see what he does. He just went a 123.311, and again, he's out in front of of Brian McRae, still battling on the racetrack. But our overall leaders here are getting ready to come down and take the checkered flag, as our leaders now are coming down through turn number 8 up the hill underneath the bridge. It does look like Corey Markovich, if he can get through turn number 10, gentlemen, is going to pick up another overall win and that win in the A3 bracket.
All right, as they come out of the final corner and onto the front straight, Markovich with perhaps the largest lead he's had on Chris Schooler all weekend long. They come to the line, and 2.2 seconds separates the 2 drivers. Both of them finish in that A3 bracket for drivers a minute 19 to a minute 21. And they both, Markovich and Schooler, got pretty darn close. they were down in the like 119.2, 119.3 range. So they both had the risk of breaking out, but did not. Chris Graham turned in his fastest lap of the race on the last lap. He turns in a minute 20. So let's check in now, because I believe this is the final lap for Shively and Martin as they come now through through turn 5. It is on track. It is Steve Martin leading the Panos of Shively, as Martin runs a little wide through turn 6B, the exit of the carousel, but manages to hold on for the time being. Shively turning in late, trying to set up a pass early on up the hill as they come to the bridge. He might have made that attempt a little early, but he gets not quite close enough to the Mustang. Coming into the final corners, they come onto the front straight now. This isn't Miata racing Shively. I don't think he's going to be able to make the draft work here. And as they come to the line, Steve Martin holds off Nick Shively by 0.18 of a second to take the win in the B1 bracket. Shively will finish second. Anthony Pacelli will finish in third in that particular group. So let me make a call to the grid, and then we'll finish running down those brackets. Attention in the paddock, final call for race group number 1. That's SSM. Please head to the grid. SSM racers, head to the grid. So Jeff Walters is going to take the win in the B2 bracket. Chuck Edmondson, our sole racer, in the B3 bracket. Iusa Arrieta holds off Jed Prentice and Armin Major in the B4 bracket. And Rick Mellenbach, congratulations, Rick. You are the sole racer in the B5 bracket. You take the win. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here with our first MARRS race of the day. It is SSM next, here from Summit Point Raceway. Stay with us.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits, and steering, helmets, gloves, and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas, and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
It is the season opener of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series 2026 season, and our first feature race of the weekend is SSM here at Summit Point. Let's take a look at the starting order. Starting on pole today with a qualifying time of 128.096, our 2025 SSM champion, Jordy Fuhrman, in the RP Performance FART machine out of Wrightsville, Pennsylvania. On the outside of the front row, Callan Crocker driving the number 123 Hang Loose Racing Toyo Mazda. He's out of Herndon, Virginia, with Colin Murchison, yesterday's race winner in the number 58 RP Performance Mazda. The Sykesville, Maryland racer starts third. Arif Chasm in the number 98 Redline Oil entry from Silver Spring will start fourth, with John Hotz driving the number 63 Hotzuff Racing Mazda out of Sparks Glencoe, Maryland, starting the inside of row number 3 in fifth position. Chris Kelly driving the number 132 RileyKelly.com Mazda. He's out of Newmarket, Maryland, starting sixth, with Chase Kovach driving the number 74 KSA Federal RP Performance Mazda, starting seventh. Then we got Zach Augustine. Zach is driving the number 12 Convenience Tire and Auto entry out of Warrenton, Virginia. He starts eighth, with Mark Sylvia starting ninth. Mark is driving the number 22 RP Performance Mazda Miata. Then Kevin Gaiman driving the number 113 Dwarf Racing RP Performance entry will start 10th. And Brent Simonson in Millersville, Virginia. This is a good start for him. He moved up, I think, 6 positions from where he started yesterday. Simonson driving the number 26 RP Performance Mazda from Millersville, Maryland, starting 11th today. Ron Etzian in the number 76 car. We know he's got a cheering section for him. Yesterday was his birthday. He's representing Eli's Heating and Air Conditioning out of Potomac, Maryland. He starts 12th. Lucky 13th today, Miranda Price in the 08 RP Performance machine, with Luke Fedowitz driving the number 71 car. He's out of Ellicott City, Maryland. He starts 14th. Jay Bindrum in the 88 car is in the Mind and Body Clinic Mazda. He's from Oaksville, Virginia. He starts 15th, with Andy O'Brien in the 14 car. He starts 16th, starting 17th in my favorite racing number 72, driving the RP Performance machine out of Purcellville, Maryland. It's Parker Moden. Shane Butler in the number 17 car will start 18th in the Engel and Volkers machine out of Washington, D.C., as the starter looks over the field and green flag is in the air. We'll give you the rest of the starting order here in just a few moments as our leaders now make their way down towards turn one. Jordy Fuhrman, who had a pretty disappointing start to his 2026 season. He controls the field heading into turn one for the first time. Yesterday, I think he was already back in fifth place here, as he and Callan Crocker in that yellow 123 are going to lead the field through the horseshoe. And Brian, over to you.
Oh, I tell you what, Greg, we got a spin there. I believe that is Callan Crocker in the 123. 3 cars back mixed up together. And I tell you what, we are probably going to go under double yellow here. It looks like all 3 of those cars, Greg, tried to get into the same spot there. So we'll see whether or not we continue to keep racing, but it does look like we are. And I tell you what, Colin Murchison, again, a lot of heavy brake lockup. That looks like that may be Miranda Price in that yellow. And Greg, we are going to go to a full course yellow here.
Indeed. And Brian, before that full course caution came out, watch the front of the field here. Our pole sitter, Jordy Fuhrman, drops back into second position as we had Colin Murchison take the point coming through the chute going into turn 5, got around our pole sitter.
Yep. Tell you what, let's go ahead and let's just make sure that we get everybody here back in line, and then we'll get back into it here in a second. But yeah, 3 wide coming out of turn number 2 there, trying to kind of go for that same point. Once they all got to that same point, that's why I had a little bit of a contact.
All right, so the safety car now is stood up. It is on the front straight. Colin Murchison is going to lead the field on to the straight. As soon as they come across the start-finish line, we'll give you the breakdown and the order here. But as you saw the car that went off back on its wheels, and we do have emergency services teams that have already responded, are over there, and we'll see how long. We may not be at a caution for long. And so at the front of the field now, if we bring up our timing and scoring, here as we are under full course caution, it is Murchison, yesterday's race winner, Brian, who took advantage of this yesterday as well. He is your leader: Jordy Fuhrman, Arif Kazim, Chris Kelly, John Hotz, Kevin Gaiman, Chase Kovach, Ron Etzian, Luke Fedowitz, Mark Sylvia, your leaders, David.
Yeah, so we saw a little, Colin Murchison again back at the top point as he was yesterday, where he basically ran away. He got out front. He just completely ran away with it. So hoping, I'm sure Fuhrman, Kazim, and Kelly hoping they could work together. So as we got a bit of a checkup here already, under pace laps. Or caution laps, excuse me.
Yeah, we've got that accordion effect as the front of this 23 car, actually 22 car field, as they were slowing down by the incident area. And again, tires still after just one lap, cold, brakes cold, and so didn't look like there was any contact there, which is good. As we mentioned, we believe that is the number 123 of Kellen Crocker that emergency services teams have responded to. Drivers out of the car and okay. Zach Augustine, our sole racer, that was scheduled, that did not make the grid. Now, a couple of the drivers that we did not get to when we ran down the starting order, starting 19th was Jim Hess, was starting 19th in the Blue Ridge Region entry. Scott Kane starting 20th. He's driving the number 97 car. Jim Roberts in the number 6. Jim Roberts entry from Mount Joy, Pennsylvania, starting 21st. Davey Ahern in the Bluestone Racing entry. John Grayhort starting 23rd in the RP Performance Machine out of Ashburn, Virginia. And then George Kovach in the number 73 KSA Federal RP Performance entry out of Fairfax, Virginia. And that's the field. All right, so obviously not exactly the way we wanted things to start off here. The clock continues to run again with these feature races, Brian. Thankfully, we've got a much longer race. It's 20 laps or 40 minutes, whichever comes first. And so even though we may be spending 2 or 3, maybe 4 laps under caution, a lot of racing left to go. Yeah,
I tell you what, I think we'll get it, we'll get it cleaned up. And again, head step outside for a mispronunciation of a name, and we'll get it right. So we kept saying Armin, it's Armand. In the last group. So
got it.
His grandparents are watching, and so they made that quick phone call to say, "Hey,
sorry about that.
Get him right." So we're gonna get him right. I went out. He was actually a participant in driver school here, so I remember seeing him there, and I remember what the name was. It just I mispronounced it. So
sorry about that.
We'll get that right. But you know what, Greg? One of the things, and David, I was sitting here looking through the sheet, and again. Taking more notes this year, right? I mean, I'm kind of writing a lot of stuff down. It's just because it's another year, right? So I'm getting older. 17 of the 24 drivers in this group here went faster during the heat race yesterday than they did during qualifying. Again, that's because you get bunched up and we get into the racing, and it was a little bit warmer when they went out and went racing too.
Yeah, without doubt. Hoping to, I don't think times, we're probably going to be hitting times we did in a race yesterday again with the colder temperatures. So we'll, again, a little cold out here. Everything's still going to be coming up temperature. So hopefully when we get back to racing, I'm interested to see how this really plays out.
Yeah. It is going to be interesting, especially when we get back to racing here. Again, when you come out of the paddock, you really only get one, not even really a full lap to try to get as much heat in your tires, and then you got to get in line here. Unfortunately, since we have this double yellow, now they're going to be able to get some more heat in those tires and more heat in those brakes that was riding around. once that happens, I think this is where we're going to see some really good racing here at the end.
Oh, absolutely. And again, it's Miata racing. I think you'll always get a good race. Hopefully a little bit better than we did yesterday. Again, like I said earlier, Murchison kind of was out front and he ran away. So again, let's see if Fuhrman, Chasm, Kelly, Hotz, and a bit of everyone can try to work together and try to get by Murchison today.
Yeah. Yeah, again, dominating performance yesterday by Colin Murchison in that heat race. Ended up going out and won by probably almost close to 9.5 seconds, which is really unheard of in this class. But, as you started to battle back and forth there towards the second on back, that opened up that gap, and Murchison was able to really open that up. So
now, one of the drivers that we might want to keep an eye on when we go back to Green Flag Racing, currently running 6th in the number 113 machine, that is Kevin Gaiman. He started this race off in 10th position. So, of course, we have one driver that won't be continuing that started ahead of him. But other than that, made up 3 positions on that very first lap. Good start for him. Also, Chase Kovac, who's running right now, I think 8th in the field. Just came off. We saw Chase run his very first Spec Miata race at the national level. He was at the majors down at Homestead in January and raced at Road Atlanta just a couple weeks ago. I think we're going to see him again next weekend on the Hoosier Super Tour.
Also, our leader also runs that series, Colin Murchison too.
Absolutely.
So again, this is kind of using that step up. We saw Murchison again last year. He had pretty good consistent performance. Always found him at the front. So a couple of these guys, using Sherman Spec Miata, you go up the Miata ladder, up to Spec Miata, and maybe sooner, or hopefully, develop in Spec Miata and then go up to Spec MX5.
Well, you know what, Greg? We saw Kevin in that 113 last year in that kind of that black and that gray or black and white kind of paint scheme. This year it's all green. I think that's a newer car for them. I think that is a car that they purchased during the off season to come up and do it, or they did a really good job on the paint scheme, because when I went by and saw it, it was completely green inside and out, and so it's like they did a really good job.
The question is how many marks and dents and little bends were in the sheet metal. So one of the things I know, yesterday we had some questions from some of our viewers. What was the difference between a Spec Miata and an IT prepped Miata? Let's maybe talk a little bit about SSM versus Spec Miata.
Absolutely.
And so the SSM cars are specifically for what they call the NA Miatas, the original, the very first generation cars with 1.6 liter motors, whereas in Spec Miata you may see the later NB Miatas with the 1.8 liter motors, both with fixed valve timing as well as the variable valve timing cars. Also in SSM they have a sealed motor, as well as the sealed transmission, and for every one of the SSM cars before the season starts, they have to be dynoed, and they have a very limited power range that they have to fit into. So there's only about 1 to 2 horsepower variance between any of the SSM cars.
Yeah, and I tell you what, we were just talking about Kevin Gaiman. When you're talking about that difference, I believe that's Neil O'Rourke's old number 06 machine.
That would make sense.
Or it may have been Scott's, but I think it is Neil. And I've got one person in the fan club who told me that. So I got one of my fan club members up and awake early this morning. So Steve is up. But yeah, I do believe that is Neil's car, so Neil's old car that he sold. So.
Yeah, and so in SSM there is one exhaust design that they're allowed to run, and they go and do. I write down, Brian, to the spark plugs that they run in the car are all spec'd out. So the goal is to make this very, even compared to Spec Miata, affordable racing, low cost racing, that you're not going to get into horsepower wars with drivers and teams. And of course, all of these cars are running on a Spec Toyo tire as well.
Yeah, a lot of these guys, a lot of their, their budget is spent on brakes and pads and, that sort of thing to get through the season. And you may get 1 or 2 sets of tires depending on, what you want to do here. So, you'll be able to, it becomes affordability, right? I mean, outside of the cost of the car, I think I was talking to, Ryan Maloney one year about what it would cost overall. And he said, depending on really what happens during the course of the year, you may spend another 10 to maybe 15 grand for the year.
All right. So as we watch that last shot, you'll notice that all the emergency services vehicles, Kalen Crocker's Miata, all gone. And we think that Brian and David, that we'll be going back to green flag racing this next time by when they cross the line. 15 laps will remain almost the exact same. Actually, there's the Kalen Crocker car right now going through the carousel, and they should be able to possibly turn. They're going to actually bring it all the way to the pits. We thought maybe they'd actually pull off the track right there. But this will be essentially the same length as their race yesterday.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's another 15-lap sprint race for them. Even though they did get at least 2 corners at the start of the green flag. So
now, a good thing is a couple of those pace laps I just talked about a little bit ago, everything's now up to temperature. So, under these pace laps, getting everything warmed up, brakes, tires. So we'll, again, I'm really excited to see how this restart plays out. It's kind of the same as yesterday. So getting to that mentality of,
All right, just got word now from race control that we are going to have one more lap under caution, as the emergency services teams now are just coming onto the pit lane. And we will probably see, Dave, we haven't seen a lot of weaving, haven't seen the drivers really leaning on the tires all that much as you would think. This last lap, I think these racers were anticipating that they were going to go back to green when they saw that car gone, and everybody got into the single file line here. They are going to have, as you see, one more lap under caution, and with that, now you start to see the drivers at the start of the field. Now they know it's go time, and they're going to start leaning on those tires. And now the word from race control has come that we will be going to green next time by. So it'll be a 14-lap battle to the checkered flag here at Summit Point, where Colin Murchison is looking for his second win of the weekend. Jordy Fuhrman looking for his first, looking to finish the weekend on a strong note as he comes in as your 2025 SSM champion. SRFx Chasm, who had a great battle a great run yesterday in the field with Chris Kelly, John Hotz as well. And Zach Augustine, as a great start for Zach in the number 12 car. Augustine, who started 8th, is now currently showing as 5th. And that's an interesting one because on the last lap, John Hotz was showing in 5th. So I'm not not sure what the story is there, but we'll see. We'll see here as the rest of the field filters through.
Well, when you had that bottleneck really coming out of turn 2, right? You get 3 wide. It's kind of hard to determine who's going to be there, who's not going to be there. So, probably better just to let that other car go in there, for that. So, but yeah, look for a reef to Chasm to, really kind of make a move there. Look for him to get right on that back bumper, Fuhrman, and kind of push him a little bit to try to catch Colin Murchison. These guys know that Colin put on, again, I'll say it again, a dominant performance yesterday, running away from pretty much the entire field once they got single file. So they've got to be able to kind of get him back a little bit.
Yeah, indeed. And Jordy Fuhrman had, again, he had a pretty disastrous first lap. He fell back a number of positions, then went off at turn 10 to complete the first lap, but managed to work his way back up from 6th position all the way to 2nd. Of course, Murchison had just run away from the rest of the field. But Fuhrman showed that he had really good pace and good racecraft once that first lap was done. So the pace car, safety car, back on the pit lane. Colin Murchison leads the field out of turn 10 and onto the front straight. And there we go. Green flag is in the air already, jumping to the inside. I think that was John Hotz looking for the second day in a row, jumping over to the right to protect those pristine doors that he's got on that car.
Not on this car, on the other car, but we'll talk about that later as that other groups come in later on as they go through. But yeah, again, Greg, you can see as we come down into turn number 1, we're bunching back up again. Christopher Kelly trying to make that move on the outside. I believe that is actually Scott O'Rourke's old car as well. So I think both of the old O'Rourke cars are in this race here between Neil and Scott, who we saw in this division for many, many years.
All right, so Murchison's going to lead the field through turn 3, as now on the outside there, and it's getting awfully close with Chris Kelly and Jordy Fuhrman door to door coming out of 3, and now going off into that is SRFx Chasm, and Chasm now into the grass, off the wall there, past turn 4, not quite to turn 5. That will, again, likely at least bring out the local caution. We'll see if he can get that car back underway and continue. It didn't look like a hard hit, but just drop that outside rear wheel into the grass. And as cold as it is, there's still some frost out there, David, that you hit the grass, you're going to just slide a long distance.
Yeah, it's basically like a slip and slide as soon as you get the tire on it. It's just going to take you. So unfortunately, very unfortunate there for SRFx. Kind of looked like, again, two guys going for one spot almost. So yeah, we'll just see if Chasm get back going, hopefully, and he will actually. So he will get back going. Good for him.
All right, so he's going to go from the front to the back and likely bring that car in, but his ability to get that car off the tire wall allows us to stay green on the rest of the course. And now as they come down into turn 1, making a look up the inside of Jordan Fuhrman is Chris Kelly, and he now overtakes Fuhrman and goes into second place, does the 132 car. John Hott's now up into 4th.
Yeah, I tell you what, Greg, we've got, you can't really go too wide through turn 4, but Hotz is getting up into turn 4. These drivers using every bit of the racetrack right there. Colin Murchison getting that right rear just into the gravel part of it, out of turn number 3 and up in turn 4. Again, Christopher Kelly, Jordan Fuhrman, they got to work together. If they want to run down Colin Murchison, they cannot battle. They've got to stay nose to tail here for the remaining 13 laps if they want to have an opportunity to catch Colin.
Well, and we saw yesterday that coming out of an early caution in SSM, that's how Murchison started to drive away.
Yeah.
Is the racers that were literally fighting tooth and nail for second place from early on. They just let Murchison walk, as we just saw SRFx, as we expected. He limped that car home onto the pit lane. His race is now done as our leaders come out of turn 10, and when they cross the line, it will be lap number 8 complete, now working lap number 9 of 20. So almost halfway already. Chris Kelly, the fastest driver on track that last time by. As the field now, we see a little bit further back in the pack. I believe we just saw, I think that was Brent Simonson and Miranda Price door to door. Actually, Shane Butler and Jim Hess right behind them when they cross. And here they are, the 2 white cars coming into turn 1. They were separated, David, by 1/1000th of a second when they crossed the start-finish line.
If that doesn't sum up Miata Racing, I don't know what does. So we saw a battle for lead, though, going down turn number 1. I saw Christopher Kelly trying to get by Colin Murchison. He had a big run down the front straightaway, and Brian, when Kelly pulled to the outside of Murchison there, tried to go for the outside move. So we'll definitely Colin Murchison getting more of a fight today than he did yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the experience level there of Christopher Kelly, but sometimes we've got to slow down a little bit in order to do that. And Fuhrman's pushing him. That move that we're seeing in several of these we've already seen, Greg.
Yeah,
we got to slow down here a little bit, because that's where things are really going to happen, especially when you get in a line like this. And now you can see Christopher Kelly's dropped way back. Because Murchison and Jordy Fuhrman now they're nose to tail. Those two should drive away from those. It's going to be depending on Kelly whether or not he can get back up in there. What does look like he's going to, getting ready to come out of turn number 10 along with John Hotz. But we've got to make sure that, again, we talked about this yesterday, the buddy system, right? And that's how I'm going to call it from now on, right? The buddy system. You got to find a buddy if you want to move forward.
All right, let's take a look at this second pack being led by Kevin Gaiman in the 113 car. We talked about the great start that he got. He's up in 5th position right now, but he had a lineup of cars, Fedowitz, Etienne, and Chase Kovac, all behind him. And now as they go down into turn 1, a couple of those racers, I think they figured they see their race for the front getting away from them. They managed to, at least one of them gets by, and I think that was Fedowitz who got by Ron Etienne right alongside the Gaiman machine, the 113 car now as they go through turn 5. Got a couple, there you go. So Gaiman running a little bit wide. A little further up at the front, though, looks like, as you mentioned, our 2 leaders, Murchison and Fuhrman, really now starting to separate themselves out from Kelly. John Hotz now really falling off the top 3 as well.
Yeah, he kind of fallen off a little bit, and that's because that's a product of nose-to-tail racing, especially in SSM. And again, Luke Fedowitz, he's in the white 71. He got in back behind Gaiman. Ron Fedowitz. No, Ron Etzion.
Right, so got
He
it.
ended up getting back around Kevin Gaiman. So a day late for his birthday, but he made one heck of a move trying to come
Yeah.
out of coming out of turn number 2 to get in front of them because they were 3 wide going into turn 1 last time. So
All right, so as we now have 10 laps in the books, guys, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Race group number 2, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please start heading to the grid. Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
you know, gentlemen, behind that battle where we saw Gaiman and I'm drawing a total blank now because he's completely
Etzion.
dropped off the. No, well, it's not.
Chase Kovach.
No, Luke Fedowitz has dropped back even further.
Down in the 12.
Yeah, now he's dropped all the way back down in between Andy O'Brien and Jay Binderham, and we talked about this yesterday during qualifying. It's been a while since Andy's been out here in that Miata, and during qualifying, him and Jay Binderham had a little nose to tail coming through turn 3 that
right.
I don't think Andy O'Brien thought that Jay Binderham was going to slow down that much going through turn 3 after the first couple of laps. Kind of had a little contact there during qualifying, which pushed Jay all the way into the gravel, but it actually made him get a little bit faster up over top of the hill coming down through turn 4. So, yeah, and I apologize for the Luke Fedowitz. It's like you got 2 cars, a Chase Kovach and Fedowitz. They're painted the exact same, just one's a blue number, one's a red number. So it's a little bit difficult to see when they kind of drop off here.
All right, we got a whole bunch of the Murchison clan here in the field. As we've got a car off on the front straight, 2 cars off now. As looks like, and we've got a car that is stationary on the front straight as well. And it looks like 3 cars involved.
God.
And this is going to this is likely going to bring out, more than likely going to bring out a full course caution again, as we've got 1 car stationary on the front straight. All right, so with 9 laps remaining, we are going to a black flag condition. What a black flag will do now is allow no passing under full course. It's basically the same as having a full course caution. However, it is instructing all the drivers that they are going to return to the pit lane, and the reason for that is we do have some. I have a track blockage now, especially as some of the emergency services teams are responding on the front straight. So we want the drivers to come down the pit lane. Now new for 2026 in SCCA, when there is a black flag, there is no passing. So that will help our grid workers, our pit workers, get the cars ready to go back out when there's time. But we have 9 laps remaining here, and we are under black flag conditions at Summit Point Raceway. And we'll try to get the car numbers here for you.
The red car is Andy O'Brien.
Andy O'Brien.
One of them is Miranda Price, and I believe the other one right across may be, I'm not sure if that is the Shane Butler machine in the 77.
Let's see. I'm not positive.
I'm not
now
sure.
we do
it is
have
one of our rookies. I will tell you that. So I don't know if it's Butler or it may be in the 72. It's kind of hard to tell.
But we
from
will
this
give you an
angle.
update right now.
Yeah.
All of the drivers are out of their cars. But again, we do have emergency services teams responding right now. We have a feeling that this one is probably going to take a little while. Just we've got a big tire wall repair that's going to have to be done. And again, a number of cars to be picked up. So let's do this. We're going to take a quick break. Let's go and we will be back here with more racing action in just a few moments. Actually, before we take that break, I'm not going to call people to the grid, but
Yeah, let's go ahead and we'll take a break for a couple of minutes. I tell you what, we're going to go ahead. We'll go ahead, David. Let's you and I go ahead. We got a little bit of a situation going on up here as well. We got to get some of these cameras removed from the system because we don't want it to pick up the scene right now. So what we're going to do, David, is we'll eventually go to a break. Again, as Greg mentioned, all the drivers are out of the cars, kind of walking around. This is going to take a little bit of cleanup time to do. But David, when we go back and we talk about this as a driver perspective and you're looking at that and you see this, what ends up happening is that now we got all the cars down on pit road. So now you've got to take that minute to just kind of regroup a little bit, right? Just take a deep breath. You still had, at that point, we still had 9 laps left to go. And so as a driver, we just want to sit there and just relax a little bit. Think about, what our car's doing to make it better once we do go back to racing.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, just get the nerves calmed a little bit. Kind of, hopefully this break can do that. It's been a little bit more chaotic, I think, than we wanted. So again, just take this little break, get the nerves calmed down, and see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those situations where, again, drivers fighting for the same real estate on the racetrack, trying to get moved around in order to help better themselves in a position. And this is a product of Miata Racing. We've talked about it here. We've talked about it there. And so what ends up happening is that you have that coming off of turn number 10. We've also seen it in turn number 3. And one of the things that we did here at the racetrack in turn number 3 is we kind of extended that gravel trap, right? So we kind of went through that, and extended that gravel trap so that we can race side by side there. And we've seen that product, especially in this race. We even saw it in our Group 6 race in our first 10 laps where they were side by side going through 3. So again, we're extending some of this racetrack, and it's become overall much better racing.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, again, turn 3 has been a hot spot this weekend, so it's a lot of moves around the outside and everything, and it's become a little exciting now at turn 3.
Yeah, no, turn 3 has really become the whole situation. So I tell you what, why don't we do this, David? Why don't we go ahead and we take our break for a couple minutes, and when we come back, then we'll give you an update on this situation.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits and steering, helmets, gloves and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway and the MARRS presented by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA and our great partners, OG Racing. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati and David Lance and Spencer Gaynor here. And sorry about the little delay there, as we were trying to figure out how to make things work here up in the booth. But we have a little bit of an update on our SSM race, and the SSM race, the checkered flag has been displayed to end the race. So Colin Murchison will be your winner for the second day in a row. Jordy Fuhrman for the second day in a row will finish second. Chris Kelly, John Hotz, Zach Augustine, your top five, with Ron Etzian, Kevin Gaiman, Chase Kovach, Mark Sylvia, and Jay Bindrum rounding out the top 10. There were 3 different drivers that were involved in the incident. As I've put in the chat, all of our drivers out of the car. They're okay. They are getting, they did were transported over to our infield race medical center just for basic observation. They were, the 3 drivers involved were Miranda Price, the Fedowitz, as well as Andy O'Brien, the 71 car, the 08, and the 14 car. Again, all those drivers out of the cars and okay. We are still in the process of getting some tire wall repairs done here at the track. And hopefully we're going to be going back to racing in just a few moments. Next race that is scheduled is Spec Racer Ford, and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, our second MARRS race of the day. And so if you're watching, again, wanted to let you know that all of our drivers involved, they are okay. We still do have some cleanup being done, but we will, as soon as that cleanup is done, we'll be back with more racing action here from Summit Point. welcome back to Summit Point. Have a quick little update here as we get ready to go back racing. Have heard from race control that it's going to be about 10 minutes before we send our next race group out, Spec Racer Ford, as there's still some cleanup being done around the track. And so 10 minutes, and we'll be getting back underway. I want to thank you all for sitting through this and waiting for us. We see a couple hundred people in the chat. Well, not in the chat, but watching the stream right now. And, of course, everybody here at Summit Point. So hopefully we'll be going back in about 10 minutes with Spec Racer Ford here at Summit Point. Thanks again. Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway and the 2026 edition of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati and David Lance. And of course, we got Spencer Gaynor here right over our shoulder giving you all the great views. And look at this, gentlemen. It's getting a little warmer out. We're almost at 40 degrees here today as our first open wheel cars of the day get ready to go out, or open top cars of the day get ready to go out on track. Because next up is Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, and should be a field that is somewhere along the lines of, I got to find my starting grid for this group here. Here they are. This group, which should be somewhere right along the lines of, I think, 28 cars deep. Want to thank all the great folks, both with Summit Point Raceway as well as our Washington, D.C. region emergency services teams, all the hard work they could just put in to get the track back cleaned up, ready to go, so we can race here. And of course, we've got the fine folks from Minix Towing joining us here for the very first time this weekend. They serve both Jefferson and Berkeley counties. If you have some towing needs from your car to your truck, go to Minix, M-I-N-N-I-C-K-S, towing.com, or give them a call at 681-677-4118. All right, as we are getting ready to head out on track, you can see our splitter right there. Take our word for it that we've got our safety car right in front of the splitter. I think that's Joelle Pence from looking at the
It is. Well, you
looking
can
at the
tell
color
by
of the
the-
jacket. There she is, waving either to us or to our pole sitter, who now is heading out on track. Let's run down the starting order here in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Starting on pole, driving the Surf Shop number 55 car. It is our winner from, or not our winner from yesterday, or yeah, he was our winner from yesterday, the number 55 of Sam Schechter. Jason Pintar in the number 56 machine will start on the outside of row number 1 with Liam Kerper in the Doggone Racing Mac Harrison entry from Longhorn, Pennsylvania. The number 30 car starting third. And thanks for Liam for sitting in with us yesterday afternoon. Had a great conversation with him during our open wheel race. Elliot Lang will start fourth in the number 42 Surf Shop machine. He's representing the Ohio Valley region and hails from Columbus, Ohio. Kyle Hurlitsky scheduled to start fifth. He's in the 06 Surf Shop entry. He's from Coon Valley, Wisconsin, representing the Milwaukee region. Brian Cates in the Cates Engineering number 127 will start sixth with Jamison Huffman out of Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, driving the number 38 machine there. And then on the outside of row number 4, it's Stephen Chu driving the number 81 Surf Shop entry from Gibson Island, Maryland, starting ninth today. Driving the 0 car from Wayne, Pennsylvania, it's Richard Herman with Theo Pepes driving the number 27 car. He's from Clifton, New Jersey, and he starts 10th. John Ryan will start 11th. He's in the number 87 car, represents the Steel Cities region, and he's from Delmont, Pennsylvania. And then we've got on the outside of row number 6, Joe Blanks. He drives the number 74 machine. He represents the North Carolina region of the SCCA, and he is from Chesapeake, Virginia. Then we got Nicky Ruman Skinner in the McNichols Ruman Racing entry. The number 23 car will start lucky 13th. Keith Frazier in the alltackle.com Liqui entry from Annapolis, Maryland will start 14th. Kevin Silbert driving the number 14 car. He's from Columbia, Maryland. He will start 15th with Michael Amena in the Cornerstone Financial Advisors entry from Oakland, New Jersey, starting 16th. Stephen Mincon from Schwenksville, Pennsylvania, driving the number 99 car, will start 17th. And on the outside of row number 9, from Westchester, Pennsylvania, driving the number 5 Surf Shop entry, it's Mike Kosuth. Petri Otavainen will start 19th today in the number 25 car. Petri is in the Angry Viking Racing entry. Love that. Angry Sheep and Angry Vikings. That's a great combination. All right, J. Mark Wendling will start 20th in the number 3 Doggone Racing car with Chris Rawlings in the 138 Windsor Customs entry starting 21st. Then we got Andrew Procario in the WNA Racing number 50 car starting 22nd. Starting 23rd is Richard Diller in the 02. Richard is out of Greensboro, North Carolina. Out of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. And then we got Brad Gould starting 24th out of the Doggone Racing stable. He's from Greensboro, North Carolina, as the pace car is on the pit lane. Of course, we have one more pace, probably not on the pit lane, because we've got the second pace lap. That pace car driven by Tom McLeod in that beautiful MGA as he's going to lead our Spec Racer Ford field around for just another lap. So let's run down the rest of the starting order. We got 4 more racers to get to. One of them, Tom Kirchman, out of Framingham, Massachusetts, representing the New England region of the SCCA. He's in the 62 car, starts 25th. Starting 26th in the number 52 WNA Racing entry from Hedgesville, West Virginia, it's Gabriel Rodriguez. And then rounding out the field, starting 27th, driving the number 31 entry out of Millersville, Maryland, it's Owen Kreminga. And then we've got David Lanning. David's out of Richmond, and he is driving the 16 car. That wraps our 28 car field. As they take a look, they did their reconnaissance to see if there is any dust and dirt or anything left on the pavement, Brian. And looks like we're going to be ready to go racing this next time by.
Yeah, you talked about, the temperature right before we do it. It's going up to 38, 40 degrees. I did give a couple little tips out this morning earlier on. Is that, when you have this open top car like this, the best thing to do, and this comes from the karting world, is to take some latex gloves and put them on first, then put your racing gloves on. As your hands start to sweat, that gets build up the heat in your hands. Your hands don't get as cold as you would. We'll see how many of them did it, because we heard yesterday their hands were getting cold on that steering wheel.
I'll bet.
How many of them took that advice? I tell you what, it does work, and I am proof of that.
David, did you know that?
I did not. I mean, apparently now I know. Thanks, Brian. So
When you get to be older like me, you have to do everything you can to bundle up when you're in an open car or an open top car. But this group here, again, another dominant performance yesterday by Sam Schechter. Got out. Elliott Lang sat on the pole yesterday for our heat race, and everybody in this event, Greg, or in this session, they went faster during the heat race than they did with their qualifying, which is somewhat unheard of. But then, as it was a little bit warmer to do that. This is the group where it took about 5 or 6 laps. Again, as Greg said, we talked to Liam yesterday, about that race, and they was trying to get out in front, trying to get throws. So, this is going to be another event or another session where you're going to have to find that buddy if you want to move up.
All right. Well, we've got Chip Herr, former national champion, in the chat. Checked in for SSM, here to watch Jamison Huffman in Spec Racer Ford. And then we've got Marianne Herlitzky. She is the head of the Kyle Herlitzky fan club. Of course, Kyle starting this race on the inside of row number 3 today, and a lot of other folks as well. We got Ryan Lefevre as well as our starter. Looks over the field. Green flag in the air as Sam Schechter, Jason Pintar, and that Gulf livery machine lead the field down. And Pintar does not get a good start, Brian. It looks like that outside lane already dropping back at least 1 position from the inside. That's going to give Liam Kerper in that dark gray number 30 machine a great run. He's going to take over second place as they come through turn 1, as they come out from behind the trees. There you go. It is Schechter, yesterday's winner. It is then Liam Kerper, and then making a move up, it is Elliott Lang and Kyle Herlitzky with Jason Pintar just not getting a great start there, Brian.
Yeah, just kind of held that outside line up. But remember, we take their best qualifying time, that position them for the heat race. Then you take the heat race, that position them today. Liam Kerper qualified 9th yesterday. Now he's kind of up near that front row, starting in 3rd. He got behind Sam Schechter. Those two went out and drove through turn 1 and turn 2, nose to tail.
Yeah, so Pintar now in that Gulf livery car, he falls all the way back to 6th position here, just on the opening corners, as Schechter now with the nice prism. A big Pink Floyd fan there, as he is bringing the field now underneath the bridge into turn 10, the complete lap number 1. As a great start here in Spec Racer Ford. But I'll tell you, there as Kerper now pops to the inside, he wants to get the lead and get it early, not let Sam Schechter walk away from the field. And as they go into turn 1, Kerper's right alongside the number 55 car.
Tell you what, Greg, they're still going to be side by side, I think, when they come out of here. There it is. You can see it. They're going to be side by side. Now, Schechter's more than likely going to have the line, but we have seen it And there is a product of it. That outside line, David, you can stay on the throttle a little bit longer before you have to touch the brake to turn in to make that left-hand turn, and that just propelled Liam Kerper all the way to the front by about a car length gap.
Oh, absolutely. And Liam Kerper, though, like we said yesterday, started a little bit deeper in the field. And what about ninth today, though? Started third, already right at the front. So about a lap in, still 19 laps to go, and he's already out to the lead. So Scheckter, though, still going to stay right behind him. But don't forget, though, it's Jameson Huffman now moved up to third, and Elliott Lang. So Herlitzky has dropped back, I think, about 2 spots.
Yeah, I don't think Herlitzky got through turn 1 and turn 2 that well last time by. He's going to drop back, as you said. Now Jameson Huffman's going to move up around him. Again, we saw Jameson Huffman in the battle for the lead with Sam earlier on yesterday before, as we got to the end of this race, kind of fell back a little bit. Again, we're going 10 miles further here, gentlemen. So you've got to make sure this equipment lasts the entire time.
All right, so we saw Stephen Shu make the pass on Richard Herman on the 0 car coming out of the final corner. So that'll move Shu now up into 8th position. And that's where Shu started, as Herman had gotten by him on the very first lap there. And you mentioned Jameson Huffman just turned in, again, only 2 laps in the books, just turned in the fastest lap so far in that blue with red striped nose, as Huffman was almost a full second faster than Kerper and Scheckter there on the second lap, turning it from a 2-car fight into a 3-car fight.
Yeah. And again, 2 laps in, these guys are still these drivers, I should say, are still tiptoeing through to try to figure out what their car is going to do. Tires really won't fall off that much here during this race, but what ends up happening is as the fuel starts to burn off, David, these cars start to get a little bit looser as the race goes on. Again, great temperature outside for the motors and doing it, but I don't believe that.
Just not for everything else.
Not for everything else, correct.
As like we said yesterday. Yesterday we had a 15-lap race. Today we have a 20-lap race, so you have to keep that car under you for about 5 extra laps. So again, we still got a long way to go. So these guys are somewhat battling as like it's still 10 laps to go. So as the battle for the lead was down turn number 1, side by side between Scheckter and Kerper. Scheckter on the inside, Kerper gonna give him a little bit of the outside. Scheckter gets the pass done before the entrance of the corner.
Yeah, and Scheckter went very deep down into turn 1, and Kerper, I think, very wise there. Again, with a much longer race today, just let the pass happen, sit back behind, and this will give Liam an opportunity to see what a regular winner here in Spec Racer Ford at the Summit Point, what he does, and maybe with like 5 or 6 laps to go, he'll have a pretty good understanding of what Schecter's maybe little challenges are around this course.
Yeah, remember, I said this yesterday, too. I talked to Sam, a couple weeks ago, about his season, and he's really looking forward to it. That car actually, between yesterday and even early on this morning here, that car looks really, really strong, and Sam's got a lot of laps around here. Sam was actually the head driver instructor for our Group 1, which was our open wheel group. So he kind of knew a little bit, and then you start looking around. Sam looks like he's going to have a pretty good season as he did last year as well.
All right, so it has turned from a 3-car fight at the front to a 4-car fight. Elliott Lang turned in the fastest lap on the prior lap, and now is within about 0.2 of a second of that front field. Sam Scheckter, though, resets fast lap, and now, again, we're taking a look here as side pod to side pod, Huffman and Lang go down into turn number 1. As Lang goes a little deep, Huffman may try the over-under, and he had already made a move there. And as they come out of turn 2 and head to turn 3, Huffman able to hold on to 3rd position as Lang was just fighting for grip.
The wily old veteran of Jameson Huffman making the over-under.
What is he, like 20 now?
Yeah, it's like he's kind of getting on the back end of the age of those racers, right? But knew where to do it. It looks like a heavy block up there from Elliott Lang going down into turn 5.
And he did that yesterday also early on.
Yeah, trying to get as much as he can, trying to get down in there. And we talked about this a lot last year and even the year before. Turn 5 is somewhat of a throwaway when you get down in there, but if you lock it up and you flat spot those tires, David, that's going to start a vibration. Your car's going to start going away even more.
Absolutely, and I mean, again, long race, so I don't think I would want that if a driver. I don't think I'd want that vibration for 16 laps and just to drop back. So definitely have to keep everything under control here, going, especially like I said, the heavy braking zones here of this early cold morning.
All right, 5 laps now in the books. It's Scheckter, Kerper, Huffman, Lang, and Hurlitsky sitting in 5th position. Pintar now in the 56. Again, Pintar started right off on the front row as Sam Schechter goes again to defend against Kerper. Pintar in 6th with Brian Cates and Steve Shue right behind as Keith Frazier now is sitting in 10th position. And, Brian, here is Kerper and Schechter again, side pod to side pod coming through. I'm wondering if Schechter 2 laps in a row came down the inside, I would assume to protect against Liam Kerper. I'm wondering if that was really necessary, as we had some contact there as Jamison Huffman came right up to the back of Sam Schechter, and it looks as though, don't know if Schechter knew he was there, but Jamison Huffman goes to the dirt on the inside, or on the outside of turn 5. That's going to move Elliott Lang now up into 3rd position, then Hurlitsky and Pintar, and that's going to drop Jamison Huffman very, very far back now. Should move him back to 8th position.
Yeah, I think maybe even a little bit further than that. I have yet to see him come back in there. But, yeah, I think that was a product of just not, stepping on the brakes and not getting in there, and then run into the back of Sam Schechter there. So, again, drop Jamison Huffman now. I haven't seen him come by yet.
Yeah, I thought for a moment that was actually, I thought Richard Herman was Jamison Huffman.
Yeah.
Bad mistake to make, and we have not seen the 38 car of Huffman come back around at this point as he continues to fall through the order. Now, great move here coming down the front straight. Brad Gould taking a look to the inside of Richard Diller as they go down into turn 1. That's the battle for 20th, Brian.
Yeah, I tell you what, 3 wide coming out of turn 10 with Kirchman, Dillner, and Brad Gould, and I'll tell you what, that was kind of like a really good move. I think it was Brad Gould got a really good run out of turn number 10, was able to go around Richard Dillner, but then as he started to do that, you had Kircher on the outside. So it was like there was nowhere really to go. He was able to make that pass stick coming out of turn 2 and got back in front of the 0-2. But that was a product of, there's another car there, and I didn't realize that car was there.
I talked to Tom last night, and Tom is, he's doing the East Coast Tour. Tom normally works as a steward during the Hoosier Super Tours. He's going to be racing next week at the VIR Super Tour in Spec Racer Ford. So he's using this because it's the first time he's been in the car this season as a bit of a tune-up for next weekend.
Yeah, I tell you what, getting word right now that down in turn number 7, the reason we haven't seen Jamison Huffman, he's back behind the turn 7 stand because some of that body work is up underneath the car. Didn't really want to drive it too much further. Looks like after the session they'll probably let him drive it back in there, but they'll try to pull that out. But right now
they just didn't want him on the pavement and have the body work fall.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
Fall onto the race surface itself. Sorry.
Yep.
Tell you what, Brian, time's starting to come up a little bit more now. Sam Schechter, 119.869 here, so for lap 7, and there is Huffman there, parked behind that kind of station, tire barrier in the corner there, so Huffman,
blue car, blue room.
Yeah, unfortunately out of this race early on.
Front of the car is probably in the blue room.
That's right.
No, yeah, you're right. I mean, you were talking about Schechter and Kerper and Lang, they've kind of spread out a little bit more, within a car length and a half, 2 car lengths between each one. Look, we saw this yesterday. And again, Kerper was putting a lot of pressure on Sam Schechter at the beginning of the race to try to figure out where the best place to pass is. Don't count out Elliott Lang in that 42 machine at some point in time, catching up with Kerper. And then Kerper, those two could end up looking to draft past Sam Schechter.
All right, well, we've got more members of the Kyle Hurlitsky fan club, like Haley Parr, in the chat. Probably the wrong time for me to point this out because I believe that Kyle has just now been passed by Jason Pintar. So Pintar now moving back up into 4th position. He started 2nd in today's race. Move Hurlitsky back to 5th, where he started today.
Well, actually moving back to 6th. Brian Cates got around him as well. So.
Sorry. Sorry, Haley.
There it is. But now it looks like Hurlitsky's going to try to make an outside move on Brian Cates. We'll see in this next camera shot whether or not that's going to be able to stick. There's your front 3 in this pack coming up. Did he get around him? And he did not. So you've got Pintar there. Then you got Cates,
and then
Hurlitsky, and then you got Stephen Shue.
Yeah, they were all stacking up behind Herlitzky as they came out of turn 10, and you kind of had a feeling that they were going to freight train him going down into turn 1.
Is Steve in the right or the left? Which shoe is he?
I don't know, because as it is, all of my shoes have Velcro on them like I had in 1978 because I can't tie my laces. I know.
I wouldn't say that too loud. But a good little battle here going on. This is what we were talking about with Brian Cates and Jason Pintar now. Cates and Pintar going down in turn 1. They're going to be side by side now. Herlitzky and Steven Shue now are going to be
and a little bit further back from them, we had, I think, John Ryan and Keith Frazier as well in the battle for 8th position. Here they are, and look at this pack coming here, Brian. I think it's Frazier, Ryan, Richard Herman, Joe Blank, Steve Mincon, and Nicky Ruben Skinner as well. Great fight. That is what, a 5-car battle for 8th position right now here in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3.
Yeah, I mean, there's battles all over the racetrack, within, 4th all the way back to 7th, and then you've got, that battle a little bit further back. Hey, one of the things I do want to take a look at is let's keep an eye on, as we've got over in turn number 3, we got J. Mark Wendling over to driver's left.
There he is.
Up there on the top, spin by himself. Let's keep an eye on the front the next time we see the good shot of this, Spencer. Keep an eye on the front splitter of the number 30, and this will be able to tell us as we go down into turn 1. It looks like there's some looseness of that front splitter that they're kind of looking at right now, so keep an eye on that. Make sure that doesn't come loose.
And with that, Brian, with the cars being so heavily draft heavy and everything, and the front splitter, though, when that goes, how much is that going to kind of not ruin, but kind of, make matters, I'm not trying to say worse, but how's it going to handle with the handling of Kerper's car?
So what'll end up happening, the arrow that'll come up underneath the front, if that's loosened and that's bouncing, it's going to be hitting the track, right? So it's going to feel a little bit different when he goes into certain of those turns, where it may cause the car to push a little bit, or it may cause it to get a little bit loose down in there with the arrow going underneath. So.
Attention, and the paddock, first call to the grid for race group 3, Big Bore. David Lance's favorite group. Please start heading to the grid. Race group 3, Big Bore racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Yeah, to go back for that, and real quick, just catch up on the J. Mark Wendling. He spun in turn 3 by himself, has been able to continue.
Okay, good.
We'll be looking for him to come back around. But, yeah, no, so, David, what ends up happening is that air gets up underneath there, gets up underneath in the radiator part, kind of comes up underneath through there. If that is bouncing, as I said, on the ground and it's come loose, what could end up happening, like I said, you go into certain parts of these turns, I would imagine in turn number 3 and maybe in turn number 10, depending how loose that is, if it is bouncing, that could alter the characteristics and the handling of that race car.
Let's look up turn number 2 here. We talked about that battle for 4th and 5th now. It's more of a battle for 5th. Steven Shue got around Jason Pintar, so move up Shue in front into the 5th spot. And like I said, Brian Cates, as they started to battle out behind him, Cates has started to run away a little bit from this pack of 3.
Yeah, Brian Cates starting to get a little bit faster. Just set his fastest lap of the race, his personal best at a 1:25.84. That was on a lap 11. This is where these cars are starting to really start to get pretty decent in handling. But again, we go back to that front. Here comes that Brian Cates machine that we were talking about. There's the battle right there with Steven Shue, Kyle Herlitzky, and Jason Pintar. Again, that's kind of pretty much the closest battle on the racetrack right now, as our leaders are now getting ready to come up out of turn number 10 and down the front stretch. They're going to start to put a lap on J. Mark Wendling, and I believe that is the 52 of Gabriel Rodriguez.
Rodriguez, exactly here. And so, we think that damage at the front of the number 30 machine definitely causing some issues, as Liam Kerper now considerably off his earlier pace, where he'd been down. And when I say that, it's only about a half second, but over a 10-turn, 2-mile course, a half second can feel like an eternity, as Schechter is now lapping at almost 0.6 of a second faster.
And that could be what we were just talking about, because of that front end. If it's a little bit
loose,
getting
some
there,
some understeer there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So that car's handling may be going away a little bit.
And, we can see here is Elliott Lang starting to close things up just a little bit. But for the moment, Kerper's in a decent position there in third. Right now, one of the fastest drivers on course happens to be Brian Cates in the 127 machine. Just reset his personal best. But unfortunately for Brian, now almost 4.5 seconds back from our top three.
Yeah, but still with 8 laps left to go, he could start to reel in, Brian Lang, or Elliott Lang, sorry. Brian Cates could reel in Elliott Lang as we got, like I said, 8 laps, 7 laps to go now as our leaders cross the start-finish line. So if Elliott starts to drop back a little bit, this is where we talked about a product. You may want to get a buddy and follow that person.
All right, we got a little bit further back in the pack. Great fight now coming down the front straight here. Brian, as we've got Keith Frazier, Joe Blanks, Steve Mincon, John Ryan. We talked about Nicky Ruman Skinner as well, and then Richard Herman now sitting in 13th position there, the last of this train coming into turn one, about 6 car lengths back. But again, what a nice fight. Also, even further back, battle for 15th right now, and I think they're coming onto the front straight here. Richard Diller, Tom Kirchman, and Andrew Beccario. That's actually the battle for 19th. So again, great fights all the way up and down the line here in Spec Racer Ford.
Pretty good pass there by Mike Kosu's going into turn number 3, headed up over the hill. So again, as this race continues, we are starting to see battles amongst, a little bit further back in the pack. And this is another product of this group that, again, it's about momentum and it's about the drivers. It's not about horsepower getting out of there. So
that's what
I am hearing that Liam Kerper's the front splitter part is starting to touch the track and scrape a little bit. So as I said, gentlemen, that is really going to slow that car down.
Indeed.
And he is about a second off his fastest time. Last time around, he ran a 129. His best lap was a 119.955, set on lap 10. The car in front of him, Sam Schechter, last time around, it was a 19.9.82, so about a second off the pace of the leader. So matters a little bit worse for Kerper. See if Elliott Lang can get up to him and maybe get by him.
Right. I mean, and with now 6 laps remaining, there is still time for him to get up there. Hey, a great point made by Robert Benson in the chat. And by the way, Robert joining us from Istanbul, Turkey, here this weekend. He's looking for the next race group for Big Bore. Big fan of the United States Touring Car Championship, will be up next. But he does make the point that with that issue at the front of the car and maybe the loss of some downforce, it can affect the front grip, the front tires as well, that he might be introducing additional scrub as he's trying to fight that understeer.
Well, remember, Liam talked about that yesterday.
Yeah.
Is that the front tires just did not seem like there was a lot of grip in the track yesterday, and I'm sure he's, again, battling the same situation again as this race progresses on, and it's just getting worse and worse, and it doesn't help that the front splitter is hitting the racetrack in certain parts. So again, you're right, and thank you for that in the chat. You may not lose lap times, but if those front tires just don't have the grip, you're just not going to get anywhere with that.
Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 3. Big Bore racers, please head to the grid. Your race starting in a few minutes. Race group 3, Big Bore, please head to the grid.
Couple guys, I'm getting some word down on turn number 4. I think Michael LaMena the last time by had that same problem he had yesterday getting down through turn number 4, where getting on the brakes, tapping the brakes kind of in that fast right-hander, and the car just didn't want to make the turn. Ended up going, I believe, 2 wheels off last time.
Oh. Yeah, so I mean, good move there. I mean, typically going down through the chute, even in these Spec Racer Fords, it's not a part of the track where you would normally brake, but by using the brakes, putting maybe a little bit more weight on the nose of the car, allowing the front tires to bite, but also loosening up the back end of the car, getting it to rotate. It's a heck of a dance there in that corner at 120 miles an hour to not have the rear end completely step out on you. But, I mean, you do what you have to do to get the car to turn in.
Well, in some cases, and Michael and I were talking about it last night a little bit right before dinner, was the fact that sometimes you can actually use the throttle to get the car to settle a little bit better He tried that yesterday. We'll talk about that more in the SM race, but he did that a little bit more during that SM battle that he had yesterday afternoon, picking up that win. So he may be trying to do the same thing as well. We did have, looks like that is going to be the 06 car. That is Kyle Herletsky. I think he went 2 off coming out of turn number 1 in the middle there. So
he's pushing the car. He's trying
everything
to do
he can
to carry speed through the corners and maybe not slowing the car down as much as he should.
Well, you can see he's fallen off from the Stephen Chu and the Jason Pintar battle even more. I mean, that's because he did go 2 off.
So Mallory in the chat pointing out that Brad Gould, who we saw early on in that bright blue and gold number 97 machine, she says he's been putting in fast laps everywhere. Gould now up in the 18th position, started today's race in 24th.
Yeah.
So net 6 gain there for him. Real good run for the driver of the 97 out of Greensboro, North Carolina. And as Stevie Ray in the chat pointed out, Brad got into Spec Racer Ford Racing after having experienced the cars on the virtual platform on iRacing. He wanted to see if the real car was what he was experiencing in the virtual world, and he's been racing with us ever since. All right, a little bit further back now, well, actually further forward, is that fight right now with looks like Herlitsky and Blanks and Mincon. Actually, we'll move up a little further. That's Brian Cates, Pintar, Shu, and then that drop back to Kyle Herlitsky as well, as Herlitsky now running in 7th position. But Brian Cates, now the best of the rest, sitting in 4th position, trying to hold off Jason Pintar, who started off on the outside of the front row, as well as Stephen Shu, who is sitting in 6th position right now. Shu started the race in 8th.
Yeah, excuse me. They were going around Owen Kremiga and David Lanning, too, so it was like a 5-car battle.
Yeah.
Those 3 were trying to work around as much as they can, and Pintar actually had to do an over-under with one of the lap cars. You can see that's opened up Brian Cates just a little bit more.
Yeah, there we go. The green car there, that is Owen Kremiga in the number 31 machine, taking over the car from his father, Bruce, and his, I think, 4th race out as he got his rookie permit last season. Going down into turn 1. Great fight now, Brian, as well.
Yeah, it does look like that Elliott Lang has caught Liam Kerper. So again, Kerper, that machine just not full out. You're going to see them getting ready to come out of turn number 2 right now. Liam's going to try to hold off Elliott Lang as long as he can, but I don't believe that's going to be very long, holding that driver off, because that car is a little bit faster. Elliott Lang just set his personal best, Greg. Last time by at a 1:19.822, he was a full second faster than Liam in that number 30 machine.
Yeah, so we'll see here as we only have 2 laps remaining. The next time Sam Schechter, Liam Kerper, Elliott Lang cross the start-finish line, it'll be just 2 miles remaining for them. Here as we see some fights going on a little bit further back the pack. Well, let's stay here for the moment. This is the battle for the rest of the podium. And Lang, who was our pole sitter for yesterday's race, turns in a little bit later, and Kerper, he tightened things up just a little bit, and you see Kerper defending a little bit coming down into turn 10, trying to hold off the advance of Elliott Lang now as they come onto the front straight to complete lap number 19. Only 1 lap remaining here at Summit Point for our first Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 feature race of the season.
Yeah, I tell you what, that's a pretty good battle with Kerper and Lang as they head down into turn 1. I think Lang is just looking to pick a spot where he's going to be faster. He is definitely gaining on Kerper. Kerper doing everything he can to battle to hold off Elliott Lang in that 42 machine as they come out of turn 2 and head up into turn 3. I tell you what, gentlemen, it's just a matter of time. But these guys can't be going side by side because you've got the Brian Cates and the Jason Pintar. They've moved a little bit away from Stephen Shu, just behind him. But working on their last lap right now is Sam Schechter. And I tell you what, there he is.
There he is.
So we're going to see that Kerper and Lang battle coming up here momentarily. That is again, that's for second and third, so that's the last 2 podium spots. Just a matter of which driver is going to get second, which going to get third.
All right, it's Sam Schechter now coming underneath the bridge. 3rd car in line here. That is your leader. He's going to come onto the front straight, and as long as he gets through it there safely and cleanly, Sam Schechter is going to take the win in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. He runs the table here this weekend. And in the battle for second, Liam Kerper and Elliott Lang. Kerper is going to take second for the second day in a row. Elliott Lang will finish in third. Then we got Brian Cates. He beat Jason Pintard to the line for fourth by 17/100ths of a second. Stephen Shu will finish in sixth. Kyle Hurlitsky and the Hurlitsky fan club, they'll have to be content with seventh today, where Joe Blanks will finish this race in eighth. Steve Mincon will finish in ninth, just ahead of Keith Frazier, who will round out your top 10. And a great final lap by Nicky Ruman Skinner, who gets around Richard Herman and Mike LaMena to finish in 11th position, just out of the top 10. Great race there. Let's make a call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 3. Big Bore Racers, please head to the grid. Race group number 3, this is your final call to the grid.
And I tell you what, I think Elliott Lang just had enough fuel, Greg, to get by the start-finish line, because he's limping up turn 3. I think he may be out of fuel, because that car's very, very slow.
All right, well, tell you what, while Elliott tries to put, there you go. We just saw him coming down the hill in fifth as he just ran out of fuel. The question, Brian, if he can't drive the car all the way back, let's hope that car is not underweight when he gets weighed.
Correct.
Because it's a possibility. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We're gonna hope and pray and wish Elliott Lang along back to the pit lane and over to the scales.
Yes.
And while that's happening, we're going to thanks to our partners and sponsors. We'll be right back with the Ground Pounders here at Summit Point. It's the 2026 MARRS season. It's the March MARRS presented by OG Racing. Stay with us.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
Need it welded? Need it now? When things break at the track or out in the field, you don't have time to wait. You need precision. You need reliability. You need Rockman Metalworks. From high-performance race components to critical field repairs, Rockman delivers elite-level welding and fabrication with a research-driven approach that goes far beyond your average welder. This is precision work built to perform when it matters most. And here's the best part. They come to you. With full mobile service, Rockman Metalworks gets you back up and running fast so you can get back in the race. Conveniently located just 30 minutes from Summit Point, call them now at 209-751-9750. Rockman Metalworks. When it has to be right, right now.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Bringing you all the classic hits.
Need a ride?
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Fires, Belmont, Ohio.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway and the March MARRS, presented by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA and our longtime partner, OG Racing in Sterling, Virginia. Next up, it's Big Bore. It's our GT cars and our bigger touring cars, as well as the United States Touring Car Championship, who I know Robert Benson has been waiting patiently online to watch. So let's run down the starting order if we can. Starting on pole today, driving the number 18 GT2 class Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, Corey Markovitz. Chris Schooler in his BMW M3. He is your T1 pole sitter, the number 139 car, starting right next to Markovitz on the front row. Joseph Latanzi in the number 99 Touring 2 Chevrolet Corvette out of Haven Beach, New Jersey, will start third, with Ted Warning, who I believe took the win yesterday in Touring 2 in his Chevrolet Corvette out of Tompkinville, Kentucky, starts fourth. Then we got Alan Phillips in the number 46 Touring 2 Turf Trade Ford Mustang, starting fifth, with our sole GTA racer today in his Chevy Monte Carlo, the OMR After Hours fabrication machine of Michael Chapman. Justin Shepard is our pole sitter in SPO today. He is in the V8 Supercars USA Ford Falcon. We'll talk a little bit more about that car in just a little bit. He starts seventh with Thomas Giante. Starting eighth today, he's in the number 55 Touring 2 Chevrolet Corvette representing the New York region. Then we got Robert Hayashak in the number 9 SPO Factory 5 Racing Cobra. That's the CSRS machine. He's out of Nokesville, Virginia. And then we got Vinny Gauteri starting 10th. Vinny's in the number 48 Touring 2 Ford Mustang out of Belford, New Jersey. Mike Herbert will start 11th. He's in the number 62 Touring 2 BMW M240i. He's out of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. And then we've got the Susquehanna region's Alan Lesher. He's your pole sitter today in STU. He drives the number 07 Dodge Neon. Joseph Folia, who is our sole GT1 racer here today. He is in the number 50 C3 Chevy Corvette, the mobile auto repair services machine. He comes to us from Hackettstown, New Jersey. And then our United States Touring Car Championship field, Patrick Terrarui, got it. He is your pole sitter. He's out of Fulton, Maryland in his Subaru BRZ. Andrew Connor in the number 66 BMW 325, the On-Q Racing machine, will start second. Starting third, Anthony Pacelli in the number 44 Anthony Pacelli Racing Subaru Impreza will make up the inside of row number 2 with Daniel Swark in the Braschi Racing Team Nissan 370Z starting fourth. And then finally, Michael McLaughlin in the Mike Tries Motorsports Audi A4. Straight off his run to the public parks in that station wagon, the New Freedom, Pennsylvania driver will start fifth. As the pace car now on the pit lane for our first group. And as they come onto the front straight, not in the same class this afternoon or late this morning, but Markovitz and Schooler taking up their third race together of the weekend. Starter looks over the field, and as they come to the line, green flag now is in the air. Markovitz and Schooler once again for the second day in a row. Markovitz with a huge start, and look at that, the black 99 Chevy Corvette of Joseph Latanzi, our 2-2 pole sitter, like he was shot out of a cannon. Now, as the United States Touring Car Championship racers, led by Patrick Terrarui in the blue number 79 Subaru, and on his left, Andrew Connor in the red BMW, they get the green flag as well as they now march down towards turn number 1. The Audi just hanging out there right in the middle of the field. But look at this. Coming down the center of the track, that is the Nissan 370Z of Daniel Swark. Great jump out of the hole with the torque of that V6 motor, that 3.7-liter machine. And he moves now up into second as they come out of turn 3.
Yeah, Patrick did not get the start that he really wanted. He's fallen all the way back to third right there, coming up out of turn number 2 and headed up. So just as you mentioned, Daniel Swark getting a really good run in that Nissan, that 370Z, as well as Andrew Connor. I believe Andrew Connor is going to pull out in front in that 66 machine, Greg.
Yeah, and now Anthony Pacelli right alongside Terrarui trying to exact some more Subaru punishment there on the BRZ, because the BRZ, it's really a Toyota, so I mean it does account. And he now falls back into 4th position as our first pack, the Touring and GT cars, make the run into turn 1. And this is Chris Schooler, David. A great first lap. He gets around Markowitz's Porsche.
It's the same story as it was yesterday, and I think even this morning where, Corey Markovitz gets a good start, but then Chris Schuler somehow catches him. And I was talking to Chris a little bit this morning. He's got to kind of reach into his bag of tricks to try to beat Markovitz today. And, made some setup changes on it overnight and everything, trying to, beat Markovitz, trying to beat that big Porsche Cup car I built out of the factory.
All right, we're watching right now the fight in Touring 2 between the Corvettes and the Mustang. Yesterday's winner, Ted Warning, in the silver number 72 machine, he is sitting right back behind now Joseph Latanzi, who just missed out by a couple hundredths of a second from taking the win yesterday. And a great early start for the Turf Trade Mustang of Alan Phillips, only a couple car lengths back between the GM muscle, or from the GM muscle. But let's stay on this shot right there, because I wanted to mention this, is Justin Shepard with that Ford Falcon, the V8 Supercars machine. So, interesting note, of course, this is not, I don't think that this is a car that was driven by Marcus Ambrose, but 25 years ago this week, Marcus Ambrose made his debut in the V8 Supercars, Australian V8 Supercars, in the Pertec Ford Falcon. And of course, many of you know that Marcus Ambrose went on from racing in V8 Supercars to move to NASCAR, much like Shane Van Gisbergen is doing right now. And just lots of history there. Pertec is the official hose supplier of Australian what's now known as the Australian Supercars series, and great, beautiful car that Shepard brought. He also had one of the 88 Vodafone cars that he brought out, I think, for Labor Day last year.
And I think he's kind of starting to invest to bring most of them over here, right? So he's starting to. I think he's going to get a couple more and bring them over here and look to sell those so they can do it. We talked about it yesterday. He had some issues going down into turn 1 at some point during that race, but was able to continue. But it is just fascinating to see when somebody tries to go make a pass on him, David, and that you're not used to having the driver right next to you. You're used to having the driver on the other side. This is a right-hand drive car, and so it becomes a little bit of a challenge, and you're a very eye-opening experience.
All right, David, let's jump over the battle in T2 between Latanzi, Warning, and Phillips.
Yeah, we see Latanzi here leading this basically top 3 here, all in Touring 2 together. Got about a car length or two separated, but we see Warning, though, drops back a little bit to Alan Phillips in that 2020 Ford Mustang. So this battle, though, for Touring 2 really heating up early on in this race.
Yeah, and that last time through, Alan Phillips, using the draft, he ended up picking up a couple more tenths on the 2 Corvettes ahead. And it looks like the Mustang, actually a little bit lighter car than the 2 Corvettes, seems to be very good on the brakes coming here down into turn 5 and also down at turn 1, where it seems to suffer a little bit. Of course, it's a little bit lower on displacement than what the 2 Corvettes have at 5.7 liters. But they seem to be able to dig out of turn 1 maybe just a little bit better than the Mustang.
So, one of our spec Corvette drivers, Jeff Pasquale, is not here. He said Latanzi used to drive the silver Corvette for that Ted Warning is driving, so he knows that very, very well. So I guess, Jeffrey, are you saying he knows exactly where to make the pass on that car? He knows exactly what that car can do, because yesterday Latanzi got beat by Ted Warning in that silver car. So he's going to have to, again, as David said, pull out a bag of tricks, I think, if he wants to get around Latanzi. So, and I'm wondering why Pascal's not here. This should be a perfect place for him in that spec Corvette.
We were talking during the Spec Racer Ford race about like Brad Gould coming over from doing iRacing to running here in the MARRS series, and I don't know if this was, I think this might have been after the spec race. It was definitely after the spec race or 4 race, but District Racing Squad in the chat, he says, this is the season 3. Is this the season 3 iRacing update? Absolutely, because iRacing hasn't updated Summit Point Raceway since 2007. We're here for you guys.
Man, I thought it was coming a couple months ago. I remember they had something. Yeah, okay, which is good to know.
Over the summer,
which is finally good to see. You know, maybe I get to see some newer stands when I get out here to turn 8, and hopefully they get the new bridge. But Battle for Touring 2 though heating up again. Cars at top 3 getting closer together.
And we're getting word with the Justin Smith machine.
Shepard.
Or Justin Shepard machine, sorry. Not the Justin Shepard.
The other Justin Shepard.
Justin Shepard.
We've got 2 of them here this week.
Yeah, I think he's getting the black flag for sound. So I believe he is going to have to bring that in. I did hear yesterday that we had a car, and I believe it may have been this one, that was recording 113
oh, geez.
on the sound.
That's ear splitting.
So I think that is the exact same car.
We've got headphones on. Go ahead, David.
Can we let this one slip? Can we just let this one by, possibly, with this V8 supercar? I mean, it makes a beautiful sound.
It does. It looks like the T2 fight tightening up even more as Warning is closed up to within about a quarter of a car length. So in SC, at least here at Summit Point, and at most racetracks at the SCCA races around the country, there is a sound limit of 103 decibels. And when we talk about decibels, that's a logarithmic scale. And so the difference between even 103 and 104 decibels is pretty substantial. But to go up to 113, it really is ear-splittingly loud. Thankfully, we've all got headphones on, and we've got the barely tinted glass around us. And there are some notable racetracks where they can't get that loud.
And we'll see whether or not it is for. You know what? I don't believe it is for the Justin. It's not for the Justin.
No,
it's actually for the 55 machine.
Right.
Or another one as well.
No, I think you're right. I think it's for the. I think it's actually for the 55 of Thomas Giulianti in the Touring 2 Chevy Corvette, as they were showing the soundboard to him. I don't think they gave him the black flag. I think they just showed the soundboard to him.
Yeah, I mean, they did show it last time to Shepard, but he lifted the last time he went by, so I think he's going to be okay. But I think it's Thomas Giulianti in that 55 as well. He got it that time as well. But like I said, when you, again, heard yesterday at dinner, 113, that's pretty high. Although it doesn't bother me at all. But, we do have that sound ordinance here, so we got to make sure that we stick to that no matter what car it is.
Exactly. So Giulianti, as we mentioned, came down from Massapequa, New York. He's a private wealth manager, and this is his very first time racing at Summit Point. So maybe he doesn't know where the microphone is set up. Hint, hint, it's just about halfway down the front straight on the left-hand side, 50 feet from the side of the track.
Yep.
So I would say there are a couple of other racetracks. I guess one of the most notable ones would be not Mazda Raceway, WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca is one where I think they've got like a 91 or 92 decibel limit for the majority of their events. I think Lime Rock is another one with very few exceptions. So again, that is something necessary. Well, look at this, the Mustang now starting to close things up just a little bit. Should also mention that Corey Markovitz in the white Porsche, who is still sitting right behind Chris Schooler's BMW for the overall lead. Oh, big change here as Alan Phillips gets around Ted Warning coming out of turn 2, gentlemen.
Yeah, I tell you what, it was a really good pass. He set him up kind of going into turn number 1 there and was able to complete that pass going through turn number 2. It looks like he did where he braked later and got him in there, David.
I've been noticing that, the last couple of times around turn 1, I see Phillips kind of get a little deeper on the brakes, kind of get to the side of Warning, but couldn't complete the pass. Finally, he did, and Phillips, as we said, he's been better in the braking than the Warning Corvette.
Yeah.
So we've got Mama Lance in the chat. And she says she doesn't hear anything. Well, if she's anything like my mother, I've got a theory as to why.
Put Johnny Mathis on, and I guarantee you're
absolutely Johnny Mathis. She can hear all day long.
couple more sound calls coming in here. Again, that 55 was 105, and the last time by the number 79. Again, that's your leader in the USTCC. Both of those drivers are at 105 on the soundboard. So they're going to get it again here. Again, let's see whether or not they.
Yeah, and you can see they're holding up the soundboard for the 55 car, and it may be there may be an issue with as far as sound goes with the number 1 of Shepherd, because we heard a call from the starter stand that they only have actually it's the 79 car
right here
of Patrick Tarui in his Subaru, that the starter stand only has a single number board that they can display it. It takes them time to reset it. And so there they go. They actually managed to get the number 79 put on there to show Tarui as well. And so going back to that sound issue, the drivers will be notified if they break that sound limit twice. If they do it a third time, they're going to be black flagged and told to come back. Basically come back in, they're going to get black flag.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Good battle here for the overall lead. Again, this is not for a battle in class. It's the GT2 car of Corey Markovitz and Chris Schooler in that 139 in that BMW and that T1 machine. They came around that slower traffic, and they were kind of side by side going down into turn number 1. Schooler was able to get around him, but Markovitz came and got a great run out of turn number 2, stayed over in driver's left. You can see Schooler now has moved around, and that's the first black car there in that 139, though, Greg. But I tell you what, it was a heck of a move because they had to make some evasive action going into turn 1.
Yeah, we had that was Daniel Swark in the United States Touring Car Championship Nissan 370Z. And yeah, it got bottled up there, and it looked like the Porsche. I mean, you could just see where the rear end, it just hunkered down coming out of turn 2 and went. And Schooler just had enough of a margin going into turn 3. But this is kind of what we saw during this race yesterday, David, where Markovitz, he went about to midway in the race, and then there was a pretty noticeable difference in his pace. Like, he was just kind of getting into a groove for about 10 minutes and then said, let's go.
Yeah, without a doubt. So Chris Schooler, though, we're going to see Markovitz pull back to the outside. Schooler going to hold the inside lane. Let's see if Markovitz can try to power around the outside. It looks like he won't. So, again, really, the fight really picking up halfway through.
Attention in the paddock. Race group number 4, small bore racers, please head to the grid. You are going to be our final race before lunch. Race group number 4, small bore. You are next to race. You are going to be racing in just a few moments. Please head to the grid.
We're going to go side by side down into turn 5 again. That looks like that's going to come up on, and I'm not sure if that's the Andrew Connor machine or is that the Alan Lester
I think that's...
is that Alan Lesher?
No. Lesher's in the Neon. That's one of the BMWs.
So that's Connor.
Yeah,
that's Andrew Connor.
Yeah, I think... actually, that might be... Yeah, I think you're right. That's Andrew Connor in the 66 car.
Yeah, both Chris Schooler and Corey Markovitz coming down into turn 5, really trying to get as far away from him as they could down in turn 5. That allowed Schooler to get right back in front.
And David, that's got to be very difficult for them because, again, those cars with much bigger brakes, and obviously, as we can watch from their pace, more at the threshold than the red car. As they came down the hill, see that red car, they have to, at the last moment, kind of they have to judge how early and how long the braking zone was going to be for that red car.
Absolutely, it's a big guessing game. But Brian, I see. Excuse me. Here we go. Battle for lead again. Markovitz on the outside going turn number 3. He was around the outside at turn number 1 and got by. So they're going to be side by side through turn number 3. And again, Brian, the outside lane at turn 3, dominant as Markovitz got by.
Yeah, I tell you what, they're coming up on Anthony Pacelli in that 44 machine. That's where I was kind of pointing to our screen saying, I think they're going to get him in turn 3. It's going to be very difficult to get through there, but they're definitely going to get him down here into turn 5 and through the carousel. It looks like Pacelli may be able to hang on for a minute here, and he gave way to both Markovitz and Schooler. Schooler is a lot better from turn 5 all the way to turn number 8. It's not till they get up underneath the bridge down in 9 where Markovitz starts to pull away.
Yeah, and I was talking to Schooler a little bit again this morning, where he's a little bit better kind of on, out of those corners than Markovitz. He can kind of get through the corners better, put the power down a little bit better, but then Markovitz on the straightaway will kind of just, run away. So that was Schooler's thing where he had to get him in the corners.
Yeah. Tell you what, also real quick, Greg, just a little shout out here. Thanks for Stephanie Lamena down there in the paddock bringing us the 3 cookies that Spencer brought up, because I'm sure there was a whole plate, but by the time they got to you and I, there was 1 brownie and 2 cookies left.
So, yes, thank you to the Lamena clan, Stephanie Lamena, for feeding Spencer this morning. He needed the extra sugar. All right, we now have 8 laps remaining. Great comment from our Turkish, our Turkish patriot friend, who says that if you break the sound limit 3 times, you didn't know this about the SCCA, but the tech inspectors wax your back as punishment. So,
ouch!
Don't make sure you don't have a hairy back. That's all I could say here as our
learn to lift.
That's right. As Markovitz at Schooler now get around Patrick Tararui in the 79 machine. Tararui, your leader in United States Touring Car Championship with about 30 car lengths, maybe 25 car lengths on Anthony Pacelli in the other Subaru.
Well, remember, Patrick's got to lift, right? He's going to have to lift when he gets just past the start-finish line when we gets down into sound. So that's enabling, Anthony Pacelli to gain just a little bit here every single time they come down. And with 7 laps left to go here, that's going to be a little bit of a problem.
Yeah, we see there as Pacelli just rounds turn 10. He's still a pretty good distance back from the fake Subaru. I mean, from the BRC.
Well, it's 4.8 seconds. The last time before that, it was 5.6. So looking at it through there, it's about almost a second difference between them.
All right, and so now I told you it was about halfway before Markovitz just kind of decided to turn on the jets. Last time by, Markovitz reset fast lap at a 1:18. We'll call it a 19 flat. That was a quarter second faster than Chris Schooler in the BMW.
Yeah, I took the words right out of my mouth. I looked it down at timing. I saw Markovitz got that. So Markovitz looked like, starting to turn on jets here at the end of this race with 7 laps to go.
So if they shave your back after 3 times, does that mean you got to worry about putting extra weight in the car or fuel, because you may not make weight? You're relying on that hair.
Oh, gosh.
Here comes the 55 coming out of turn number 10. And I tell you what, as we watch it, you're going to see Connor right on the back. Again, the 55, another car that has to kind of, lift a little bit as he goes down there, because he's gotten a soundboard a couple times.
And member of the David Lance fan club, D Lance 20, says he thinks that's a Lemons punishment. Well, we've seen, over the last 20 years where Lemons has seen a big upswing. You have a little bit of crossover between the different organizations as the Factory 5 Racing entry of Robert Hayshak, running second in SPO right now, gets past the United States Touring Car Championship Neon of Alan Lesher, and Markovitz now going past Lesher going into turn 5. Had a great conversation with Alan and my good friend Roger Troxel last night at the dinner that was the social that was put on by the DC region. Want to thank them for providing that. And I didn't know this, but my good friend Roger used to autocross against Alan almost 30 years ago up in Pennsylvania. He's been doing it for that long. Alan, a huge Mopar fan. All right, let's check in now, if we can. We'll try and find them on track with the Battle of the Corvettes in Touring 2.
So they're just now going through 3. They're probably down into turn number 5 right now. There's one of the other cars. They may already even be through that as well. We have to look in one of our other cameras. But Ted Warning's kind of opened up by about a second over Alan Phillips, and Latanzi's dropped all the way back. So Joseph Latanzi may have an issue with that car because he is 27 seconds back.
Yeah.
In that number 99 in that other Corvette. So
yeah, I just picked the black Corvette up. He was just now heading into the carousel, and indeed there you go is Phillips. Now he has just been shadowing whatever Corvette was ahead of him since the start of this race.
Well, Phillips didn't really have a good run yesterday, right? Yeah. Kind of got mixed up on the start there, kind of a back and forth, and so we've seen that car here many, many times before. It has been pretty quick. So it was shocking yesterday to see him not in that battle between those two Corvettes, between Ted Warning and Joseph Lattanzi. So again, Lattanzi having some issues with that car, just not up to where it was yesterday.
And David, Warning, I think maybe feeling a little bit of the pressure as they went down into turn one. You saw him maybe shift over just a touch to driver's right, come off that line at the edge of the track, as if he was worried that Alan Phillips might try to make a late move under braking and come underneath him. Phillips, I think rightfully so, he's about a car length and a half back, didn't see the need to do it yet, but if he gets much closer, I think he might do it. And kind of, you can see where the Corvette now is adjusting what he's doing in almost every corner. He's putting a lot more load on the tires right now, that the Mustang might be in the best position here in just a couple laps.
Yeah, definitely. And last time around, Alan Phillips was 129. Ted Warning was a 121.6. So definitely Phillips, his car's really coming in now, a lot better handling than Ted Warning. So I think if this pass is going to get done, it's going to get done here very soon.
Attention in the paddock, race group number 4, small bore racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Small bore racers, race group 4, you will be the final race before lunch. Please head to the grid.
Two drivers not taking the green flag today. The 29 there, Michael Chapman in that GTA and that Chevrolet Monte Carlo, that purposely built race car, along with Joseph Folia in the number 50, another Chevrolet Corvette. So two drivers in this big bore group not making the call this morning for this race. So, again, only having 16 cars out there on track.
I was hoping to see that late model too, that Monte Carlo late model. So always fun to see some of the stock cars like that, that you really don't think would be on a road course or road racing.
Yeah, I mean, the chassis was meant for it. Now, Michael, he had 6 oval championships to his name. I think we talked about it yesterday, that he had the NASCAR Southeast Regional Championship about 5 years ago, back in 2021. And also a 4-cylinder Dirt Nationals winner as well at the County Line Raceway. And so nice to see him make the move over to the road racing, Brian. I mean, it kind of reminds me of somebody who went in the other direction that we used to see here in this very race group, Willie Mullins, down from Southern Virginia, who made the move. He's been racing in ARCA.
Racing in ARCA, and runs Talladega, runs Daytona, runs the high-speed track. Has done a couple from Minnesota because that's where they're from.
And he was on pole a couple years ago at Daytona for the season opener race, I remember, if I believe so.
Yeah, he did, and then ended up falling back at the start. I mean, again, if you've ever watched an ARCA race at Daytona, it just becomes a calamity.
Like an SSM race at Summit Point.
Well, it's really becomes a complete calamity, and so Willie decided to start in the back, which is a very smart. Basically, just did the drive-through just to top off of fuel, which means loses that position, but not a bad. So,
all right. So Corey Markovitz just started lap number 19. He is coming up into turn 3 now. Next time he goes by, he's already passed us. Next time he goes by, he's going to get the 1 to go as we track there. That was a little bit further back. Our leader, there's Markovitz, a little bit further back. That was Chris Schooler that we saw in the black number 139 machine. He's now fallen about 5 seconds off the pace. And I think, what we're seeing there, the T1 car, our Audi station wagon, looks like one of the puppies might have gotten free that he's looking to recover right now as unfortunately
he's headed to the park.
Yeah, exactly. Michael McLaughlin in the Mikey Tries Racing Audi. There he is. He's going to back right off the course.
I was going to say, going to have a Sunday picnic up there at the pavilion.
He's going to have a Sunday picnic at Baker? Is that what he's doing?
Exactly.
Markovitz coming out of turn number 10. This time by going to get that 1 to go board right there. So Markovitz working his last lap. There goes Chris Schooler now again. Here comes Joseph Lattanzi again. So you can see he's really fallen back in that T2 battle. So again, maybe possibly some brake issues after we got right close to that halfway mark. That's usually what happens with these, or could have some tire degradation, although I wouldn't think that right now in the in the cooler temperatures. One of the things that we may want to look at here too, gentlemen, is Patrick Terrarui just went by the start finish line, headed down into turn number 1 in that 79 machine. Anthony Baselli has closed that gap to half.
That I said that Baselli had absolutely no chance with like 6 laps to go or thereabouts. And so he's still about 2 seconds back. That last time through, he lapped about 1.5 seconds faster than Terarui. So the 2 black cars, Terarui in the BRZ ahead, there's Baselli in the 4-door Impreza. Probably the biggest challenge that Baselli's going to have is he has to get around this United States Touring Car Championship BMW.
Yeah.
All right, coming out of turn 10 for the final time here this weekend, Corey Markovitz, our sole GT2 racer here in this big bore race. It's his second win of the day. We saw him a little bit earlier today in the bracket racing. We're going to probably see him this afternoon.
One more, I believe.
Yeah, got one more race this afternoon. We'll see if he can run the table. Chris Schooler is going to take the win in T1. He'll finish second overall. Then, now coming across the line. Well, he hasn't come across the line yet. Looking for the silver Corvette of Ted Warning, the number 72 machine.
Well, here comes our USDC battle coming across time. So,
all right, so Terarui will get the win in United States Touring Car. Pacelli will finish about a second, actually 2.5 seconds behind. And here comes the Corvette of Ted Warning. Warning is going to beat Alan Phillips to the line. Phillips still right there, margin of victory in Touring 2, 0.4 of a second. And then Justin Shepard, we saw him cross the line a little bit earlier. He takes the win in SPO over Bob Hayashak. Let's see. Joseph Folia, we talked about, did not take the green flag today in his C3 Corvette, but I think he had some mechanical issues yesterday. And then, let's see, Michael Chapman. We talked about the GTA car of Chapman. He also did not take the green today. But a great big bore race. Let's make a final call to the next group, and then we'll take a break, gentlemen. Attention in the paddock, final call for race group 4, small bore. Please head to the grid. Race group 4, our last race before lunch. Please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few moments. And so, gentlemen, let's take a quick break. Well, thanks to our partners and sponsors. And when we come back, we'll have our tune-up for lunch here at Summit Point Raceway. It is the March MARRS presented by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA and OG Racing. Stay with us.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits, and steering, helmets, gloves, and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway in the 2026 Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. I'm Greg, he's Brian, he's David, and over my shoulder, that's Spencer. And we've got next up our final race before we take a small break for lunch, and it is our largest group of the day. It's our small bore group, Super Touring, Production, Legends cars, touring, you name it, we got it. All right, let's run down the starting order. Starting on pole today, driving the number 182 K-Hall Racing J&L Automotive Mazda, it's Ted K-Hall. Starting on the outside of the front row, driving the number 69 STL Mazda, the C-Vet with Windsor Customs entry, it's Jeremy Butts. Bob K-Hall will start on the outside, or the inside of row number 2. I'm going to get inside, outside figured out eventually. Inside of row number 2, driving the 178 K-Hall Racing J&L Automotive Machine. He's from Gurnee, Illinois. Then Michael Apatoff, starting 4th today. He's in the number 21 Windsor Customs Mazda Miata, another STL car. Starting 5th, also an STL, it's Dylan Witt from Roanoke, Virginia, representing the Blue Ridge region of the SCCA. And Dylan will start right alongside Scott Witt in the number 84 STL Mazda. He's from Monetta, Virginia. Then we've got Tyler Reynolds. He's our Legends car pole sitter. He starts in the 177 machine, 7th in the grid. Then starting 8th, another STL Mazda Miata driven by a Witt. It's Greg Witt in the 04 machine. Starting 9th, John Jenkins in his STL Mazda Miata. That's the Classic Car Club of Manhattan entry out of New York, New York. And then we've got our Touring 4 pole sitter, Dan Freeman. He starts 10th today. He's in the number 1 Asbestos Consulting Scion FRS. Bob Connor starts 2nd in Legend Car, 11th overall. He drives the number 9 1934 Ford, I think it is. He's in the Crosby's Krebs Company machine. AJ Ferragonio will start 12th. He's in the number 114 STL Mazda Miata. He comes to us from Freedom, Pennsylvania. Then we've got Ben Foltz in the number 5 Super Touring Light Mazda Miata. He represents the New England region, comes to us from Peru, Vermont, starts lucky 13th. Our GT Pinto pole sitter, Carl Johnson and Jim Karamanis in the chat are going to love this. Bruce Shelton, he drives the number 11 machine. He's in the Wheel Cork Street Tavern Ford Pinto. He's from right outside the gates here in Charlestown, West Virginia. Chuck Allard is our pole sitter at a very large H production field. He starts 15th overall, drives the number 50 plus cars, Porsche 944. Starting 16th in the number 06 STL Mazda Miata. Would you believe it if I said it's another Witt? It's Griffin Witt. Starting 17th, Ray Seabird Heath. He is your pole sitter in F production. He's in the number 38 RHRNL LLC Windsor Customs Mazda Miata. Then we got David Gast. He's in the number 81 STL Mazda Miata. He's representing RP Performance. And then we've got 19th in the number 49 F Production Mazda Miata, the Euro Motorsports Windsor Customs entry of Rich Europe. Starting 21st, driving the 186 Touring 4 Scion FRS, it's Jennifer Romes. Then we've got Michael McQueen in the number 27 H Production, scheduled to start 22nd overall in the number 27 H Production Olippo Racing MG Midget. We'll see if he was able to lift a new motor into that car after last night. Michael Arendosh in the number 33 STL Mazda Miata, representing the Steel Cities region, will start 23rd. Naive Altolawi will start 24th. He's in the number 89 STL Mazda Miata from Blacksburg, Virginia. Then in his Touring 4 Mazda RX-8, representing Courage Motorsport, we got Alex Cumming, starting 26th in the number 113 STL Dwarf Racing Mazda Miata from Birdsboro, Pennsylvania, John Moyer. Alex Ratcliffe driving the number 103 H Production Rat Sport PAW Performance Autoworks RP Performance Mini Cooper is Alex Ratcliffe. And then we've got our SPU pole sitter driving the 01 Volvo 262 of Hudson Williams.
I'll give you an update as we get going. Let's go ahead and run down the rest of
the way you were shaking your head, I think I've got the update.
Yep.
All right, starting 29th, driving the number 05 STL Mazda Miata out of Harrisonburg, Virginia. It's Adam Witt. Starting 30th, driving the 111 H Production Toyota MR2, Carlos Schooler. Then we got Mark Anthony. He's driving the number 59. Windsor Customs Mazda Miata, representing the Glen region, comes to us all the way from Elmira, New York, which means he's like right outside of Watkins Glen. He starts 31st on the field. Then we got the H Production, number 63, Datsun 510 of Greg Plush, starting 32nd. The big story here, starting 33rd, driving the number 75, H Production Universally Modified Performance Honda Fit, coming back from a huge off yesterday, rookie Tyler McBain. Now we got John Fiore in the number 14 GT Pinto, the the Armor Auto Recon machine out of York, Pennsylvania. Then we got Paul Beofist, our our pole sitter in E Production in his Porsche 914-6, Carolyn Bayer-Broring and Taylor Hyatt in H Production, and finally Kathy Leidick in the ESM Racing Alfa Romeo is the starter. Looks over the field and green flag is in the air. It's almost like I timed that perfectly as the field now heads down towards turn one. Ted Cahall, Jeremy Butts right at the front of the field as we've got a car, the number 49 machine, who pulled out a line and went to the grass. There he is.
I believe that's Tom Gahn in the 49. So a lot of calamity kind of going on here, Greg, at the start of the race as well. And he did end up hitting the tire barrier there. He has continued. Not only did we have that, but we had the 0-1 of Hudson Williams and the 59 of Mark Anthony under the first pace lap,
right,
warming up tires, had some major contact. Both of those drivers took their cars back
to the paddock.
Both left front damage on the 0-1 and right front damage on the 59. So,
all right, so here early on, jumping out to the early lead in STL, Ted Cahall with Jeremy Butts second. Now, yesterday, we talked about this big off by the Honda Fit of Tyler McBain, had a full course caution come out, and just as we went to a full course caution, our overall leader, Ted Cahall, pulled his car off to the side of the track, right about there, and that gave the lead to Jeremy Butts, who finished the race with the win, both overall and in STL. Good to see that Ted Cahall's got that car back underway. Great start from Bob Connor in the Legends car. Connor started the race off in 11th position, and David, he's already up to 4th.
Yeah, definitely. He, I think he was out a little bit early yesterday, but definitely good start today for Robert Connor. 2 cars behind him already had a better start today than yesterday, and that white Legends car you see behind this blue Miata, that's Tyler Reynolds. He got knocked around a little bit, Brian, at the start of the race, dropped back basically almost to dead last at the start, and then was able to come back. Believe he was up near top 15, if I remember.
Yeah, he went off in turn 1 yesterday during their heat race and worked his way back, I think, all the way really up into 10th overall before we ended up having that red flag, or maybe even in the top 15. So, yeah, definitely working really hard with Tyler. And you talked about Bob Connor in that number 9.
Yeah.
Bob likes to move over to driver's right when he takes off. He uses that dotted white line as part of the racetrack, which is kind of
the Ginsburg line.
And so what ends up happening there is that he ended up moving, or the John Hotz line. You can take either one now for what we saw yesterday. But yeah, I mean, he had to get around Tyler Reynolds, as you talked about, David, because he had to get out in front. Now they're under heavy attack from a bunch of Miatas, then another Subaru, and then you've got 3 other Miatas behind them as they go down into turn number 1. But I tell you what, Tyler Reynolds is right on that back bumper of that Legend car.
Somebody go for a while, bit of a ride coming through the gravel trap, gathers that car back up. We'll try to get the number on that Mazda Miata. And that was the 05 car that I was going to say, is it a wit that went bounding through the gravel trap? He goes and continues, and so yeah, that's Adam Witt. He now drops back to 23rd in the field.
Again, able to continue, but we'll We'll keep an eye on him. And we'd have some cars that didn't come out and make the green flag today. Scott Witt in the 84, Greg Witt in the 04, Michael McQueen, which we saw, I think, expired a motor yesterday,
Yep.
Alex Radcliffe in the 103, and then we talked about Hudson Williams in the 01 and the 59 of Mark Anthony having that incident under the first pace lap. That's right.
All right, and now Tyler, there we go, as the second Legends car, Tyler Reynolds gets around Dylan Witt. He had already dispatched Michael Apatow earlier on in the lap, and so the white number 177, he's right there back behind Bob Connor. We'll definitely want to check in with that Legends car fight as the race goes on, because I have a feeling as those two cars try to work their way through some of this STL traffic, it's going to be hectic.
Well, I tell you what, you can see right here, come down to turn one. Tyler Reynolds is going to try to make that move on Bob Connor. Again, he may be able to do it, but I think Bob Connor is going to do the over-under. Now, we're talking about two different motors in these cars, right? So Tyler Reynolds has the F09. I think he's got the Z09 instead of the MT09, which is the water-cooled motor.
Right.
Bob still has the old 1250, which is air-cooled, right? So
and interestingly, the Yamaha FZ09, MT09, depending if you're European or you're American. Otherwise, same thing. It's a 3-cylinder motor, which is very interesting compared to the much larger displacement 4-cylinder motor that Bob has in his car.
But they're pretty much, they throw out the same horsepower, right? So there's really not that much different. That's been tested for years and years and years. The only, like I said, the only difference is Tyler has the water cooled, Bob has the air cooled. So it's very important. Bob has fans and he has to put fans on when it comes off. Tyler does not because of the water going through that. Now, Bob did tell me right before this weekend that he does have an FZ09 that he's getting ready to put in.
Okay.
But it's about another $4,000 to $5,000 to put the conversion kit in the car.
Maybe he should go motorcycle racing.
Well,
you can pick up an older FZ09 now for about $5,000.
Yeah. So
get the whole motorcycle.
You know, it's a pretty expensive for the conversion.
All right, a little bit further, actually right back behind the two Legends cars, Dan Freeman, your leader in Touring 4, and he's got, I think, 8 cars between he and Jennifer Romes. So he's got a good, there we see the Subaru just kind of hounding Bob Connor right now. Jennifer Romes in the white Subaru, or Scion FRS, pardon me, quite a bit further back from there. And then now Alex Cumming, another 4 cars back from Jennifer Romes there over in Touring 4. Yesterday, we saw Chuck Allard, especially with the full course caution, I think helped the driver of the number 50 Porsche quite a bit, but Chuck Allard took the win. Carolyn Bear Brewing had a great run yesterday to take a podium position. Carlos Schooler, who finished second in H production, though, in the orange Toyota MR2, he is sitting all the way back in 4th position right now in H production. Certainly, I think a little bit further back than where he would want to be. And when we talk about that, Carol Bear Brewing sitting 23rd overall, Greg Plush 27th overall, and Carlos Schooler 29th overall.
Yeah, Greg, let's take a look here. I believe Ted Cahall's got another problem again. I think he has taken that car back behind. As a matter of fact, I can see it right here. Yep. He has taken that car back behind the wall. So again, Ted Cahall's day is done in that number 182 in that STL. So again, that problem not fixed from yesterday.
Yeah, so that's going to move Jeremy Butts up to the lead. And it's funny, talking to Jeremy last night, of course, we saw Jeremy both here in STL, but we also saw him in Spec Miata. His Spec Miata has been giving him electrical issues. Probably won't be bringing that car out today for the race. So this has been, this is it for him. And he may run the table, which is going to put him in a great position after one round of the MARRS series here at 26 if he can take both the sprint win and the feature race win.
Yeah, absolutely. This is what makes, David, really good multi-class racing. There's 8 different classes in this group right here. I've spent a lot of time racing in this group for a number of years, and you really have to know your surroundings, know who you're racing, especially, in one of those legend cars. You have to know where you are in the racetrack at all times and really kind of what's going on. But, even in the other classes and the other cars, they know who they're racing, and you've got to make sure, because you don't want to come up and ruin somebody else's battle in that, and you don't want to get your battle race ruined as well.
Yeah, Brian, we got a battle here for the Legends lead. Tyler Reynolds getting back around Bob Connor. We saw Bob Connor take the lead there from Reynolds, I believe, lap or two ago. But it looks like Reynolds, though, is going to go down the front straightaway here and get that lead again.
All right, we were just talking about the battle in Touring 4, where Dan Freeman had about 6 cars between he and Jennifer Romes. Well, that is a much bigger gap now between he and Jennifer Romes, because there is the number 186 Scion FRS there right on the edge of the track. That is now going to move Alex Cumming up into second in Touring 4, albeit almost 20 seconds back from the leader in class, Dan Freeman.
Yeah, that is an unfortunate spot to be sitting as well, especially coming through there.
Yeah, that may... we'll see. Now, down in the carousel, our emergency services workers, they don't want to do hot pulls. We may... Oh, wow, look at that. The pass there that the H production leader, Chuck Allard, just put on one of our STL Miatas. Oh, my gosh, as he got around Ben Foltz going down through the carousel. But this may bring out a full course caution. We'll see here. Jennifer's just past where this camera is and has the turn 8 flag stand.
Yeah, now gone.
Oh, hey, look at that. She got it back underway. Yep. Perfect.
Either that or she just completely disappeared.
Self-cleaning.
Yep, she's on pit road now. So.
Okay.
I was going to say, you talk about Dan Freeman. Dan Freeman in that sign. I tell you what, he's learning all about legend car racing, because he is mixed in between both Bob Connor and Tyler Reynolds like you wouldn't believe. He can get deeper into the corner, but they're going to excel a little bit more out, of the corner. So both of those drivers, and I'm sure Dan's going to come back, and at some point this weekend, Dan's going to say to me when he sees me, I hate those legend cars, just like a few other guys have said to me over the course of many, many years. But he was sandwiched in between that battle for the lead between both of those drivers a couple laps ago, and even last time by out of turn 2. So.
Just while this is going on, and I know it's very hectic out here, I wanted to just mention briefly, we lost some very important people with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA and the SCCA region as a whole just in the past 2 weeks. Bob Tullius, who is the owner of Group 44 Racing there. And real quick, we'll get back to that in just a second. Brian, over to you.
I was going to say, we had a car spin, I believe, and I'll take a look at it. That may be Tom Gahn again down in turn 1. We know that he had that problem.
And Greg Plush in the 63 Datsun 510 as well.
Yeah, so it looks like we've got 49 and the 63 machine. He may be still down there. I didn't see him come back out, David, but he may be stuck kind of down into turn number 1. As a matter of fact, I think I can see him down in the turn, down in the bottom of right next to their station.
Problem 2 for Bob Connor. He just pulled in here into past the start finish line into kind of this access road that splits basically the front stretch in turn 3. So unfortunate end here for Bob Connor.
All right, and Greg Plush, we had heard from the flaggers over at turn 1 that he was trying to get the number 63 refired. Looks like he has, just looking for a hole in traffic, waiting for those corner workers to wave him through, and now he is...
he hasn't moved yet. He's still sitting down there. I think he got it
he just got it moved, and then I think it stalled out on him again. So, that's unfortunate, as we have the local caution down at turn 1. All right, let me go back to what I was saying before. About a week and a half ago, we lost Bob Tullius, and I believe at the age, we'll check here with my notes, I believe he was at 95 years old. Of course, he was the owner of Group 44. He was the 1964 SCCA D production national champion, took his first national championship in a Triumph TR4, and represented British Leyland, originally Triumph, and then later Jaguar as a pro racer as well, and one of the greats in SCCA Racing, as well as a member of the SCCA Hall of Fame after taking 10 national championships. We also, unfortunately, lost, this is very important here to folks in the Washington, D.C. region, Jerry Winarka passed away last Saturday. And unfortunately for us, this hits a lot of us very hard. Jerry was a longtime regional executive for the Washington, D.C. region. He also served as chairman of the board of the Sports Car Club of America after assuming the role of Area 2 director, representing the D.C. region and many other regions on the board of directors. He was a winner of the Wolf Barnado Award in 2015, and then also the Dave Morell Award in 2018. And just this year was inducted into the SCCA's Hall of Fame. And so want to wish the best to the Tullius family, to Bonnie Winarka and the rest of Jerry's family, and may their memories always be a blessing.
Yeah, thanks for that, Greg. I tell you what, let's give a little bit of a recap here of what we got going on during that time frame, because we got a lot of action that was happening. So Greg Plush back in the 63, back on track. The 9, as David mentioned, Bob Connor in that cutout just past the start-finish line. He's being hooked up to be pulled. We also had Carlos Schooler in the 111 brought his car down pit road. I believe he has gone back behind the paddock. I did not see him come back out. Now I look down the pit lane and I see Plush on pit road right now. So crew and other individuals taking a look at that car as well.
And so that now in H production with Plush and both Plush and Schooler retiring their cars, that's going to move. And talk about the feel-good story of the weekend. Tyler McBain, rookie in the Honda Fit, going to move him up to 3rd in H production, and then just off the podium at the moment in her return race with the MARRS Series, Taylor Hyatt in her Volkswagen Golf. Is Greg Plush now leaving the pit lane and rejoining the action. And Plush is going to return in 5th in H production. And
we're getting a sound issue again, Greg, with one of our drivers, and it happens to be the Legend car. I'm wondering if the exhaust on that side has come off,
possibly,
or have come loose. Did have that problem during driver school. Was able to get that done. What happens is if they come loose, that in there, then it becomes obviously a louder, a louder exhaust coming through there. Again, he should be used to that because he got it quite a bit on driver's school, so he should know what that means. Now he knows he has to lift there a little bit. And being that he's racing unopposed, it's not that much of a big deal.
All right, coming out of turn 2 right now, we've got a number of our STL entries. We've got AJ Ferragonio, John Jenkins, also Ben Foltz, trying somehow, some way to get their way around the Touring 4 machine of Dan Freeman, the blue Scion, just ahead of them. You can see as they're all following him down here, that Scion, a lot more displacement, I believe 2.2 liters, a lot more torque off the corners. It's bottling those STL cars up behind him, and now you see where John Jenkins tries to go around the outside of AJ Ferragonio into turn 5. That would set him up to the inside line coming through the carousel. Ferragonio still managed to hold things off. See now if he comes across the nose of Jenkins. He doesn't have the clearance, so they are once again going to go door to door up the hill, and right back behind him, Ben Foltz in the number 5 machine. He's just waiting to pick up the pieces.
Yeah. They come out of turn 10 right there, almost in that diamond shape we saw earlier.
Yeah.
It does look like that Ben Foltz, he's going to move around. John Jenkins get the odd man out of that group with Ferragonio in that 114 machine. Him and Foltz kind of hooked up coming out of turn 10, Greg, and David, and went down. And again, that moved Jenkins back another 2 spots.
Yeah, and that's the battle. That's the battle for 5th in STL. In STL, we had, I think, today 16 drivers. Of course, our original pole sitter, Ted Cahill, already heading back to the paddock. But great fight there. A little bit further back, Michael Arendosh and Griffin Witt going at it. Rich Yura, and Naif Altalawi separated by a tenth of a second at the line. So good fighting here amongst all of our Miata brethren in STL today.
Richard Ura moving over to run STL this year, it looks like, came from the SSM group, ran a couple years in that, and then now moving over into the 61 for STL. So, again, another driver making that move into one of those other Miatas.
All right, we just saw Paul Bayofist in the Gulf livery, number 46, Porsche 914, I think just ahead of this group here. Good run for him so far, running 23rd overall. He's your E-production leader. There he is, coming onto the front straight. There it is. It's not a Miata. It's actually a Porsche 914.
Here comes that battle in that STL you were talking about. They're getting ready to go around Tyler McBain in that 75. Good to see Tyler back out here running after that incident yesterday. But I tell you what, those three Miatas have got to work hard if they want to stay nose to tail to get through there. They're going to come up on some other traffic as well. I believe they're going to come up on the Pinto, on one of our Pintos. I believe that may be Bruce Shelton and maybe is that Chuck Allard just in front of them? No, that's not them either. They're still trying to catch the Daniel Freeman, but that's actually the 14 machine and the Tom Gunn that's right in front of them. So the 14 being John Fiore and Tom Gunn. Again, Tom Gunn having his problems not only on the start of the race, but a couple laps ago down there in turn number 1 as well.
All right, and it looks like that field gonna try to sweep around the outside of him, going down into the chute and then under braking into turn number 5 as he's going to lose another position there. All right, so we've got 6 laps remaining. Jeremy Butts leads the field. He's your STL leader here. Again, this is going to be our last race before we take a short-ish 1 hour long break for lunch so all of our volunteers can be fed and do what they need to do. But we'll be back with our next race of the afternoon. That is going to be our open wheel and prototypes race right after lunch. So make sure to stay with us. We've got, 5 more races this afternoon. We'll have actually 3 more MARRS races, 4 more MARRS races, and a bracket race. I can't do math.
It's a good thing you didn't take your shoes off.
Well, I could have, because I've just got the Velcro. I've got my what did they call those shoes?
I put up
back
4
then?
fingers, and I forgot about the other.
Not kangaroos. I'm trying to remember something roos. I forgot what they were. No, not dungaroo.
I think they are. I think they were the kangaroos.
Yeah.
I think.
Now I've got to search. Now while we call this race, I've got to search for that.
So Jeremy Butts resetting his fastest lap, 1:24.559. And again, talking to Jeremy yesterday with this about the Spec MX-5 car, I'm interested to see how much more we see it, because I was talking to him about getting out a little bit more, and he's kind of setting up for next year's plan. So it should some fun stuff for Jeremy Butts here in the future, and already off to a good start in the weekend.
Yeah, I think Jeremy had some medical issues towards the end of last year as well, and didn't really get out and do a lot of racing. Looks like we have another car that is pulled down on pit road. They're going to try to flat toe that off. We'll get that number when we see them come around the stand there to do that. But yeah, Jeremy had some medical issues last year, took some time off, really get gathered. And I think you're right, David. I think it's a matter of just getting back in the seat, get going, and go from there. So as that battle rages on between Ben Foltz, Alan Ferragonio, and John Jenkins in that 195, I tell you what, those 3 drivers, they're trying to go around some lap traffic. Just went by Kathleen Laddick down into turn 1. And gentlemen, I tell you, it's going to come down to the end of whether or not who's going to get the run off the corner, for that. And that's the battle for 5th, 6th, and 7th.
Say all these kind of, they're Spec Miata cars, but they're class in STL. It seems like we're going to get a little bit of a preview of what Spec Miata might look like later today as the bat picks up, as Ben Foltz drops a wheel there in the gravel trap coming off of 3.
Well, I'm sure we already know what the battle is going to be like in Spec Miata. And the car that they're pulling off of the pit road is the 111 of Carlos Schooler. Yeah. So again, Carlos having a problem here, and he was looking pretty strong there at the beginning, but they always say your fastest lap is always right before everything expires.
That's right. Yeah, I couldn't tell because the emergency services vehicle that's pulling him is the
painted
exact same color. Yeah.
Hey, put a 111 in. I think you got the same size. That little Toyota MR2. I tell you what, that is an actually good.
I love those cars.
Those are good little race cars.
Yeah.
We talked about Tyler Reynolds in that 177 machine. Worked his way all the way up now into that 5th overall position, and you can clearly hear that when he goes by where the sound is, he's actually shifting there. So what that does is it kind of lays it down just a little bit to go by there. So he's moved his shift points just a little bit, getting ready to come on the back of Carolyn Bayer-Breuing. And she's used to driving with legend cars in and around her quite a bit. So,
I keep watching it. It was not a battle in class. I was just watching Tyler McBain as he is sitting right behind the Ford Pinto of John Fiore just ahead of him, and knowing that 1.5 liter Honda that's got maybe 105 horsepower and 0 torque. And I've been in this position before, being in racing an H production Honda CRX behind a GT Pinto, where you just have probably a good 20 miles per hour more cornering speed that you're capable of. But as soon as you come out of turn 10 and get on that front straight, or as soon as you start to come up the hill, that car just walks away from you.
Yeah, if we can, let's do this, guys. Let's go down into turn number 1 right now, if we can, Spencer. Let's pick up the battle between the 21 of Michael Apatow and the 85 of Dylan Witt. As they're headed down the start, you're going to see Dylan Witt here trying to make a move on Michael Apatow. That's for 3rd position in STL. And remember, Michael had a good run in that Spec Miata race yesterday, battling with Michael Omena and Kip Gaynor. So Michael Apatow on his game, Dylan Witt as well on his game right here today. But that battle has been getting closer and closer and closer as the race goes on, as now Dylan Witt tucks in behind Apatow. So Dylan Witt trying to really give Apatow some pressure here. Again, that's 3rd place in STL. So that battle for the last podium spot.
Yeah, big brake lock up there from the blue number 85 of Dylan Witt. Witt had just run his fastest lap of the race, and in doing so, he gave such a big pull to Apatow. It made it actually very easy for Apatow to draft right by him going down into turn number 1. So great run there. As our leader, Jeremy Butts, the next time the red number 69 STL car comes to the start-finish line, he will get the 1 to go signal. So time running out now in this battle for 3rd between Apatow and Witt. We'll see if Witt tries to return the favor now, coming down in the 1. They're coming up on some slower STL traffic.
They're actually coming up on Adam Witt, so let's see if Adam does a little bit of favor and tries to give a little block to Apatow.
Well, this isn't so bad. Would have made it 3 wide going in, and so he's going to let those 2 drivers by. Good move to hold to the outside there, as Apatow, who now he set his fastest lap of the race, goes through with Dylan Witt following close behind, as we'll try to track down. There we go, is our leader, Jeremy Butts. He's coming onto the front straight now, mixed up with a lot of traffic here. He's actually right back behind the Honda Fit, and I don't know if you could see it there, Brian. He's got his hand out the window waving as the starter stand was letting him know that he's got 1 lap left, and he's going to now go past the Honda Fit, the H production car of Tyler McBain.
Jeremy always did like to go by the start-finish line with 1 hand out the window, so he doesn't need to have 2 hands on the window or on the steering wheel. Yeah, he's mired in a bunch of lap traffic there, Greg. So it's going to make it a little bit tougher as we look through there. Here comes that battle again off of turn number 10, headed down by the start-finish line right now. That's the Apatow. That's the Dylan Witt machine. As they come up over the crest of that little hill there's Dylan Witt. He's going to pull out, Greg. He's going to try to make a move on Michael Apatow, knowing this is the last opportunity he's got if he wants to get a good run down in turn 1.
And he popped out early, and he's going to hold Apatow out as long as he can. And he gets the pass made, at least going into turn 1 as they come out from behind the trees. Dylan Witt now moves up into third place, putting Apatow back to fourth as our overall leader in STL. There we go, Jeremy Butts. He's going to follow the red car ahead of him through the second red car in this group. As he gets a last-minute draft here, Jeremy Butts is going to take the checkered flag. All final cars as well will see the checkered flag. So finishing second in STL will be Robert Cahall. Bob Cahall, as he's now on the front straight when he crosses the line here, he will see the checkered flag and take the second step on the podium. And now look at this, Brian, on the very last lap, Dylan Witt, as he had already gotten around Michael Apatow, he opens things up by about 3 car lengths now, coming out of 10.
He's been much faster than Michael Apatow the last 2 laps. Once he got to him, he just kind of set him up. When he made that pass going down into turn number 1 last time by, and there you go, Dylan Witt going to finish third, overall third in STL. Michael Apatow falling back to fourth. But once he got around that 21 machine, he just kind of took off. He gets through turn 3 so much faster.
All right, let's run this down again. This is going to be our last race before we take a break for lunch. In STL, Jeremy Butts, your winner, with Bob Cahall finishing second. And I say this, and I know I said it a lot last season, but to see how far Bob Cahall has come in the 10 years that he has been racing to end up on the second step of the podium just absolutely astounds me. The Gurney, Illinois school teacher, great progression for him. I'm so happy to see that. Dylan Witt will finish in third. Michael Apatow, John Jenkins rounds out the top 5 with AJ Ferragonio, Ben Foltz, Chris Rawlins, Griffin Witt, and Michael Arendosh, the top 10 in STL. Over in H Production, Chuck Gallard will take the win in the 50-plus Racing 924. Carolyn Bayer-Broering in her Volkswagen Rabbit will finish second. Tyler McBain will take the last step on the podium in his Honda Fit. Congratulations to him. Taylor Hyatt will finish just off the podium at fourth, with Greg Plush finishing 2 laps down in fifth. Carlos Schooler retires after 7 laps. Over in GT Pinto, Bruce Shelton will take the win over John Fiore in E-Production. Paul Baofist is your winner in his Porsche 914-6. Kathy Leidick and her Alfa Romeo Spider will finish in second. In Touring 4, Dan Freeman takes his second win of the weekend in his Scion FRS. Alex Cumming will take the second step on the podium, with Jennifer Romes finishing in third. And then if we move over to F Production, Ray Seabird Heath will take the win over Tom Gahn, and Tyler Reynolds wins in Legends cars after Bob Connor retires 8 laps in. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for our final race of the morning. We're waiting to hear when our racers are going to be back out on track.
We're kind of getting some calls here. It looks like Tyler Reynolds may have, again, someone who's raced out here for 20 laps in a Legend car. I think he may have run out of fuel because normally when we bring these cars back, there is very, very little fuel left, almost enough to just start the car and put it in the trailer. There's not very much fuel left. So I do believe he may have run out of fuel on the backside.
You'd think that he and Elliot Lang and Spec Racer Fords could have teamed up and maybe put that together. Well, so we think that we're going to be coming back around 1:20 p.m. thereabouts. I'm going to put that on the screen. As soon as we know for sure, we will update you, and obviously we'll update everybody in our 5th race group, which is going to be our open wheel and prototypes racers, to let them know when they need to be on track. But I wanted to thank you all for joining us this morning for our coverage of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, the March MARRS, presented by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA and OG Racing. We'll see you in just about an hour.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits and steering, helmets, gloves and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
Need it welded? Need it now? When things freak at the track or out in the field, you don't have time to wait. You need precision. You need reliability. You need Rockman Metalworks. From high-performance race components to critical field repairs, Rockman delivers elite-level welding and fabrication with a research-driven approach that goes far beyond your average welder. This is precision work built to perform when it matters most. And here is the best part. They come to you. With full mobile service, Rockman Metalworks gets you back up and running fast so you can get back in the race. Conveniently located just 30 minutes from Summit Point, call them now at 209-751-9750. Rockman Metalworks. When it has to be right, right now.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Need a ride?
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in.
For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun to go down, to go down, to go down, to go down. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the song. 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 To go down, to go down, to go down, to go down. Waiting for the song. Waiting for the song. Waiting for the song.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway and the March MARRS, presented by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA and our great partners, OG Racing in Sterling, Virginia. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati and David Lance. Spencer Gaynor over my shoulder here, hitting all the buttons as we get ready for our open wheel race. Before we do, Spencer, let's go over to our camera at turn 4 over at the chute, if we can. There we go. Right there in that blue T-shirt, that is Jim Brewster. And Jim has a lot to do with the Weekend Warriors broadcast, iRacing broadcasts, but also, most important, his sister, and she's done this many, many times before. His sister is in Buenos Aires, Argentina. It's Argentina, right? I hope, yes. It's or is that Brazil? I don't know. It's somewhere in South America. Meanwhile, his sister's in Buenos Aires, and she is watching the broadcast, watching this between the different Weekend Warriors, Formula F, Formula V, and Spec Racer Ford broadcast this weekend. And I know Jim is now listening because he looked up as soon as we said his name. Wait for the camera, Jim, if you can.
I don't even know if he can hear you. Maybe she's going to text him and say, hey, you should wait.
Exactly. All right. Let's. We got the pace lap underway now here in our open wheel group. There we go with Graham Taylor bringing the field through turn 2. Let's run down the starting order. Starting on the pole today in the RAC Engines Exhibits.net, Lola T340. Our pole sitter in Club Ford today, and I think our only Club Ford today, Wayne Nicolette. Our pole sitter in Spec Racer Ford indicates Engineering number 127 car, starting on the outside of the front row, Brian Cates. Mark Walthu in his Ray GR17 Maisie Racing entry will start third. That's the number 22 car. Keith Frazier in a Spec Racer Ford, the alltackle.com Wickwamali machine from Annapolis, Maryland, starts fourth. Tom Kirchman coming down from Framingham, Massachusetts, and representing the New England region, the yellow number 62 machine will start fifth. John Vidovich in the number 28 Reynard RF82 Reardon Solutions Formula F machine will start sixth. Dan Carney in his Formula F Swift DB3, the number 44 car from Herndon, Virginia, will start seventh. And then rounding out the field, there he is. He did make the grid in the yellow, number 31, Prototype 2 Cheetah. It is Dave Gomberg from Laurel, Maryland. All right. Lights are out on the pace car, gentlemen.
That last car is Thomas Kirchman in the 62. Oh. Gomberg is not out there.
Oh, he's not out there.
Gomberg is actually in a brownish maroon. He's not out there.
That might be a result of what happened to his brakes yesterday. But yeah, you're right. It's Kirchman there at the back of the field. Thank you, Brian. So we've got 4 rows of drivers here, and green flag is in the air, and we are underway right up at the front of the field. No Brian Cates either today. And so it looks like Wayne Nicolette and Mark Walthu on the front row as they head into turn 1. And Tom Kirchman, he just got out of the throttle. I think he's taking it easy as they head down. He's about 15 car lengths back from the rest of the field as they get on the brakes into turn 1. And the first car into turn 1, that is Keith Frazier in the blue number 7 Spec Racer Ford. He's going to lead the field out. We'll see what the Formula F and the Club Ford, Walthu and Nicolette, will do as they now head into turn 3.
Well, I tell you what, Brian, when Brian Cates was in this battle yesterday, you had Wayne Nicolette, who was pretty dominant, and David, once he got by Brian Cates in that 127 machine, was able to pull away there. But it was a pretty good battle there for the first 10 laps between both of them, but then was able to stretch that out. But right now, it looks like the only one that he's really going to have to worry about is Keith Frazier. And Keith had a really good run this morning, too.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Definitely out here early. Already had 20 laps under his belt in the SRF3 race this morning. A little bit of a tough race here as the number 2 of Wayne Nicolette right on the back end there of that number 7 Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. And Nicolette going to go to the inside and going to take the top position in turn number 10 right before basically the turn in.
And there you go. You see what the difference of about 40 years are in 1.6 liter Ford motors as the Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racing a much newer fuel-injected 1.6 liter all-aluminum Ford, and then, of course, the Club Ford with that Kent 1600 motor from the late 60s, early 70s.
Wayne's got to be a little bit careful going there through turn number 1. He was right up on the back of the Actually, he was almost underneath the back of Keith Frazier in that car there. So
luckily, there's a bit of a cage around the differential on that car to keep you from going too far underneath.
Almost, because if they look all the way up underneath the back end of that car, if you got to pull out just a little bit to see kind of where you're going, because it's blind for Wayne Nicolette right there.
Yeah, Brian, I thought of the issue right when he was basically under almost of the Keith Frazier machine is, how much visibility is he going to lose being that close to Spec Racer 4 that's a lot bigger than him. And basically Wayne's, what do you think, Brian? His head is basically directly even almost with the top of that car.
Yeah, with the back of that car, you're right. His head is at the same level. But what that's really allowing to do is Mark Walthu in that Formula F there. He's kind of in that battle right there as well, Greg. So, again, all three of those cars. We'll see whether or not Mark's able to get by Wayne Nicolette.
He's putting a big hole in the air for those two drivers. I want to welcome a couple more folks to the chat. Just joining in, of course, we got Downforce 9, who is one of our regulars on the Super Tour broadcasts, and he says in the future I'll be calling nuclear-powered drone races. That is great. And Roger Maeda, Studio VRM, checking back in. As he told us yesterday, he's going to be back out with the United States Touring Car Championship a little later this season. We'll see if that green Honda Prelude makes an appearance. And apparently Downforce 9 also likes Dave Gomberg's Cheetah. Maybe he wouldn't have liked it yesterday.
Well, he did make a pretty good thing. There's so many G's now, everyone can hear him.
That's right. I'm better than the Verizon guy.
You are.
All right, here. 2 laps in the books and 18 laps remaining. As Wayne Nicolette now getting around Keith Frazier to take the overall win. We'll check in with Mark Walthu. Walthu, he took a number of years off, rejoined us here in the MARRS Series last season. He was the 1994 Formula Ford champion, and also last season the Club Ford champion.
David, you remember that year, right?
Absolutely not, Brian. A little about what? Probably 10 years before my time, 12 years before I was born. So I don't make you want to. I don't want you guys to feel old or anything, but
no, not at all.
Not at all.
I mean, Greg has Velcro shoes on. So,
by the way, they were kangaroos. So good call,
I told you,
David. But also, LA Gear had shoes also. I was looking up during the lunch break that they called them like the LA Gear pyramids or triangles. And
pretty soon we're going to bring MTV back.
Yeah,
with the hair.
Hey, I'm always up for a little Duran Duran this time of day.
American Bandstand. Let's just keep going.
Hey.
American Bandstand.
I'm more a Soul Train.
There you go.
More Soul Train, man.
Do you remember any of those, David?
Not much.
Yeah, go figure.
Wayne Nicolette. Let's get back to the racing here. Oh, Wayne Nicolette really cutting the corner there. Thought he was in a Subaru there for a minute, Greg, as he went almost.
Yes.
Got both of his tires up coming through turn number 7 up on the curbing right there. And again, you can see where other drivers have hit that. So I've kind of thrown some dirt over there as Keith Frazier now under attack here by Mark Walthu in that number 22 machine as Wayne Nicolette starts to stretch it out a little bit more.
Yeah, here we go as Walthu moves to the inside. I was just thinking maybe you all should just start referring to me as the Don Cornelius of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series.
God, I can't do that voice right now.
Don Cornelius. Soul Train.
That's going to be your new racing thing, right? That's going to be your new announcing thing, Tom.
Downforce 9 is right there with us, Brian.
Yep.
He knows exactly what we're talking about.
Yep. Commodore's playing Machine Gun Soul Train. There you go.
Yeah, there we go. You ever worry about David and Spencer being the odd men out on this? I'm sure they don't give a one hoot.
They have no idea what we're talking about.
None. We've just been blathering for the last couple of minutes. I've seen like 10 other people join the stream, so we must have good word of mouth. By the way, I want to thank all of you for joining us here, not only today, but the entire weekend as we bring you the 2026 Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. Spencer, while we bring up the schedule, take a look at what we've got coming up over the course of 2026, if we can. There we go. In 2 weeks, Brian. It's not very long. 2 weeks from now, we're going to be right back here at Summit Point Raceway as part of the 2026 SCCA U.S. Majors Tour, one of the qualifying events for the National Championship runoffs to be held once again this year at Road America at the National Park of Speed. The Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series South Atlantic Road Racing Championship they will come together once again at Virginia International Raceway for the SARC-MARRS Challenge, or as we like to refer to it as the MARRS SARC Challenge. And then, of course, a number of events at Summit Point to wrap up the season. The Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series will be heading to New Jersey Motorsports Lightning Circuit as well as Mid-Ohio. We don't think, and I've got an asterisk there, we don't think those races will be broadcast. But again, want to thank you all for joining us and hope that you can join us the rest of the season. If you haven't done so already, go ahead and subscribe to the Washington, D.C. region's YouTube channel. That way you get notified whenever we go live.
Talked about here, I'm going to jump ahead to 2 weeks now for the conference majors. Really excited for that when we get done with this weekend. Already some good stuff signed up. I know we already got 12 cars in small bore, got a good 4-car B-Spec field. Mike Kelly coming back with his H-Prod Volkswagen.
That's right.
Definitely some good stuff in big bore. I think we got a GT2 Honda S2000. Hopefully that makes it down here. So, again, really excited to see something like that. And then Chip Herr bringing back his 2007 Audi A4 here to Summit Point. So, really looking forward, and a good Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 field already. 9 cars for the majors in a couple weeks again. Looking forward for that weekend. That'll be exciting.
I may have to bring the motorhome and stay down here and park next to Chip with that, and may even get a good wash out of that motorhome by the time we come back down here in April.
Hopefully it's a little bit warmer too.
It better be.
Yeah.
It better be.
It certainly better be as cold as it was this morning. By the way, let's take a look at the weather because it's actually got kind of warm. The air conditioner in our booth has turned on its own. Look at that. We've cracked for the first time this weekend 50 degrees, and I'll bet you it says it feels like it's about 16.
Well, the wind,
that might be in the booth
the
now.
Winds have picked. Yeah, right. I've had to put my jacket back on in here. I didn't think that would ever happen up in here. 56 degrees. Again, this is the perfect temperature for a race car. I mean, it doesn't matter what size motor you have, whether it's the 1.6 where it's the big V8, it doesn't matter. This is the perfect temperature. The sun is out. It's beating on the racetrack. The track is really now, I believe, starting to get some pretty good grip as we take a look at this. Wayne Nicolette, again, going faster. His fast lap time, 127.23 on lap 6. Mark Waltho in that number 22 machine, he did the exact same lap time. As a matter of fact, he was 0.2 quicker than Wayne Nicolette in that number 2 machine. Keith Frazier, his 121.644, I think was the fastest time. I think Keith went a little bit faster than that this morning, I believe. I'd have to check on some timings from that. Vidovic still kind of being really consistent. Dan Carney, Thomas Kirchman, again, also with his fastest lap time, lap 6. So, Dave, these tires are starting to come up to temperature right now with these smaller open wheel cars.
Yeah, definitely. And even looking at the fast times from, throughout the weekend that the lineup was set on, let's go fastest overall lap for Mark Waltho. He's only about a second and over about a second and a half from his fast time yesterday. So, a little bit different conditions today, a little bit colder and everything. I think a little more wind gusts. So definitely keeps everything a little cool and, see how the times, kind of progress as we get farther into this race.
Going back.
Smile for the camera, everybody. First off, there we go.
Always a great spot there when I was doing photography, and it's really a great spectator spot because it's the closest spot on track you are to the cars. So I always love going up there for big bore because again, you can really feel the power and kind of the thunder of those big bore cars, and always one of the best spots I think when it's opened. When you're able to go up there. So
I went back and looked from this morning for Keith Frazier. I said, on lap 7, he kind of went his best lap of that 121.644. That is better than what he did this morning. His fastest lap time during the feature race was a 129.49. So again, that car a lot faster than it was earlier this morning. So again, about getting out here and getting some seat time. Thomas Kirchman this morning went his fastest lap time was a 123.100. Here he's still about 0.4 off, but again, long way to go in this race still here with 12 laps left to go. Thomas Kirchman again looking to better, and again it's about seat time, right? So you're getting some of these cars. Remember, these cars in these SRFs used to be in our bracket. They have kind of moved out of there and then moved into the open wheel. So,
well, and so I mentioned that that Kirchman was going to be. That Kirchman was going to be at the majors or the Super Tour next weekend at VIR. He then plans coming back up here. He's going to run at the majors in 2 weeks. So this is again good training ground for him to get some seat time, get some practice.
Well, he'll have a week off in between VIR and then back here to the major.
True.
So he has that week of April 10th, 11th, and 12th off. So kind of go back and regroup before he comes back up here.
Right.
For that, so it'll be pretty interesting to see. And again, being that VIR is a much longer racetrack than here with just the 10 turn 2 miles. Again, seat time is. There's nothing more valuable than seat time at different racetracks to be able to do it. If you can do it and you can race it, highly suggest you go and do it because it will only make you a better overall racer completely, even if you're just starting out.
All right, so Tom Kirchman now starting to chase down Dan Carney's Swift as they come down in the one. Kirchman going to move to the inside, driver's right. Don't think he's quite close enough, though, to outbreak the much, much lighter Swift. And Kirchman looked like he might, I think he's still trying to come to grips with the braking here at some point, especially as he moved offline, maybe overbraked a little bit compared to what he was planning to do there as he gets back on the throttle. And again, Kirchman currently running 6th overall. All right, so as we're now halfway through our open wheel group, let's make a quick call to the grid for our bracket racers for their last race of the day. Attention in the paddock, bracket racers, race group number 6. Please start heading to the grid. Your final race of the day is next. Bracket racers, race group number 6, please head to the grid.
Brian, or excuse me, gentlemen, I'm both gonna jump back to our conversation about you guys reminiscing about the 90s and everything.
The 90s.
Gotta
like you were around, but anyway.
We prefer to reminisce about the 80s, but that's okay.
Actually, no, we don't.
Say, I did lie to you guys. You were talking about foreign words to me and Spencer and everything. I will say I lied. I do know what Duran Duran is.
Okay.
I know that because my mom is a fan of them, so I got a text from her saying...
What did she say Duran Duran is?
I do not, but she...
he's got her on a text message.
She told him she knows what it is, but he didn't tell him what it actually is.
Oh, no. Oh, trust me. No, I know what it is. And they, banned everything one of hers. So she texted me and said, don't lie. You know what it is. So I'm going to call, she called me out. So I'm going to correct myself and say, I do know one of the, some of those words you were saying. I do know what that is.
And by the way, that's 80s.
Excuse
me. For the most
part.
Now ask your mom if she knows where Duran Duran and where that actually came from.
I'm sure she might know.
She might. It's long before the 80s, though.
I'll expect a text here in a little bit, but in the 80s, 90s, it's about a decade or two difference, so not far.
All right.
I'm more of a Millie Vanilli fan.
Well, Brian, we've been lip syncing through this for the last 3 years, so
I was going to lead into that. So
when you listen to the ads that we play,
I think. Right here, Greg, you've got, this is actually Dan Carney in that Formula F and then Thomas Kirchman. So Kirchman getting a little bit faster.
Okay.
Now, last lap, he wasn't as fast, kind of fell off a little bit, but I believe this is Kirchman catching Dan Carney.
Yeah. So also, when I was talking to Tom last night, he's had some issues with the cooling system on this car. And, now that it's a whole 50 degrees outside, it might be a bigger issue than it was previously. But he's gone through doing testing with different thermostats and radiators and what have you, trying to keep the water temps down on the car. And that he may have actually seen the water temps start to go up just as he stayed in throttle for a couple of laps straight, backed off to bring the temps back down as he now works his way past Dan Carney, moves up to 5th overall. And with that, Mark Walthu is still about 2.5 seconds back from Wayne Nicolette's Lola. Now running, just ran his fastest lap of the race. and about 6/10 of a second, maybe a little bit more than a half a second faster than Wayne Nicolette that last time by. He's about 2.5 seconds back as again, he's starting to pick up some ground here.
Downforce 9 in the chat says Duran the boxer. No idea. You have no idea who Roberto Duran is?
So yeah, but that wasn't
That's not the reason,
impetus. No. Think movies.
Well, I've got Barbarella listed in here.
There you go.
There, so,
winner.
Mama
Winner.
Lance got that one right. So
all right, excellent. Thank you, Mama Lance.
She wins the trivia.
She did get it.
Say don't question her trivia on stuff from the 80s.
Say Jane Fonda, and there you go. All right, thank you, Mama Lance. You make up for your son's lack of 80s knowledge.
I apologize on my end.
On my end.
I'll study and get ready here for next time.
Absolutely. You're going to need to know much more. We're going to do nothing at the majors but throw out 80s trivia to you.
I tell you what, gentlemen, as we talk about that and we joke about that, two of these drivers here, Wayne Nicolette and Mark Walthu, they're getting faster as the laps go on. I mean, lap 13 for both of them was their best lap. Walthu now has reeled in Wayne Nicolette in that Club Ford. Both of them going 120s, Nicolette going a 473 with Walthu going a 122.18. So he picked up 0.2 of a second on that lap alone. So as this race goes on, both of these drivers are getting faster and faster. So we'll see whether or not Wayne Nicolette's going to be able to hold on to that overall top spot. Obviously the only Club Ford here in this event, but we'll see whether or not Mark's going to be able to reel him in.
Downforce 9, his winner gets a Jane Fonda workout video on Betamax. There you go.
Give away some. We need to pick up a broadcast partner that gives away those types of CDs.
That's CDs. Hey, I still have my CBS Records promotional Dire Straits Brothers in Arms CD that I used to play when I managed an audio department back in 1987.
Yes.
My freshman year of college. Anyway.
Yep, Brian, we are down both Nicolette and Walthu, both down to the 121s. It's set on this time around a 121.65 there from Nicolette and Walthu and a 121.92. So I think both have almost... Nicolette's about, I think, a couple hundredth of a second off from his top time from yesterday from being that, and Walthu already about a second up on his top time yesterday.
Yeah.
Attention in the paddock. Bracket Racers, race group number 6. This is your second call to the grid. Bracket Racers, race group 6, please head to the grid.
Just say, looking back yesterday's heat race as well, Nicolette goes at 120, 124. So again, writing down, getting kind of close down to that time frame as well. Not quite there yet, but Mark Walthu, his fastest time yesterday was at 121.276. That was actually in the heat race yesterday. He's obliterated that time by about 1/10 and a half. Yeah. So that car really picking up. And again, seat time, going through everything as they come down out of turn number 10 now, head by the start-finish line. That's Wayne Nicolette just went across it. And here comes Mark Walthu as well down in there. They're going to come up on Dan Carney. That was the first car there in the picture as we had it going down in turn 1. They'll be coming out of turn number 2 here momentarily, but I believe that's going to be Dan Carney in that 44 machine. And then you're going to have Nicolette and then the 22 of Walthu right behind him.
Say the gap closing a little bit. Walthu now less than 2 seconds. It was about 1.9 seconds separate them. So definitely closing a little bit slowly, but I think Walthu is picking off little by little with 5 laps to go.
Yeah, you can see there as Walthu got down into the 119th, barely into the 119th. That's 13 1,000ths of a second into the 119th. See, I can do math. I can't. But now still about 2 seconds separating Wayne Nicolette in the yellow number 2, Mark Walthu in the red and black number 22.
Again, Mark Walthu down 119.997. So again, another lap where he just obliterated his time from yesterday. So that car is definitely coming in towards the end of this race. So Nicolette goes his fastest time of the 120.102. So Wayne Nicolette betters his time from yesterday as well. And, you know, when you get to lap 16, you know, and again, I know that, you know, there's only several cars out here. We've only got 6 cars on the racetrack, so we got a pretty much of an open racetrack, but that's actually getting it done when you can get, you know, lap 16, 17 of the day. That becomes your fastest lap there. That's really getting some pretty good times there. We head down in there. You can see that gap between Nicolette and Walthu as they went down into turn number 5. Oh, and now we have Thomas Kirchman there spinning. I guess he's trying to get as too much as he can. Didn't want to get lapped by the leaders, but unfortunately that looks like that is going to do it as they're going to wave him on again. So,
all right. So he gets that car gathered back up and now back underway. And again, that's the advantage of getting some additional seat time here. I'm sure he's going to learn from that and correct for it when he comes back here in a couple of weeks. So that's going to allow Dan Carney, I think, to get back by Tom Kirchman. So move Carney back up to 6th overall. Actually, that's is that hit? Actually, I think that's Carney right behind Kirchman. And Kirchman was trying to, I think, still trying to get some of the dirt and gravel off of the tires as he started to weave on the front straight, maybe not realizing that Formula F
not recommended
DB3 was coming up on him.
Not highly recommended when you see that and you look in there. You know, but again, Dan Carney with a little smile on his face because Kirchman went by him earlier, and now Dan Carney's got an opportunity to reel him back in. So,
one move, Tom.
Yeah, one. Yeah, exactly. You get one move. A couple other racers heard that earlier today and yesterday afternoon. One move only.
All right, we've got now 3 laps remaining here in our open wheel and prototype race, first feature race for them in the 2026 season. Wayne Nicolette, your leader in his Club Ford. Mark Walthu in his 2017 vintage Ray GR17 chassis, running second. Then Keith Frazier in a Spec Racer Ford running in 3rd. And I think, Brian, I was going back and looking. We both know Eric Cruz, who's been an FE2 racer for a number of years. And sounds like they went in just a couple of, maybe even last year, went in and found the Zinc Z10 Club Ford that Walthu had been racing. And I think the Zinc that he raced back in the 70s. And just repurchased that chassis. So a pretty neat little story there.
Got a quick text. Apparently, 80s history class starts tomorrow morning. So
very good. You know, if you're going to go through homeschooling, 80s trivia is not the worst. Is not the worst thing that you can do. Just Mama Lance, remember that you can withhold recess from him.
Ouch!
That's the best part of school.
You just can't.
Right.
If you're going to do the homeschool, you just can't withhold prom.
That's right, and make sure that he's not wearing kangaroos on the jungle gym. There you go. All right, as Wayne Nicolette comes into the final quarter now, he's going to get the 1 to go signal from our folks on the starter stand. We've got Bill Hunter, Charisse Smoose, and a couple of other folks up there. I think that's Bill Hunter pointing to the little 1 to go board on the front side of that starter stand. So 2 miles now and about 9 turns remaining for Wayne Nicolette. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for Race Group 6 bracket racers. This is your final call for your final race of the weekend. Please head to the grid. Race Group 6 bracket racers, please head to the grid.
Again, Wayne Nicolette working that last lap, and you can see times have kind of kind of shaped themselves out here a little bit towards the end. Again, Wayne Nicolette got pretty big lead, 4.5 seconds over Mark Walthu in that 22, and it looked like maybe Mark had a little bit of, and I don't know if that was the camera picking up something. Did Mark have a little bit of smoke coming
maybe
through
out of the back of the
turn
car?
number 6? Well, I don't know if it was in the
car's looking a little
right
loose
front.
too.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know if it was in the back or the front. Looks like it had a little bit. May have just been the camera and the sun angle hitting, and I was like, that would seem to be pretty odd because he's run a very fantastic race. As Wayne Nicolette picks up the win here in that Club Ford in that number 2.
All right, and Walthu coming across the line. He'll take the win in Formula F with John Vidovich finishing third, Dan Carney finishing, John Vidovich finishing second in Formula F, Dan Carney finishing third in class. Over in the Spec Racer Fords, Keith Frazier taking the win over Tom Kirchman. And gentlemen, I think that wraps up our open wheel and prototype race here this afternoon.
Let Dan Carney come by the start-finish line. I think he's going to be the last one that's going to take that checkered flag, I believe. May have one other car.
No.
That
There
looks
you
like
go.
that was it. So last car is Dan Carney in that Swift DB3.
All right, so with that race wrapped up, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with our final Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series race of the weekend. Stay with us.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits, and steering, helmets, gloves, and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway and the March MARRS presented by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA and OG Racing. I'm Greg Ginsburg. He's Brian Donati. That's David Lance. And right behind me, Spencer Gaynor. And we have now, let me do math, 3 races remaining here this weekend. And the first one of those 3 up right now is the final Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series race of the weekend. Starting on pole, driving the number 18 Porsche 911 GT3 car, it's Corey Markovitz. Chris Schooler, scheduled to start on the outside of the front row in the number 139 BMW M3. Chris Graham in the white BMW 328 IS out of Hedgesville, West Virginia, will start third, with Adam Mungo scheduled to start fourth in the SABG BMW M3. He's from Chantilly, Virginia. Brian McRae, who I got word from Jim Brewster has been sporting his SBRRS jacket throughout the paddock here. Also does a ton of time trialing. Brian McRae starting 5th in his Scion FRS. Scott Cook in the number 64 BMW M3 out of Reisterstown, Maryland, will start 6th, with Steve Martin in the In-N-Out Performance Ford Mustang starting 7th. Nick Shively scheduled to start right beside Steve on the outside of row number 4 in the Trackout Accommodations Panos Esperante. Then we got Anthony Pacelli in the number 44 Subaru Impreza starting in 9th position alongside Jeffrey Walters in the Dinoco Mazda RX-8. Mike Herbert will start alongside Chuck Edmondson. Herbert in a BMW M240i. Edmondson in his Nissan 350Z. They start 11th and 12th, with Iosu Arrieta starting 13th in his Insane Ways Motorsports Subaru. Then we got Jennifer Romes in the 186 Scion FRS starting in 14th position. Jed Prentice will start 15th in the number 68 Mazda Miata. And then it's Armand. Is that correct, Brian?
It is Armand.
Armand Major, he will start 16th in his Mazda MX-5. That's the Midas machine. And then John Legg and Rick Mellenbach scheduled to start 17th and 18th. I think I saw them packing that 67 car up earlier.
Yeah, I was going to say Armand is from the driver's school, right? So he was here in the driver's school, as it looks like Corey Markovitz, David, he's going to start from the back of the pack this time. So your front row is actually going to be Brian McRae and Christopher Graham.
Love it. Absolutely love it. All right, pace car on the pit lane. Starter looks over the field, waiting to give the green flag, and that is a late green that we can actually see them on the camera there coming into the view. And as you would expect, that Scion just getting bum rushed by the Mustang of Martin and the Panos of Shively as they head down into turn 1.
So Christopher Graham, a good start. Steve Martin shot out of a cannon there at the start, tried to went 3 wide basically up the middle, but it looks like he'll drop down to 3rd. Corey Markovitz, yeah, we saw he was supposed to start on pole originally, but he moved to the back. Who knows? Maybe he wants to do a last to first challenge and challenge himself a little bit in this race since he's been leading all weekend.
Well, no Christopher, no Chris Schooler
keep him honest
in this race here. So, again, and Corey's been kind of the class of the field here in this group. So why not start from the back? Let's see what that Porsche 911 Cup could do.
Attention in the paddock. Race group number 7, Spec Miata. You are next. Please head to the grid. Spec Miata racers and all you at home watching on YouTube, tell your friends. Spec Miata is next. Please head to the grid.
Yeah, this is a shortened race. So this is only 10 laps. They went 10 laps earlier this morning. So this is going to be a pretty quick race here with these drivers right here. But, yeah, I mean, again, Markovitz starting from the back. Now, Christopher Graham, then you throw in, I believe that's actually Scott Cook. That's going to be up in that second place.
Indeed it is.
Then Brian McRae in 3rd as they come out of 10 and head down the front stretch. Steve Martin falling back a little bit as now Corey Markovitz goes around him. So Corey all the way up to 4th place after only 1 lap here, and I believe we may have only 13 cars out of the 18-car field. Chris Schooler, Adam Mungo, which, again, Greg, I think Adam may have had a problem this morning during his warm-up because he didn't come out this morning either. Anthony Pacelli not making it. Jennifer Romes, we saw her with that issue. And then, obviously, John Legg didn't even come out this morning either, right. I don't believe. So.
Yeah, indeed. And I think possibly, no, actually, we do have a time for Rick Millenbach. And so I've pinned, once again, the special timing and scoring that we have for the bracket racing to the chat in YouTube. But if you're not watching the YouTube feed or it's too small for you to see, go to marspoints.com/bracket and you should be able to see the timing and scoring there. In our first bracket for drivers, a minute 27 to a minute 29, it's Chris Graham and Scott Cook. In bracket B3 for drivers, a minute 29 to a minute 31, Brian McRae and Corey Markovitz. As Corey in the Porsche has had to work his way through some of the slower traffic, it's maybe affected the pace of that Porsche just a little bit. He's going to drive right on past Brian McRae right now and a number of other drivers. Something tells me on the next lap he's not going to be in that B3 bracket any longer.
No, I don't think so. Once it updates every 15 seconds, I think you're going to see Corey kind of in his own bracket at that point in time, where these guys are definitely going to move up. I think we're definitely going to get back into the A brackets like we had this morning. And there we go. It just updated again. Now put Corey Markovitz, although he is second overall, fighting with Christopher Graham for the overall lead.
So we had a battle there. Again, Nick Shively and Steve Martin, the two small block Fords. I mean, they've been all together all weekend, the sprint bracket group. So Shively again at Panos Esperante GT, a very unique car here. You don't see a lot of them episode all weekend. Getting by Steve Martin again, these two battling back and forth.
Now keep in mind, when you look at the brackets, Shively's not really racing Steve Martin yet. Right? I use my air quotes sitting up here in the booth, yet, because Steve Martin is in that B2 bracket and Nick Shively has moved into that B1 bracket. So again, technically, while they're nose to tail,
Steve has to get faster and Nick has to get slower.
Well, no, Shively doesn't need to get slower.
No, at this point, Martin needs to get faster.
Steve needs to get a little bit faster. And shout out to Jeffrey Walters too, because he was also in driver's school. With that Mazda as well, with that RX-8. Did quite well during driver school. Got a chance to really watch him on Sunday, out there with that car. So that car's definitely got some legs and definitely getting better and better already just from coming through comp school 2 weeks ago.
All right, well, Steve Martin appears to be making up a little bit of ground on Shively that last time by... Well, maybe he didn't. I'm showing, let me double check here. I'm actually showing that Shively was almost 3 seconds faster than Steve Martin.
Yeah, so now Shively's moved into that A5 bracket.
Yes.
So that puts him third. So now he's not even leading a bracket by himself.
And he's 9 seconds back from Brian McRae, who's just ahead of him in that bracket. So congratulations, Nick Shively, as you continue to find speed in this new car of yours.
You went from first to third in your bracket.
Yeah, in one lap.
Yep.
Excellent.
Look, and that's the product of this bracket racing. I think this is what makes it so interesting is that, and we've said this, many, many times, Greg, over the last couple of years, is that, one lap you're leading your bracket, and then all of a sudden you get a good tow or you get a good pull from somebody, and next thing you know, you're third or fourth in your bracket. Now you got to make up that time, even more. So, again, Shively getting into that A5 bracket. Steve Martin still leading Walters in that 118 machine. He is actually in the B2 bracket. And just as we say that, Greg, now all three of these drivers, Christopher Graham, Scott Cook, and Brian McRae, have now moved up to the A4 bracket. So now Nick Shively, he's leading the B5 bracket by himself again. So...
It all works out in the end. All right, a little bit further back in the field now. Chuck Edmondson in his Nissan 370Z, or probably 350Z, the number 45 car, leads the B3 bracket, and just saw him come down into turn one, the silver Nissan. Mike Herbert in the number 62 BMW. That is the red car now, just coming in. Yeah, there they are in turn one. So that is the battle for the lead in the B3 bracket with, about 2 seconds separating those two racers.
Tell you what, one of the questions I want to ask, and I was looking at as they just went by, and I was talking to his dad and Armand this morning when they came up here towards the booth. I'm wondering, is that the old Mark and Jeff Liller machine? And that looks like almost the exact same car. I remember that, haven't seen them. I thought we would have seen them this year. It looks like one of our Subarus looks like they're...
Well, Mark and Jeff Liller, you mean the burgundy the NC
burgundy
Mazda?
Yes. Okay, that
no.
looks like that car. So I'm wondering if they had sold that to them.
Unless they sold the tree that was planted into the front of it last year.
The color is, if you look at the front end of that car, it's got a red and a white.
Well, maybe.
Some body work done to it. So maybe it was a late purchase. We'll look at it the next time it comes around here. Yeah. But, that looks like that may be that car. Again,
Yeah,
we
possibly.
see this a lot, right? So a lot of drivers, they put their cars up for sale, and then people buy them. They come right back out here and they race.
And
with
they race them
So,
again, exactly. Yeah, I think, and that Mazda, and I don't remember the exact Mazda color code. It was like a wine-colored, very dark
burgundy, coming
dark
out of
burgundy.
turn number 10 now, Spencer. We look at that going down by the start-finish line here. That does look like that is with the black top.
Yeah, it could very
be.
possibly be.
Take a look at it. I'm not
My eyes are so blinded by the bright red nose code on that car that I couldn't really tell. Let's jump. Actually, they're going to be coming to us right now to the start-finish line. David, this is Brian McRae right on the back of Scott Cook's BMW.
Yeah, McRae, again, trying to see if he could a little bit deeper on the brakes. It looks like definitely catching the rear end there of Scott Cook. But I do want to say, though, Corey Markovitz, I talked about his last and first challenge. It took him about 3 laps to get to the front. So Corey Markovitz, though, it did not take him long to get from 13th all the way up to first.
So he really didn't challenge himself.
No, not much of a challenge. Well, I mean, look, he's got about 350 horsepower on some of the cars in this field.
Only 350? That's not that much.
No. Well, I mean, he's only got about 200 on the others. So, all right, is Chuck Edmondson now gets past Mike Herbert's number 62 BMW. And so let's take a look at these brackets. We've got 4 laps remaining, but first, before we do that, let me make another call to the grid. Attention in the paddock, race group 7, Spec Miata. This is your second call to the grid. Spec Miata racers, race group number 7. Please head to the grid. All right, there we are actually watching there as Chuck Edmondson now right at the back of, and is that the Herbert BMW that is just ahead of him? I think it is, as Chuck Edmondson now going to find himself second in the B3 bracket unless one of them has busted out.
I think they busted out right now. He's leading that, and let's see. I mean, he's still leading over Herbert in that 62 machine. But again, it takes about 15 seconds after every lap goes by that our timing and scoring for the bracket racing updates. So I believe that it has been updated since then. So I do believe that Chuck Edmonds still leading that B3 bracket, Greg.
All right, and we have Racing Sify in the chat. It says Armand's car is not the old lure car.
Okay,
it's an old build. It was intended for the MX-5 Cup back during, I guess, probably during the Playboy series when they were running the NC Miatas at that time. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that.
There, like I said, I see colors and I see cars and they look the same, and it's like, oh, I've seen that car before, and I kind of through. I've seen many cars over the last couple of years at different racetracks, and it's pretty quick and easy to pick out those cars. There, we got one car. It looks like Arietta's going to go down, and we do call that turn 1 for a reason. I know we said that during driving school too, but that looked like that. Trying to get out of the way there, and it just didn't work. So,
all right. Well, Arrieta, he if there's one saving grace for him, it sounds like Markovitz.
There may be a big issue on that car.
So, David, I think when he was down in the carousel just before, I saw a big cloud of smoke go up through the air, and I figured he was just another Subaru trying to go rallying. But maybe something else going on.
I was going to say, if he was looking for the rallycross course, he's got to be looking over behind turn 10. So,
Yeah, I was going to say, if there's a turn that you wouldn't make, Brian, with a rally car, it would be over at turn 10. You go straight to the rallycross course here over at Summit Point. If you get down to turn 1, you've gone too far.
Yeah, definitely a very big problem there. That car is just limping around. I'm going to cover that with a white flag, I'm sure, as we get wrapped up here. Waiting on Corey Markovitz. He's going to end up getting the 1 to go as they come down out of turn number 10. Again, he's going to put a lap on, I believe, that is going to be the 62 of Mike Herbert.
All right, so 2 miles, 10 turns for our final bracket race of the day. Markovitz now your sole racer in the A3 bracket. In the A4 bracket for drivers, a minute 21 to a minute 23. Chris Graham is your leader In the white number 20, BMW M325, Scott Cook second, Brian McRae third. Shively and Martin continue to run in separate brackets, as Shively is our sole driver in the A5 bracket. Steve Martin, our sole racer in the B1 bracket, as I just heard that V8 thunder by. Jeffrey Walters, our sole racer in the B1 bracket. Then Chuck Edmondson and Mike Herbert in B3. Jed Prentice, Iosu Arrieta in B4. Of course, looking in Arrieta now on the pit lane. We didn't think he was going to make it to the final lap. And Armand Major and Rick Millenbach, your B5 racers, as the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car of Corey Markovitz comes out of turn 8 up the hill and probably under the bridge here in a minute. There he is, comes underneath the bridge and onto the front straight. Corey Markovitz will take another win here in bracket racing this weekend to run the table, and he will stay in. He does not get into the 118, so he's going to stay in the A3 bracket as he has all weekend long. Congratulations to him. In the A4 bracket, Chris Graham, who just now crosses the line, will finish with the win there. Brian McRae gets around Scott Cook on the very last lap, Brian. So McRae's going to finish third overall on track. He'll finish second in the A4 bracket with Scott Cook third. Then Shively in A5. And Shively now, let's take a look as he gooses that throttle, big guttural sound out of that Ford motor. He comes across the checkered flag with a final time of 124.834. So he will stay in the A5 bracket. Steve Martin will finish up as the sole racer in the B1. Then Walters and Martin actually moved out of the B2 bracket. So congratulations, Jeffrey Walters. You get a win. And in the B2 bracket, Chuck Edmondson will win the B3 bracket over Mike Herbert. Jed Prentice beating out Ayuso Arrieta in the B4 bracket. Armand Major, Rick Millenbach rounding out the field in B5. All right, that's going to wrap things up for our final bracket race of the day. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call for race group number 7. Spec Miata, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from Summit Point Raceway. It's the March MARRS presented by OG Racing. Stay with us.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland, specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini. Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
Need it welded? Need it now? When things break at the track or out in the field, you don't have time to wait. You need precision. You need reliability. You need Rockman Metalworks. From high-performance race components to critical field repairs, Rockman delivers elite-level welding and fabrication with a research-driven approach that goes far beyond your average welder. This is precision work built to perform when it matters most. And here's the best part. They come to you. With full mobile service, Rockman Metalworks gets you back up and running fast so you can get back in the race. Conveniently located just 30 minutes from Summit Point, call them now at 209-751-9750. Rockman Metalworks. When it has to be right, right now.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Need a ride?
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race time trials and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway in the March MARRS, presented by OG Racing. Next up, it is Spec Miata. Let's run down the starting order for this 34-car field, or at least as many of them as I can say very quickly. Michael Apatow, driving the number 21 Windsor Customs machine out of Davidsonville, Maryland, is your pole sitter with a qualifying time of 1:26.670. John Hotz, driving the number 63 SRFx Racing Mazda Miata, will start on the outside of the front row. And then it's a bunch of wits. It's the 84 of Scott. It's the 85 of Dylan. And they make up row number 2. Michael LaMena will start 5th today. He's in the number 88 Cornerstone Financial Advisors Mazda Miata. He'll start alongside Greg Witt, who starts 6th in the 04 machine. Kip Gaynor in the number 44 entry out of Durwood, Maryland, will start 7th, with Ben Foltz in the number 5 out of Peru, Vermont, scheduled to start 8th. John Jenkins in the Classic Car Club of Manhattan entry from New York, will start 9th in the 195 car. James Lindenthal, scheduled to start 10th. He's driving the number 18 RP Performance machine. He's out of Morgantown, West Virginia, with David Gast in the 81 RP Performance car starting 11th. Ted Cahall in the number 78 Cahall Racing J&L Automotive entry will start 12th, with David Henderson in the number 28 BDL Motorsports entry out of Falmouth, Virginia, starting lucky 13th alongside Bob Cahall. Finished on the podium this morning in STL. He's driving the number 178 Cahall Racing J&L Automotive machine. He's out of Gurnee, Illinois, representing the Chicago region. Christopher Kelly will start 15th. He's in the number 131 Riley Kelly Mazda. He's from Newmarket, Maryland. He starts alongside Michael Arendosh, driving the number 33 Mazda out of Gibsonia, Pennsylvania, representing the Steel Cities region. Griffin Witt will start 17th. Griffin is in the 06 machine. He represents the Blue Ridge region, while AJ Ferragonio in the C&G Performance Mazda out of Freedom, Pennsylvania, will start 18th. Jeremy Butts, we don't think we're going to see this car out here today. He had some mechanical issues with it, but Jeremy Butts scheduled to start 19th in the number 69 machine, the Rossini Planet Miata machine. That's the CVET Windsor Customs machine. And then starting 20th, Chris Rawlings in the number 35 Rossini Planet Miata car from Reading, Pennsylvania. Eric Antich will start 21st in the 193 machine, with Keegan Manning driving the 00, starting 22nd. Starting 21st will be Eric Antich in the 193 car, with Keegan Manning in the 00, starting 22nd. As the pace car is on the pit lane, starter looking over the field, and green flag is in the air. And we are racing once again here at Summit Point Raceway. Heading down into turn 1, it is Michael Apatow with John Hotz, as the entire field now heading hard under braking, still 2 by 2. A couple stragglers there at the back of the field, but most of the lines here staying nice and even, with Apatow and Hotz rolling through turn 1 side by side as we try to get our timing and scoring fixed up here. Gentlemen, if you could take the point, I'm going to work with our TNS team, see if we can do something about that.
Tell you what, John Hotz now is going to pick up the overall lead right now in that number 63 machine. We talked about John yesterday. John ended up having a problem on the start, David, where he saw a lot of movement going back and forth. He moved out of the way, and that's just because John spent a lot of money to try to get that right side panels fixed. Did not want to have to go through that again. That was from Homestead. Got out of it, but then John set a pretty good fast lap before some mechanical issues towards the end of the race. So John starting up on the front row with Michael Apatow, who had a great run yesterday. As they come out of the carousel right now, John leading Michael Apatow, and then you've got to throw in there, that's the 84 of Scott Witt, with Dylan Witt just behind.
Yeah, the Witt family definitely had a bit of an exciting day yesterday for the family. I know they kept going off, here or there, and hoping, I think they're looking for a better clean day today. And this will be interesting. Again, Hotz to the lead. It looks like that Apatow and the 85 are going to be working together here. And it looks like LaMania going to pull out a line just a couple spots behind. It looks like that's the battle for 5th.
Yeah, I tell you what, John Hotz leading Michael Apatow and then Dylan Witt as they go down into turn number 1 one more time. And again, John, the reason being put back up on that front row was because of, dropping all the way back down to 24th. One of our cars having some heavy brake lock up there on that right front. That's going to probably leave a flat spot tire. that ended up giving him back the position all the way at the top, and that's when we had that good battle between Michael LaMena, Kip Gaynor, along with Michael Apatow all the way through. John Jenkins going really, really wide there through 3. It's a good thing that we extended that 2 years ago, because if not, that right rear would have been completely in the gravel trap right there. Again, Michael LaMena, again, with another brake lockup going down into turn number 5. I know he had some issues with his brakes on his SRF, but didn't realize he was having them right here today.
Maybe he threw the same flat spotted tires on
maybe.
the Miata.
Well, I know that he switched around some tires yesterday after the heat race. I did speak with him afterwards and made some changes to those tires for this afternoon. So look for those tires to be a little bit better towards the end of this race is what he's really hoping for.
As we see here, spreading a little out, fanning it out a little bit as Hotz is a little uncontested right now. But again, Brian, as we talk about this Miata groups and the spec Miatas, you have to work with somebody. You have to team up with somebody, maybe try to bump drive each other, work with each other, get you guys up to the front, and then maybe they can work around John Hotz, as it looks like there might have been a little bit of a brake lockup from somebody down turn number 1.
That's actually going to be, I believe that's going to be the 04 of Greg Witt.
Back
into turn number 1 really, really hard. Got on the brakes. The car just did not want to make that turn. Ended up going through the gravel trap. Looks like he's going to get back on, gentlemen. But again, another loss where he's going to drop all the way back to the back of this field in that 04 machine.
Yeah, and Greg had a lot of challenges during yesterday's race, Brian. I think had 2 spins and having some car control issues there, under braking, and again, it looks like he might have had maybe and these cars do not have adjustable brake bias in them. You can't dial more pressure to the front or more pressure to the back, but definitely having some brake lockup issues there.
Well, to me, what that kind of looked like from here, looking out from the top, is like he was looking through the cars ahead of him and just basically just missed the turn in, and by that time, it's too late getting on the brakes.
All right, so John Hotz is your leader with Michael Apatow, our pole sitter second, and then Dylan Witt and Scott Witt. We just saw Greg Witt have his problems at turn 1. That's going to move LaMena now up in the 5th with Ben Foltz.
Yeah, Brian, real quick, we talked about kind of being up, looking ahead at somebody with these Miata cars, and you're kind of... Sorry, excuse me. And I talked about, as you're kind of looking ahead, you've driven some of the Miatas for even in Sherman Spec.
Sure.
How much of that affects you, when you're looking ahead, how much kind of does that...
Well, you look at these cars, and just even see here as they're coming through turn 1, you are essentially looking through the roll cage and the windshield of sometimes one car, sometimes 2 cars ahead of you. And a lot of this really comes down to feeling and to getting a kind of, I don't want to say in a flow state, but you have to be very anticipatory of when to turn in, when to brake, because you're not going to see it. You have to kind of just feel it. So we talked about the 04 car going around, having some issues over at turn 4 just a moment ago. Now we just got word that Adam Witt in the 05 car, he may have come together with Shanji in the 136 entry, and he fell off the course. They were covering him with a local yellow there for a few moments. He is now back underway.
Yeah, he's coming out of turn number 2 and heading up. But, just to give a little bit more insight to what Greg was saying is, when I was racing in some of these Miatas, what I would do is pick out a position on the racetrack so that when you get into that battling, you can try to stay as smooth as possible. You're not relying on that car in front of you to make sure they hit the right spots. You're picking out another spot to be able to making sure that you can make that turn, as we got some pretty good battle here going down into turn number 1. I believe that is Ben Foltz being pushed down there with Kip Gaynor. Michael LaMena also in that battle, along with Chris Rawlings, who, gentlemen, just set the fastest lap of the race.
Big brake lockup a little bit further back in the field. Try to get the number off of that blue Mazda Miata, but gathered things back up. But a lot of these drivers, Brian, they might be done with these Hoosier SM 7.5 tires by the end of this weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough going through there to get there if we keep seeing that right there with the heavy brake lockup. But a really good push by Kip Gaynor in that 44 with Ben Foltz. They're going to move all the way around, and I believe they're going to move up into that fifth fifth and sixth spot here as our front three really start to get away.
Yeah, just as Reinhardt's Garage in the chat says, go Ben Foltz. And, well, that...
he's going.
Yeah.
Although it looks like Rawlings has gotten around him, so...
Just not in the direction that maybe he wanted. And I think Rollins just ran the fastest lap of anyone that last time by. Reset the fast lap, yeah.
So again, you got some pretty good battles just a little bit further back. We talked about Chris Rollins here. Chris Rollins moving up into fifth with Ben Foltz. Those two are nose to tail. Michael LaMena going to try to pull out here and go around the 0-4 there of Greg Witt.
Well, somebody else who tried to go around, Brian, that was the 89 car taking a wild ride through the gravel trap. That was Naif Altalawi out of Blacksburg, Virginia. He crosses the line. It doesn't look like he ever came out of the throttle. Crosses the line in 22nd position. I think he might have actually made up a spot doing that.
Nothing like going in the gravel trap at 10 and keep going, make a position. Look like we also may have had Keegan Manning going through there as well in that.
And things are getting a little more, little interesting in that section of the track because Tom Gahn.
That's the second time today.
Yeah, who did a nice little pirouette at turn one, David.
Yeah, definitely. He's had a bit of a little chaotic day, or a fun day to say the least. I don't think he'll describe it as that.
No.
Yeah, he had the issues earlier today in that small bore race, but Tom Gahn hoping this race will get a little bit better for him with 14 laps to go.
Tell you what, our front three now as they head down the front stretch. There it is, John Hotz along with Michael Apatow, and then throw in the 85 there, Dylan Witt. They've opened up a gap back to the 44 there in fourth, Kip Gaynor, of about 7 seconds. And then you got to go a little bit further back there to Chris Rawlings. Look for those two knowing that they know for a fact they're not going to catch the leaders unless they stay nose to tail.
Wow. Just saw, I think it was Bob Cahall in the 178 machine just absolutely throw the car down deep in the turn one. Go ahead, David.
I believe that was David Gast in the 81.
Okay, David Gast in the red 81 because he came down. It looked like he was trying to get around Bob Cahall, around David Henderson, John Jenkins, and was so far to the inside, just somehow woed that car down. Thought he was going to be a bowling pin.
Well, then there got turn 3, and I think he went all 4 into the gravel trap, so.
We're actually going to get that call right now.
There you go, David Gass, the 81 car, 4 wheels off in the gravel over at exit at turn number 3. Good call, David, there, as he's going to lose a couple more positions, likely to Chris Kelly and Eric Antich next time we see them come by.
Downforce 9 says, passing the grass part 2. That's exactly right. Although and there's another car going off in turn number 10 right now, and I believe that's going to be the same car that went off last time. Nope, that's actually going to be the 131 going off. That's going to be Christopher Kelly. So again, a lot of these Miatas think they're Subarus, Greg. They should be on the other racetrack if they're going to do the
at least all the red ones do.
Yeah.
All right, we take a look. Finally, the dust is settling and clearing over at turn 10 as the field makes their way over, as we now have 13 laps remaining, 7 laps complete, working lap number 8 here as John Hotz, still your leader, Michael Apatow second, Dylan Witt third. The question is, Brian, does John Hotz have enough fuel?
I'm sure he does. There was a bunch of people that gave John a bunch of, well, you know what happens when you get over there about not having enough fuel. I think John was doing the same math I think that you always do right before the race. Yeah, he had to take his shoes off before he put his racing shoes on, and I don't believe he got it right. But again, coming out of turn number 10, these front 3, they've really opened up the gap. Again, Apatow and Dylan Witt trying to do everything they can to keep John Hotz in check here, not letting him get too far out, as it looks like now Michael Apatow just went his personal best on lap 8 with a 127.318. So again, really starting to reel John Hott's in, and I believe Michael's really getting through turn number 10 as best as any of those front three cars, because he starts to reel in Haas a little bit, but Haas gets through turns 1 and 2 coming out. You can see here that gap's going to be about 2.5 car lengths right there. Really gets out of turn number 2.
Yeah, Brian, last time on the line, the split between third and fourth of Dylan Witt and Kip Gaynor was about 7.5 seconds. So the top three here really starting to stretch out from the rest of this pack of Gaynor, Rawlings, and then Fultz and LaMania behind those two.
Yeah.
Downforce 9 asks in the chat if the driveway there is the Rallycross entrance. No, actually, it's about 75 yards behind there.
Yeah, correct.
And D-Lance 20 says in the chat that there's a big jump coming out of the gravel trap at 10. It's nowhere near as big as it used to be, but every time a car goes through there, it gets just a little bit deeper.
We saw Jordy Firma yesterday.
Absolutely.
He had that big jump coming out of the gravel trap, so he can definitely tell you from experience how that might feel nowadays.
Christopher Kelly just did the same thing. The back end of that car was way up in the air once he hit that. And a good thing that he kind of utilized the throttle modulation, because if that thing would have hit and there's another car going off in turn number 10, I believe that's going to be the 35. That is actually going to be... Let's see.
That was
Rawlings.
That was Rawlings. And I'll tell you, Ben Fultz got caught out coming down the front straight, because as Rawlings let out of the throttle as he was trying to gather himself back up, and Fultz almost ran right into the back of the car. We can see there now as they go into turn 1, door to door, side by side, Greg Witt and that 04 Jim Lindenthal right back behind them as they have now compressed up. But that also now puts Kip Gaynor and Michael Amena back together, nose to tail, as they've now kind of separated themselves out from Chris Rawlings, Fultz, and Witt.
Yeah, that's going to be the battle for 4th and 5th. Remember, those two had a fantastic race yesterday afternoon.
Meanwhile, does it count that when that 35 car went through the gravel and bounced all over the place, it's got like a red windshield banner? Does that count as a red car? Because almost every car that's gone through there now, going back to yesterday to Jordy Fuhrman, always red.
Yep, and we've got one car on pit road. I believe that's that may be the 05 machine of Adam Witt. Also getting reports down in turn number 5. We'll see if he makes it to the pit road, but I believe that was Christopher Kelly in the 131. Had an incident down on turn number 5. I believe he may have had some impact with the tire wall down there. Was able to pull away. We were able to see it, but I don't know if he actually went by and came out. So.
All right, we might get a word from that from turn 5 here in just a moment. As we're now halfway through this 20-lap Spec Miata race, let's make a call to the grid for our final race group of the day. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 8, Improved Touring and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Improved Touring and B-Spec racers, race group number 8, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
You know, I know a lot of these drivers probably don't have a lot of lap times on here because we have a lot of new drivers, it seems, Greg, in this, in this Spec Miata class. Guys are really trying to push the limit coming out of turn number 10, and you can get your car on the outside, so drivers left, of the rumble strips right there.
Right.
But you can push the limit, David, too far where you get in there and you hook that left rear into the end of that gravel trap and you're going for a ride. And so it does look like a lot of drivers are trying to push the limit and drive through the other window of the competitor in front of them.
We've seen that. We saw, I think it was the 04 yesterday of Greg Witt when he did that, because he was off at 10 a couple of times. I think about 2 or 3 times it felt like he was off. So again, and we've seen that all throughout the weekend. Guys just really trying to get as much momentum as they can through and out of the corner, get a good run down the front straightaway.
Yeah, and you know, now we're starting to see, and don't be deceived, as cars come out of turn 10, we're starting to see a lot of dust and dirt flying through the air. That is because the cars that have gone off have dragged so much gravel back onto the exit curbing and onto the track surface there. It's getting kind of slippy and slidey through there as these drivers, as they come out to the exit of the corner, just not finding the grip that they had early on in this race.
Say, John Hott's really starting to gain more of an advantage here over the Apatow and the Witt machine. So his gap time between him and second place now is about 1 second. So John Hotz, though, is starting to extend that gap. And look, again, a little bit foreign that we've seen in Miata racing.
Yeah, there he goes. They come through the carousel now, John Hotz. This is where you think that maybe Apatow, maybe Witt have spent their early laps, first half of this race, working so hard just to stay up into the fight with John Hotz that they've maybe overworked some of those Hoosier tires. Now, those Hoosier SM75 spec tires that all of our spec Miatas must run, they are, well, they're certainly more grippy than the Toyos that we saw in SSM, and they typically don't fall off until they do. And it's a pretty quick, they're not progressive about it. They will just be gone here as we take a look in now getting a little push here. Mike LaMena coming down the front straight with Kip Gaynor ahead as a couple of our cameras. I apologize for that, as Mike LaMena had fallen back into the clutches of Chris Rawlings in that 35 machine, and he gets the pass made.
Well, he Mike LaMena had no choice but to let him make that pass.
Yeah.
So they came up on the car of the 136 of Sean G, and I tell you what, Michael had to get almost completely out of it. Chris Rawlings pushed him right up in there and then went into the middle of both him and G. Michael had no chance but to let out, or no choice but to let out, or all three of them went in. Pretty good move there by Rawlings, but a move that's not a high percentage move, especially down the front stretch at the start-finish line.
All right, we apologize for some of the issues with our timing and scoring, as we're having some issues with the feed from the folks over downstairs and across the way. It is West Virginia, you know. But we've now got, we think, 8 laps remaining here from Summit Point as Mike LaMena, or pardon me, is Kip Gaynor, and Spencer's right back over. He's doing fist pumps, air pumps. It's almost like he's playing, it's almost like air guitar in the 80s, David. Kip Gaynor now starting to do more than inch away from the racers behind. And he's just about broken the draft, I think, of Chris Rawlings and Mike LaMena, with Greg Witt, Ben Foltz back very close behind.
Well, if those two stay nose to tail, and I'm talking about Chris Rawlings and Michael LaMena, they will reel in Kip Gaynor, just as we've seen where John Hotz has pulled away in the overall leader over Michael Apatow and Dylan Witt. Apatow's fallen back just a little bit into the clutches of Dylan Witt. Those two now have stuck nose to tail. Those two are starting to reel in John Hotz. Looking at by the last time and the last laps by, they were right there pretty much the same time. Apatow falling back, and the reason they fell back 0.3 of a second was to go back and pick up Dylan Witt in order to get through there.
All right, another driver, the 89 car, another one of our, well, car that we've seen earlier, Naif Altalawi, having some problems, did a 360 going through turn 10, gathers the car up. He just now pulls back on line. He dropped down to 25th when he crossed stripe. He had actually gotten just the prior lap up to 19th position, so loses six positions with that spin.
Yeah. Trying to do the old Rick Mears.
Tell you what, Dylan Witt getting really close down to the back end of Apatow. Maybe try to give him a little bit of bump draft down the long front straightaway here to catch up to Hotz. And we see here, as coming into our shot in the back, looks like there's going to be a battle for fourth here. It's going to be between Kip Gaynor and Chris Rawlings. Rawlings pulls down to the inside of Gaynor, maybe going to try to send it a little bit deeper on the brakes, try to get by Gaynor side by side. And it looks like Rawlings will. He's going to force Gaynor a little bit wide. So give Rawlings now the 4th spot.
Yeah, I tell you what, good move there by Chris Rawlings. Again, had a good run coming out of turn number 10. Got right to the back bumper of Kip Gaynor and then made that pass. As they come up out of turn number 2, you can see right there, Rawlings is going to stick that nose in there. So's Gaynor, and Michael LaMena is going to go 2 off into turn number 3 up over the hill. Again, these guys are pushing the limits of these cars, Greg, almost to the point where these tires may be starting to give up as this race is going on. I know the temperature's a little bit warmer than it was yesterday, but these tires could be starting to go away. These cars are really, as fuel's burning off with 6 laps left, this handling of these cars are really going away.
Now, in Spec Miata at the national level, for at least for the Super Tour series, the drivers must use one set of tires over the course of an entire weekend. That is not the case here in regional racing. So, but obviously, in order to keep costs low, you're not going to have that, as we've got something down over at turn
we've actually got a battle for the lead here as we come down to the start finish line and go down. You're going to see here's Michael Apatow along with Dylan Witt going to try to push by John Hotz. John's going to go a little bit wide. He's going to open up that corner a little bit more. Again, we've talked about John before, the wily veteran that he is. He'll get back in line and he'll utilize Dylan Witt at this point. As we get towards the end of this race. Again, 5 laps left to go. Still plenty enough time for John Hodson, that 63 machine.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 8, Improved Touring and B-Spec. Head to the grid. Improved Touring and B-Spec racers, please head to the grid.
Brian, we see the Apatow and Witt, they've been a little behind. They were kind of falling back a little bit from Hotz, and then they started catching him. Do you think they were kind of saving a little bit of their equipment and tires, everything towards the end to maybe, with the 5 laps to go here, try to get by Hotz, and as he maybe was thinking he was safe?
Well, I don't know if they were saving anything because you've got to keep John Hotz there in check. John's been pretty dominant in this class, won the championship here last year in Spec Miata. I think Apatow fell back a little bit to pick up Dylan Witt because he needed that partner in order to get by John Hotz. So, again, a pretty good battle with Michael Apatow in this top 3. Is now Dylan Witt's going to look like he's going to go to the front, so there's definitely no loyalty there with Michael Apatow as he goes to pull out, and so does John Hotz. So let's see whether or not Hotz's going to push Dylan Witt into the lead here with a couple more laps to go. 4 laps left to go. Dylan Witt a little bit hard on the brakes, scorches the right front going into the turn. But we'll see whether or not John did not make that pass on Apatow. Apatow's been battling for the lead in Spec Miata basically the last 2 days. He had that same battle with Kip Gaynor and Michael LaMena until they got down to 3 laps left to go.
Oh, and Brian dropping a wheel going off there, the 85 of Witt, and he's maybe going to lose a little bit of pace there. As we jump back to the battle right back behind with Gaynor, Rollins, and LaMena. But Dylan Witt just did not get a good run out of 3. We'll check in on them here in just a few moments as we watch this now as Rawlings tries to go around the outside of the chute. That's going to set him up to the inside lane going into turn 5 as Kip Gaynor tries to pinch him down. And we do have a local caution now over at turn 3.
I don't see anybody out there. I think we may at one point had something.
All right, sounds like Ben Foltz in the 5 machine had an off over there. And he is he's actually right by the MARRS sign there, so he is off. So we're going to have that local caution over at turn 3 as we've got now 3 laps remaining as we watch the battle for right now for 4th. This is Kip Gaynor, Chris Rawlings, and Michael LaMena coming out of turn 10. They've separated themselves out considerably as James Linenthal, Greg Witt, almost 3 seconds behind.
Yeah, and those 3 continue to battle, and that's really just opening up the gap for our front 3 now as Michael Apatow continues to lead over Dylan Witt. I tell you what, Dylan Witt scorched the front brakes there again, getting into turn number 1 last time by, able to get that settled down. John Haas let him go in there, and he decided to stick in behind him, but that was, again, another close call with some of these moves that we're seeing here today. Pretty aggressive here, really, from the onset. So with 3 laps left to go, again, I said it before, I'll say it again, they're really pushing the wear on these tires.
All right, so Brian, one of the things with the number 5 car going off that last time by over at turn 3, we had Ben Foltz bring a lot of gravel onto the track. They're going to be showing a debris flag over there, but this is something that our 3 leaders now is they're going to start lap number 18 that they're going to have to take into consideration. They did not see the condition of the track as it is now the last time they came through there, and there may be a dearth of grip as they exit turn 3.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. You're right, Greg. They did not see it last time. It wasn't until the call came in because of the Ben Foltz machine putting some out there. And that's just a precautionary measure to make sure that everybody is aware. They'll hold it up for about a lap or two, maybe even hold it for the rest of this race, just so that everybody's aware, knowing that the next time by our leaders come by, they'll only have one lap to go.
Well, they're coming in. They're coming in right now, Brian, and as they go through, all in a line, and our leader, Michael Apatow, taking a big bunch of the apex curbing there at turn 3, lifting the left side of the car up into the air. And Brian, they're going to be coming up on some slower traffic as they get to probably one of the most critical sections down in the carousel.
Yeah. Oh. And now we got another car going around out there and continuing on, but I think we had, looks like the 48 may have been, actually that may have been Tom Gahn in the 49 again. I don't think there is a 48 there, so I believe that was Tom Gahn in the 49.
All right, our leader is coming up on that slower car, and that may be Tom Gahn as they come now underneath the bridge. When they come onto the front straight, they'll get the notification, 1 lap remaining, and coming out of the final corner, our third place runner, John Hotz, might have gotten balked just a little bit. He didn't get balked, but he had to check up as he was forced to the inside right towards the apex by that slower car on the final lap. I don't want to say he's out of it, but he's about 4 car lengths back from Apatow and Dylan Witt as they come into turn 1. Dylan Witt now coming down the outside with Apatow to the inside. Brian, why don't you pick it up as they come out of 2?
I was going to say, as they come out of 2, they're still going to be side by side, and you're right, Greg. John Hott's not out of it with this side by side. That's a parachute with both of those cars going through turn number 3. That's going to force Michael Apatow to go two wheels off in the gravel there. We'll see what happens in turn 4. They're both side by side. Not a high percentage pass right there if you're trying to make that, but it does look like Dylan's going to make that stick coming down in here. Michael Apatow not going to go away. John Hott sitting back just waiting right now for those 2 cars to settle their side by side differences.
All right, well, as they come into the carousel, it is the number 85 of Witt to the outside, to driver's left. It is Apatow to driver's right. Witt has the position as they go into turn number 8. This is where John Hott's going to taxi. Turns in late. He's right alongside the Apatow machine as they come underneath the bridge into the final corner for the very last time. And John Hott's to the inside. He gets past Apatow now as they come onto the front straight. Little bit of a wiggle from Dylan Witt in the blue number 85 car, and as they come to the line, the winner in Spec Miata here at the MARRS, it is Dylan Witt. John Hotz will finish 2nd. Michael Apatow will finish 3rd. The battle for 4th now coming out of turn 10 and onto the front straight. It is Kip Gaynor with Chris Rawlings. Gaynor gets around Rawlings. He is going to finish in 4th. Chris Rawlings beats Mike LaMena to the line to finish 5th by 47 1/1000ths of a second. Jim Lindenthal will come home in 7th behind Mike LaMena. Greg Witt, David Henderson, Ted Cahall will round out your top 10 with Bob Cahall behind in just out of the top 10 in 11th.
Woo! What a battle. Battle not only for the top, but again, when they were side by side, really pretty much through turn 2 all the way through, really till turn 7. I really thought John Hotz was going to really get in there. We got another little battle coming out of turn number 10. Let's stay right here. Looks like we may be 3 wide. This is going to be a battle a little bit further back with the Andrew Wagner machine. That's going to be 19th, 20th, and 21st with the 39 of Andrew Wagner picking up 19th place. Dominic Mandiel started 34th. 33rd in this. He's going to work his way all the way up to the top 20.
And Brian, when you know it, another red car goes through the gravel at turn 10 to wrap up this race. And that might have been K. Doss, I think, possibly. I know Doss is in a black car.
190. Yeah.
Right, is in the black 190 car. But that's the perfect way, David, to wrap up a Spec Miata race with a red car going through the gravel trap.
Yeah.
There. All right, so there you go. Congratulations to Dylan Witt, today's winner in Spec Miata. All right, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group, our final group of the day. Attention in the paddock. Final call for race group number 8, Improved Touring and B-Spec. This is your final call to the grid. Race group 8, you're going to be on track here in just a moment. Please head to the grid. All right, guys, let's take a break. We need some water, or maybe something stronger. I don't know. And if you ever thought of buying a red Miata, we got to call that deal off right now on Facebook Marketplace. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with our final race of the day here from Summit Point Raceway. It is the March MARRS. Stay with us.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits, and steering, helmets, gloves, and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
It is almost the end of the March MARRS presented by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA and OG Racing from Sterling, Virginia. I'm Greg. He's Brian. He's David.
When did we go to Sterling, Virginia?
Well, that's where OG Racing is.
Oh.
And then we got Spencer Gaynor back behind us over here. Final race of the day. It is Improved Touring and B-Spec as our racers take to the track. Let's run down the starting order. Tell Carl Fossler the track is over on that side. And here we go. Starting on pole today, driving the number 31 RP Performance Mazda Miata. The ITA entry of Joel Gambino. Jeff Lucas is our ITS pole sitter. He's going to start on the outside of the front row in the Motorsport Auto Datsun 240Z. He's out of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. T. Wade Heron took the win yesterday in ITA. He's driving the number 78 Rockhouse Mazda Miata. He'll start third with Glenn Evans in the Performance Auto Works number 10 ITA Miata out of Centerville, Virginia, starting fourth. Starting fifth, Justin Shepard, or the other Justin. We had the other Justin Shepard earlier.
Yeah, so the real Justin Shepard.
This is the real Justin Shepard. He's going to start fifth today. He's driving the number 100 ITA Shepard Racing Mazda. He's out of Hempstead, Maryland. Scotty Holman's your ITB pole sitter today. He's going to start sixth on the field in the Frederick Motorsports Mazda Protege. Has the number 69 on the door, and that's nice. All right, Greg Gale will start seventh today. He's in the number 3 ITA Mazda Miata. He's from Reston, Virginia. Garrett Bowser in the number 152 ITB Honda Fit will start eighth on the field. He's out of Leesburg, Virginia. Also out of Leesburg is your B-Spec pole sitter, Alex Ratcliffe, in the Rat Sport Performance AutoWorks RP Performance Hyundai Accent with James Kohler driving the number 95 B-Spec JK Racing Mazda 2, starting 10th. And then finally, rounding out the field, Carl Fossler, driver of the number 82 ITB Freesoft Frederick Motorsports Porsche 924. He starts 11th. Lights are out on the pace car. It might be because it's a British Leyland product, but I think Tom McLeod meant to turn out the lights on the pace car. I'm going to give him credit for that. Tom, former National Pit and Grid Worker of the Year, and we have so many folks that have won those awards. His wife Kathy, Chief Steward, here this weekend as well, and Tom brings the MGA onto the pit lane, turning the field over to Joel Gambino on the right in the blue ITA number 31 Mazda Miata, to Jeff Lucas in the 00 ITS Datsun 240Z. Starter looks over the field, and green flag is in the air. We should see, I think, that Datsun jump out to the early lead. A lot more displacement from that beautiful sounding straight six as they head down towards turn one for the very first time with Glenn Evans and T. Wade Heron in the bright green Mazda Miata. He was your ITA winner yesterday as they come under braking and roll through turn one. Getting a great jump, though, Glenn Evans in the white number 10, getting around the 100 of Justin Shepard now as they come out from behind the horseshoe and head to turn 3.
Yeah, I tell you what, good start there by Jeffrey Lucas. Didn't get that start yesterday as he ended up being behind Joel Gambino and T. Wade Heron for pretty much most of that race. Joel Gambino, remember, we saw this yesterday. Well, let's see how long this car is going to last, because I know we had some, had potential issues, although I think it's been going on for a couple of years now with a little bit of smoke, and the smoke continued to get worse and worse as that race went on. We're going to go 10 more miles.
And of course, I just got a text message from Carolyn Bayer Broering, who told me that it was Tom McLeod behind the wheel of the MGA, not Carolyn's husband, Tom Broering. Tom, another British Leyland sufferer, as he races, or had raced previously, a Triumph Spitfire. So, sorry, Carolyn. She's down working grid right now. And a good early start here as we have the breakaway. Now, yesterday, Jeff Lucas sat right back behind the 31 of Gambino and the 78 of T. Wade Heron. Very content to just be in third place behind the two ITA Miatas that battled things out. He jumps out to that early lead today.
Yeah. Again, good battle yesterday. It looks like that battle may continue a little bit, but Justin Shepard moving up right on the back of T. Wade Heron, but Justin Shepard battled because, remember, he had to start at the very back of the field yesterday because of that transponder issue during qualifying, not really getting a time. So he ended up working his way all the way up between to battle with Glenn Evans. Now he's ahead of Glenn Evans. He's battling in that ITA battle. That's the battle for second right now with T. Wade Heron. So, good to see Justin getting back up in there with that battle. That car's been getting stronger and stronger every single year in that ITA class.
All right, there we go. We've got James Kohler, we see in the Mazda 2 coming down into turn 1.
Got a question.
Turn 5, pardon me. Whichever turn that is.
One of those turns. Yeah, I got a question, Downforce 9. Yes, that Hyundai Ascent is legal in B-Spec. And basically, Alex, somebody had to run that Hyundai Ascent. If not, it would have been more than likely, Greg, kicked out of the B-Spec class, or removed from that because nobody really ran that.
Right,
so.
and not because it's Alex Ratcliffe. I mean, that's reason enough for getting kicked out of B-Spec. There had not been a Hyundai Accent run in that configuration, I think, since the very start of B-Spec in the SCCA, which would have been, I think, right around the 2012 time frame, as we had B-Spec and what was then known as TCB in Pirelli World Challenge here in the United States. And so there is an effort to retire some of the older spec lines if they have not been used. And congratulations, Alex Ratcliffe, you have saved the Hyundai Accent from certain death.
Well, does he have to run it just here, or does he have to run it like in a Majors or a Super Tour event in order to keep it? So as long as it gets run at some point during the year, it'll make its way back to Topeka.
Exactly.
The clock will restart.
And if I was gonna say, and if the folks at Topeka don't believe it, they can send us some money so that we can run replays on our broadcast, and we'll be happy to show it.
They'll get all the paperwork going. Wow, somebody actually really did run one of these, right?
Gee, thanks, Alex.
Yeah, right. That car will probably be sold here before the next couple of weeks, I would assume. Look, you throw it out there, Alex will build it.
That's right. He's had his hand in the Mini Coopers, the Mini Coupes, also a number of other entries as well, Mazda 2. So
Toyota Yaris.
Yeah, exactly, as we mentioned yesterday.
Yep.
Sorry, if there's been ever a B-Spec car or TCB car, it seems like Alex has his hand on it no matter what. Anything and everything he'll take and he'll build, and I guess if he sees it, he can try to build it.
Right. And there you go. We have Downforce 9. He did mention the Kia Rio. That was initially a TCB car back in 2012, and I think we actually talked about this before you joined our broadcast yesterday, Downforce 9, is that Kyle, oh my gosh, you see, and I got rid of it now.
So you wanted to make your
Kyle
point.
Keenan, there we go. Kyle Keenan won the SCCA B-Spec National Championship at Laguna Seca in 2014 in his Kia Rio. And now I'm going to have to go through the GCR and find out if the 2018 to 2023 Rio and Accent are legal, and I do not believe they are. I do not believe they were ever added to the spec lines. But if you guys will call the race a little bit,
absolutely. You go ahead. We're not going to research on the 80s, and we're not going to research on the 90s, but we are going to go back to the 18s and 23s and see if there are. Absolutely. So. We talked about, early on here, David, Jeffrey Lucas getting that good start, didn't get that start that he wanted yesterday, got stuck a little bit behind. It does look like Joel Gambino is starting to reel him in. Again, that's an ITS car with that 00. So Joel Gambino still leading that ITA over T. Wade Heron. Then Justin Shepard moved Glenn Evans back to 5th overall and actually 4th in ITA right now. When we look at our ITB class, Scotty Holman has got a pretty good size lead over Garrett Bowser in that number 152. Again, another Honda Fit there, and Carl Fossler in that number 82. So pretty big gap there. B-Spec, we talked about Alex Radcliffe a lot. James Kohler in that 95, about 12 seconds back. So pretty much not really battles in class other than when we look at our ITA battle. Gambino's about 3 seconds ahead of T. Wade Heron in that number 78 machine.
Yeah, it looks like Joel Gambino is starting to get a little closer to Jeffrey Lucas. Last time around, it was about 0.6 of a second separating them. So it looks like, though, Gambino kind of loses Lucas a little bit, maybe like towards the technical side of the track, but on the straightaways here, it looks like Gambino's catching Lucas a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, when I was just watching that last shot coming out of turn number 9 and coming up the hill, it does look like Jeffrey Lucas, the rear end of that car, just wants to step out probably more than he really wants to. So he may be having to feather that there just a little bit in there. So, we'll have to keep an eye on that as he goes down into turn number 1. Pretty aggressive move into that turn-in entry.
All right. Call me the Hyundai Accent and Kia Rio expert as it relates to SCCA Racing and Downforce 9. If I had a way for you to send us money, I'd ask for it right now, because this was tough research work, more than ChatGPT could ever give you. All right, if you want to run a Kia Rio or Hyundai Accent in B-Spec, it has to be 2012 to 2017. Those are the only years that are specified. However, well, it doesn't make much of a difference. The Kia Rio and the Hyundai Accent from 2012 to 2014 are also legal for ITA, or a version of them for ITA. If you have a 2006 to 2011, you can run them in ITB, and from 2012 to 2017, you can run them in HPROD trim as well. So there you go. That is the breakdown for the Hyundai Accent and the Kia Rio across SCCA road racing.
Everybody is now going to go out and start looking for Accents and Rios.
That's right.
And try to bring them into this
I'm sure
touring class.
I'm sure, because I know what I got. They've got to be at least $70,000 to $80,000 on Facebook Marketplace. David, up to you.
So as you guys talk about this, we got a battle for third place here. Looks like Justin Shepard closing in a lot there on T. Wade Heron. Justin, last time around, he ran a 128 compared to the 129 T. Wade Heron. About half a car length separates them. So we talked about the not really battles a couple laps ago. It looks like that battle for third, though, really starting to heat up.
Yeah, that's the battle for second place actually as well in the ITA class. So not only third overall, but that second place and the last podium spot in ITA. And that race does look like that may come down to the very end. Again, long way to go here. Still 14 laps. I'm sure Justin's kind of content to sit right there. Don't think they're going to have enough for Joel Gambino, to try to run him down. But again, as we saw, that race continues to keep going. We'll see.
and Mr. Maeda, the Studio VRM, he has set me right. Not $70,000 to $80,000 on Facebook Marketplace. 70,000 to 80,000 Korean won. On Facebook
South Korean won.
That's the South Korean currency. Thank you. I am nothing if not a source of useless knowledge, unless, of course, you want to build a B-Spec car.
Yeah, unless you want to, or an IT car, right? I mean,
Exactly.
Either one of those two, you can do it as we go through. As we go by down into turn number 1 right now, it does look like Justin Shepard's going to pull out and try to make a pass on T. Wade Heron. Heading down into turn number 1, it does look like he may make that stick. We'll see whether or not T. Wade can do the over-under. We've seen a product of that all weekend long. You get a little bit too hot into the center of the racetrack for that turn, and then the car that's being passed ends up doing that over-under. A lot of that was taught during driver school as well. The best way to get through there. It doesn't look like that's going to happen with T. Wade. So now move Justin Shepard up into second place in ITA and third overall here in this race with 13 laps left to go.
So yesterday, we spent a lot of time watching Joel Gambino and T. Wade Heron were fighting it out for the lead and the win in ITA, and we had Jeff Lucas there in the Datsun 240Z sitting right behind him. We spent a lot of time watching the tailpipe of Joel Gambino's car as it had continued to put out more and more white smoke over the course of the race. We haven't necessarily seen as much here today. That being said, yesterday, Gambino's fastest lap time, a 1:27.3 during the race. And today, he has only managed to get down to a 128.1, and I don't know if that's a byproduct of he's not fighting for the ITA lead and he's just following our ITS leader, or again, that motor continuing to get soft as T. Wade Heron now taking a look to the inside on Justin Shepard, and 1 lap later, 2 miles past, he returns the favor on Justin Shepard, move Heron up to second in ITA, Shepard back to third.
Well, I was going to say, as former Lou Holtz used to say, not so fast, my friend, because Justin Shepard has now picked that and did that over under, and then gets really, really loose, trying to get everything he can up out of turn number 3. He was able to make that pass and that crossover work coming out of turn 1 into turn 2.
And we have checking into the chat. Thank you so much. After the last couple of years, Charlotte compatriot Murphy Nichols, Murph Dog 3288, who apparently he's stopped working on roller coasters now. Actually, I guess maybe a bigger roller coaster, as Murphy had gone to school at UNC Charlotte for a motorsports engineering degree, I think, and he is now working for Trackhouse. As I think he mentioned yesterday when we were discussing Connor Zilich and the go-kart racing that he did at VIR as part of the SRFx Challenge. Murphy checked in and said he works for Connor now, and well, there you go. Thanks to have him back. And Murphy last year brought we'll call it a legacy Nissan 240SX out to race, had a magical race in the rain, and hopefully we'll see him back sometime this year racing with us, or maybe bring it down the VIR. We'll see at the SRFx Challenge.
I was going to say, so in other words, are you telling me I need to bring my helmet and my race suit for the SRFx Challenge karting event? That could be happening.
I don't know if we're going to do it this year.
Oh, man.
Because you know who gets roped into announcing the whole thing? You and me.
I'm going to be a participant. I'm going to figure out how to get me signed up for that. Like I said, I've now been cleared. I can go back to racing.
All right, there you go. T. Wade Heron and the other Justin Shepard, door to door, through turn 2, third 3, down through the chute and into the carousel. Oh, look at this. Still locked in door to door. T. Wade Heron, driver's left, Shepard, driver's right, and we'll see if Heron can now come across the nose, not far enough ahead. They're going to go through turn 8 now. Locked together. This is the battle for second in ITA as Joel Gambino continues to stretch his advantage. One more corner. They're not going to be going down the front straight very quickly. I can tell you that.
No, they're not.
As we now are going to complete our 10th lap, working lap number 11, as T. Wade Heron finally gets that pass made. He's now up to third.
David, they went side by side basically from turn number 3 all the way around to turn number 10 before T-Way was able to get back in front of Justin Shepard. That's heck of a piece of driving right there.
Absolutely. Incredible racing by both of them, and the battle for second here in ITA. I mean, very impressive to go from basically be side by side for about 3/4 of this track. Something that, it's funny. They're in the Miatas. Spec Miata was last group. I think they're bringing the Spec Miata race here to IT.
Everything that we wanted to see from SSM this morning, minus 23 cars. Great battle. And here we go again as Shepard tries to get alongside going into turn 5. T. Wade Heron, great job of positioning the car, brings the car down, not center of track, maybe a little bit left to protect the inside. But again, now Shepard, as they come over the little hump there over at turn 6B, right on the heels of the 78 car.
Tell you what, while we're watching this, Dave and I were just looking out the window back here, and there's a great battle. It's not for in class, but it is 2 cars. It is Scotty Holman in the taxi cab in that 69 ITB car, and Gregory Grail in that number 3 white Miata, another ITA car. They actually they went side by side through turn number 3, and then up over the hill, still side by side with Scotty Holman going to the outside after Gregory Gale got by him. Here they are coming up out of turn number 8, and now Holman is going to be back in front. But Gregory Gale went as deep as he could possibly go down into turn number 1 to make that stick, and Holman got back by him down into turn number 5. But what a fantastic move, and great racing again by 2 of these cars that are in 2 different classes.
As it looks like they come down the front straight over here as they cross the line. We got 9 laps to go. Looks like Gregory Gale going to pull out to the inside of Scotty Holman there. And the taxi cab, school bus, Mazda Protege, call it whatever you want. But side by side, though, it looks like Gregory Gale is going to get the pass in the braking zone. Going to force Holman a little bit wide there. Definitely looks like he had to check it up a little bit more than he wants to. So give Gregory Gale, though, that 6th spot.
And the Miata being a much better balanced car than the Protege and a little bit bigger brakes should be able to go a little bit deeper. The rear brakes in that Protege, they don't do a heck of a lot because when you get on it, the rear end is so unloaded, they're barely touching. They probably at best do 10% of the braking there, as it was better for him to just let Gale turn in and then try to pick it up, try to make it up somewhere else here on the course. We're going to see where the Protege is probably a little bit more nimble through the carousel itself. And let's watch here as, well, no, not able to close down that much. Right over here through 6B, there should be a little bit of coverage, but I think at this point, Gale clear of the 69 car. Very nice pass, and should be done and dusted with 8 laps remaining.
Yeah, those two, that's the biggest, lead per se, I'll say, with Gregory Gale over Scotty Holman over the last couple of laps. So one of those really good passes, able to make it stick and continuing to keep going. Keeping an eye on that battle in that second position in ITA, where we were talking about earlier, gentlemen. 78 T. Wade Herron and Justin Shepard. They kind of still stayed the same. T. Wade Herron was leading Justin Shepard the last time they came by the start-finish line, and I believe here they are right now, and it looks like Justin Shepard now has gotten back by around T. Wade Herron.
I think this is definitely it feels like the 100th change in position for both of them. It's been a really good battle here in this this ITA race, and definitely, we still got a little bit to go, 7 laps to go, so looks like T. Wade Herron might try to set up a run here down in turn number 10 down the front straightaway as he's right behind Shepard. He's going to pull out to the inside, so side by side again between these two.
Yeah, I tell you what, they're going to have to get that settled pretty quickly because they're getting ready to come up on the back of James Kohler as they go down into turn number 1. I would venture to say by the time they get to turn number 5, and this is where we've seen them go side by side pretty much from turn 3 all the way down around the rest of this racetrack into turn 10, they're going to have to stay single file because they may catch him down at the bottom of the hill.
And you can see, and it's not just James Kohler, but Carl Fossler in the 924
Garrett
is
Bowser
there as well. Bowser in the ITB Fit as well. Yeah, well, this might add a little bit of added challenge for both of these racers here as they come in, as Shepard goes deep from the outside, comes across the nose of T. Wade Herron coming through 5. He'll lead the pair into the carousel as we check in briefly now with Jeff Lucas, our leader in ITS. There's Joel Gambino. At one of these times, I'd love to see as he maybe comes under braking in the 1. I'd love to see if we get any of that smoke off the back of the 31 car.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out for that. But like I said, these two with Justin Shepard and T. Wade Herron, they're going to be coming up on that group there with that 95 James Kohler and Carl Fossler here any moment.
Well, under throttle, the 31 car seems to be okay. I didn't see any smoke coming out of it as he came down the front straight on with the foot to the floor.
No, not as bad as when we saw yesterday. But again, let's see what happens when they've got another 2 laps because yesterday we went 15 laps and when we got to lap 10 is when it really started.
As the Gambino Herron battle now, as we said, they've caught the lap traffic there. The Mazda 2 of James Kohler and Carl Fossler in that Porsche 924. Looks like going to be no harm, no foul. Looks like Fossler is going to pull to driver's left there going down to turn number 3. So there's going to be Justin Shepard's going to have this Porsche 924 separating with him and T. Wade Herron. So I I think this is definitely the farthest they've been apart from each other all race.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Shepard gets around Fossler before they get to the slight bend there at the chute. Probably the best time that he could have gotten him. But T. Wade Heron, as you mentioned now, has probably the largest lead that he's had all race over Justin Shepard. Shepard's going to have to work. He's only got 6 laps remaining to pull back up. The last time by, though, Shepard running almost identical lap times to Heron, but it's interesting. We talk about, Brian, as you talked about having, I think during the Spec Miata race, the parachute when we had Apatow and Witt and John Hans was right behind. T. Wade Heron and Justin Shepard, when they drove this track side by side, door to door, almost all the way around, 2 seconds slower than when they're in line like this.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And really, that even opened up that gap that Joel Gambino had, right? So now it's almost, Joel Gambino just trying to get through these last 5 remaining laps here, to be consistent as well. Again, still trying to catch Lucas. He's got Jeffrey Lucas has got a 7-second lead in that Datsun 240Z in that ITS class. So again, not a battle really there for class, between those two drivers. But Gambino just trying to stay consistent so that these two don't come back to each other or come back to him. But right now, T. Wade Heron's opened up the largest lead, David, he's had basically this entire race over Justin Shepard.
Yeah, the gap now is about a second. So you talked about the Joel Gambino, though, ahead. He's about 7 seconds ahead with 5 laps to go here. So right now it's looking like he'll be safe for the win in ITA. But again, the race isn't over yet. We still got 5 laps to go. So let's see let's see how far T. Wade Heron can maybe get close to Joel Gambino.
Yeah, they've got about a 20-second lead over the 10 of Glenn Evans sitting there in 4th, and then another 20 seconds after that to the 3 with Gregory Hale, who we talked about had that good battle there for a short time with Scotty Holman, who's got a 40-second lead over Garrett Bowser in Honda Fit, number 152. Again, that's an ITB, and then Carl Fossler, who is a full lap down at this point.
Brian, somebody has issued a challenge. Actually, it wasn't a challenge. Downforce 9, he said, I got to resist bugging Greg about the Mazda Speed 3. I'm going to make it easy for you. The Mazda Speed 3 with I think somewhere along the lines of like 260, 270 horsepower, not classified in improved touring, primarily because of the turbocharger more than anything else. IT is pretty much a naturally aspirated class, or a naturally aspirated category in SCCA road racing. And a matter of fact, I don't think it's classified in any of the different categories in SCCA road racing for that matter.
Don't believe so. I don't remember looking that up. Carl Fossler coming up out of turn number 2 up into turn number 3. You saw there on your camera, kind of locking up that right front as he went down into turn 1. So Carl Fossler getting a little bit more speed, a little bit trying to go deeper so that James Kohler doesn't come up on the back of him. Again, that's not a battle for in class, but trying to do everything he can to get through this last 4 laps. It'll be 3 laps now as our overall leader, Jeffrey Lucas, comes by the start-finish line. So again, winding this race down, and that battle that we talked about, T. Wade Heron, Justin Shepard, as you mentioned, David, that's opened up to about 1.6 seconds the last time by. We'll see what that gap is this time. It looks like it could be a little bit more.
Wait for them to come across the line here. Yeah, I mean, it's extended to about 2.5 seconds.
Yeah.
So it's T. Wade Heron now really starting to kind of turn on the jets, actually. I mean, he's about almost a second, his last lap about a second ahead of Justin Shepard. So T. Wade Heron ran a 128, Justin Shepard the 129. So T. Wade Heron kind of broke away from Shepard, was able to be a little bit faster than him.
All right, and we just saw Joel Gambino get around the Honda Fit of Garrett Bowser. Gambino is continuing to lose pace lap after lap. I mean, at this point, it doesn't matter much. He's got about 6 seconds on T. Wade Heron and Justin Shepard behind with only 3 laps remaining. But Gambino now lapping in the 129 range, which is a full second off of where he started this race and almost a full second off of where he was during yesterday's race.
Yeah. Again, just trying to limp it home. Again, he's got that 6-second lead. If you look at that through, from the math, I know that math really isn't your strong point. With 3 laps coming up on 2 laps to go, that would be almost, he'd have to
Like 14
2.5
minutes, right?
seconds faster each lap in order if he wanted to catch Gambino. Don't believe that's going to happen. So
that's a tough one to make up. As again, we are working our very last race of the weekend. And next time, our leader, Jeff Lucas, crosses the start-finish line, he'll have 1 lap, 2 miles remaining for, gentlemen, what I think has been a very successful opening to the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, it was we've had a little bit of chaotic moments, but other than that, I mean, we've seen some great racing this weekend. And I want to say, Greg, thank you guys for allowing me to come up here this weekend. I know I was supposed to do a little bit yesterday, well, then turned into a little bit more. So this is my, like I said, first time broadcasting. I've wanted to get into this broadcast business in motorsports, so I really appreciate you guys for letting me come on here and hopefully come back in a couple weeks' time for the majors or sometime later in the season.
Who are you again?
what are you doing here? No.
Absolutely.
That actually made Spencer laugh back there. Spencer hasn't laughed all day today. So.
Spencer, absolutely. Well, we're going to have David back. I think he's been a great addition to the team here with GB Productions bringing you the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season for all of 2026 as Jeff Lucas now coming underneath the bridge and into turn 10. Again, 2 miles remaining for the professor out of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. He's been our only ITS entry here this weekend. A little bit lonely for him out on track today as he's just been putting in laps. And he also lapping in the 129 range, well, because he hasn't had any competition. Joel Gambino just clocks at a 130 even, so again, continuing to lose pace, but I don't think there's any sense in belaboring the point there. The car is still running, and as long as he keeps all 4 wheels on the pavement for the next 1.8 miles, he's going to come home with the ITB win.
Yeah, I think. Oh, sorry, Brian.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I think Lucas this has turned into a Sunday drive for him. You know, he's about 2 seconds off the pace, so he knows how far ahead he is. So it's he's definitely kind of not been pushing as much with these last about I'm gonna say half mile. So definitely just been a Sunday drive for him.
Yeah, good move there by Alex Radcliffe too, as he came out of turn number 2. Saw Jeffrey Lucas coming up behind him, just kind of held his line, kind of slowed up a little bit getting into turn 3 to allow Lucas to get by him. That puts him a lap down. That's going to cut his race a lap short, but I'm sure Alex doesn't mind. I'm sure Alex has gathered a lot of data for that Hyundai Ascent as Jeffrey Lucas comes up from turn 8 up underneath the bridge here. We'll be coming into turn number 10.
All right, and Jeff Lucas now rounding the corner, going to take the final checkered flag of the March MARRS presented by OG Racing. By the way, the David Lance fan club says can't say no to more of David Lance. There you go. And taking the checkered flag, another member of the David Lance fan club. He won't say it out loud. Jeff Lucas taking the win in ITS as Joel Gambino will take the feature race win in ITA with T. Wade Heron finishing second. By the way, T. Wade Heron closed it down to 2.3 seconds at the end. Justin Shepard will take the last podium position in ITA. Glenn Evans will finish 5th overall, 4th in ITA ahead of Greg Gale. Taking the win in ITB will be Scotty Holman. In the number 69 Mazda protege, Alex Ratcliffe will win B-Spec, with Garrett Bowser finishing 9th overall, 2nd in ITB, Carl Fossler finishing 3rd, and James Kohler coming across the line right now. There's Mr. Kohler right behind Carl Fossler. Kohler will finish 2nd in B-Spec. All right, that's going to wrap things up for our coverage here this weekend of the March MARRS. Remember, if you like what you see, go ahead and smash that big thumbs up button and subscribe to the Washington, D.C. region YouTube channel. That way you can find out every time that we go live. And Spencer, why don't we throw up that schedule so we could tell it and show everybody when we go live next? It's not 2 weeks, Brian. It's 3 weeks. Is that right? Because I can't do math.
April 17th to 18th, I believe.
18th and 19th for the U.S. Majors Tour here at Summit Point Raceway, part of the Northern Conference of the SCCA. And then the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series next event is going to be May 2nd and 3rd at Virginia International Raceway, the SARC MARRS Challenge, or as us Northerners like to call it, the MARRS SARC Challenge, because we're better there. So definitely stay with us. We'll be bringing you lots more coverage this season. And David's probably even going to be with us as well. Ain't that right, David Lance Fan Club?
Sure, they're all agreeing right there.
All right, well, there you go. So for Brian Donati, for David Lance, for Spencer Gaynor right behind me, I'm Greg Ginsburg. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you in 3 weeks back here at Summit Point for the majors. Thanks for watching.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits and steering, helmets, gloves and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Need a ride?
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Tires, Belmont, Ohio.
Need it welded? Need it now? When things freak at the track or out in the field, you don't have time to wait. You need precision. You need reliability. You need Rockman Metalworks. From high-performance race components to critical field repairs, Rockman delivers elite-level welding and fabrication with a research-driven approach that goes far beyond your average welder. This is precision work built to perform when it matters most. And here's the best part. They come to you. With full mobile service, Rockman Metalworks gets you back up and running fast so you can get back in the race. Conveniently located just 30 minutes from Summit Point, call them now at 209-751-9750. Rockman Metalworks. When it has to be right, right now.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's BRET, at rpperformanceracing.com.